From Bars to Jars, an Apastioli redemption story by Joe Gallagher. Ephesians 1:7 NIV says, "In him we have redemption through his blood, the forgiveness of sins, in accordance with the riches of God's grace." It's a powerful verse, one of identity, grace, and transformation. Redemption through him, not by works, not by perfection, but by grace. Forward. I would like to first thank those who suffered the pains of alcoholism, those who survived, recovered, and passed on their experience, strength, and hope to fellow sufferers like me. I dedicate this book to the despairing loved ones, the blameless children, all those who became the victims of a cunning, baffling, and powerful disease. I write this account of my life in hopes to give hope. I pray, Lord, make me a channel of thy peace, that where there is hatred, I may bring love, that where there is wrong, I may bring the spirit of forgiveness, that where there is discord, I may bring harmony, that where there is error, I may bring truth, that where there is doubt, I may bring faith, that where there is despair, I may bring hope, that where there are shadows, I may bring light, that where there is sadness, I may bring joy. Lord, grant that I may seek rather to comfort than to be comforted, to understand than to be understood, to love than to be loved. For it is by self-forgetting that one finds. It is by forgiving that one is forgiven. It is by dying that one awakens to eternal life. Amen. Special thanks to my beloved wife, Ryan, my parents, Joe, Sr. and Linda, my brother, Michael, my amazing children, Savannah and Joey, who understandably so still do not believe that I've changed and are reluctant to let me show them that I have. Eternal thanks to Robert Baxter, who will never be forgotten. Thanks to all those who have been with me in the fellowship of the Spirit, who have trudged the road to happy destiny. Introduction. I never set out to start a sauce company. Truth is, I was just trying to stay sober, keep my head down, and make it through the day without falling apart. I was living in a small house with a galley kitchen that was barely bigger than a walk-in closet, smaller than most people's bathrooms, scraping by and wondering what the hell I was going to do with my life. I wasn't a chef. I wasn't a businessman. I was a man rebuilding from the ground up, physically, emotionally, spiritually, with nothing but a few family recipes, a borrowed sense of hope, and a deep desire to be of use to someone other than myself. It all started with a pot of red sauce. No label, no brand. Just something warm I could offer the group of men I was sharing a table with at a spiritual program of recovery. I had no idea that jar, one simple act of service, would open a door I didn't even know existed. I brought a few jars to a local grocery store on a whim. They placed an order for 6 cases. Then another store did the same. My little galley kitchen couldn't handle the load. I was forced into a commissary kitchen, learning the ropes on the fly, messing up labels, burning batches, and praying I could keep up with something that was suddenly real. That's where Apastioli was born, not in a factory, not in a focus group, but in a rented kitchen by a man with no experience and nothing left to lose. From there, it grew. One jar, one store, one conversation at a time. This isn't just a business story, it's a redemption story. One that came covered in red sauce and seasoned with surrender. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, but I've also found a path forward, guided by 3 simple principles. Trust God, clean house, help others. If you've ever hit rock bottom, if you've ever thought your story was over, this book is for you. Chapter 1. The First Sip. I was 13 years old when I had my first drink. It was at my cousin's wedding. The kind of family party where the music's too loud, the food's overflowing, and everyone's laughing a little too hard. Someone handed me a glass of champagne like it was nothing. Just a toast, a moment. Something shifted in me that night. I didn't just like the way it tasted. I loved the way it made me feel. That warm buzz, that ease, that sudden absence of insecurity or fear. It was like a magic trick. One sip and the weight I didn't even know I was carrying disappeared. I felt taller, cooler, in control, free. Looking back now, I realized that first sip wasn't a celebration. It was a warning. But I didn't see it that way. Not at 13. Not for a long time. That moment lit a fuse. What started as sneaking beers in the basement turned into full-blown benders before I was even old enough to drive. I didn't drink like the other kids. I drank like something was chasing me. Or maybe I was chasing something: belonging, confidence, a version of myself I didn't hate. By high school, my drinking was no longer casual. It was a solution, a coping mechanism, a shield. I got in fights. I got suspended. I flunked out and got back in, over and over. Everyone thought I was just the wild kid, the one who didn't care, the one with a quick temper and a louder laugh. But I wasn't fearless. I was drowning. No one told me back then that addiction can look like fun until it doesn't, until it owns you, until the thing that once gave you relief becomes the thing you're enslaved to. And once you're in its grip, nothing else matters. Not school, not music, not love, not God, just the next drink. I spent years trying to outrun that truth. I lied to myself and everyone else. I promised I had it under control. I said I could stop anytime I wanted to. But the truth was, I didn't want to stop. Not yet. Because alcohol made me feel okay in a world that didn't. It would take decades before I understood that my first sip at 13 wasn't a coming of age moment. It was the beginning of a war. But the truth is, the battle had started long before that night at my cousin's wedding. The alcohol didn't create the damage, it just numbed it. For a little while. Before I ever took that first sip, I was already carrying bruises no one could see. I was bullied as a kid, for how I looked, for being sensitive, for just trying to exist in a world that didn't seem to want me. And when I found myself alone in places I shouldn't have been, church hallways, locked music rooms, friends' basements, some of those bullies weren't kids. They were adults, trusted adults. A music director at church, a friend's older brother, men who saw my vulnerability and exploited it. They touched me in ways that made me freeze, made me question myself, made me ashamed. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't even have the words. Instead, I buried it, deep, and that pain festered like rot under the floorboards. I didn't know how to process it, so I became someone else, someone explosive, loud, intimidating. I shocked people before they could shame me. I scared people before they could touch me. I became the bully, because if I was the one throwing punches, no one could see how broken I actually was. But that confusion, especially around sex and identity, stuck with me for years. I knew I loved women. I felt that deeply. But there was a part of me that wondered if those moments with men had left a mark deeper than I wanted to admit. Maybe I thought I wanted it. Maybe I liked it, or deserved it. That's how trauma lies to you. It took me a long time, decades really, to understand that what happened to me wasn't affection. It wasn't desire. It was abuse. And it wasn't my fault. I carried that confusion into relationships, into addiction, into self-hatred. I chased validation in all the wrong places. I performed strength while I crumbled privately. And every time I took a drink, it was like I was trying to silence that wounded kid inside me, the one who never got to fight back. For a long time, I didn't know who I was. I only knew who I didn't want to be, a victim. But denying the pain didn't make it disappear. It just made it louder. I didn't start healing until I spoke the truth, until I got honest in that spiritual program of recovery and admitted that I wasn't just an alcoholic. I was wounded. I was ashamed. I was confused. And I needed help. This chapter isn't easy to write, but it's real, and it's necessary. Because shame can only survive in silence, and I refuse to stay silent anymore. I wanted everyone to like me, but I also wanted them to be afraid of me. It was a twisted balance I tried to master. If I could make you laugh, maybe you wouldn't look too closely. If I could shock you, maybe you'd stop digging. And if I could keep you just a little afraid of what I might do next, maybe you'd never try to hurt me. So I became the class clown, but not the harmless, silly kind. I had outlandish jokes with perfect timing, the kind that made teachers stop mid-sentence and students spit their drinks out. I could take a regular moment and flip it on its head with a one-liner so wild no one saw it coming. That unpredictability gave me control. It made me feel powerful. I wasn't just funny, I was dangerous, and I liked it that way. My humor had teeth. It bit before anyone could bite me. I wasn't trying to be cool. I was trying to survive. I'd already learned the hard way that the world doesn't reward softness. Vulnerability got you touched, bullied, used. But if you were unpredictable, explosive, if people couldn't pin you down, they kept their distance. I'd go from cracking a room up to throwing fists in the hallway if someone crossed a line. And even when I wasn't in trouble, I was skating close enough to it that the teachers stopped expecting better from me. I got labeled early, the troubled kid, the loudmouth, the one with potential if he'd just stop acting like a lunatic. But they didn't know what I was carrying. They didn't know I was already waking up with hangovers by the time I was 14. They didn't know how much I hated going home, or what happened when I did. I was building a mask, and it was working. People liked me. People feared me. But nobody really knew me. Hell, I didn't even know myself. It wasn't long after the chaos of school and the inner war I carried that I discovered two things that changed everything: music and marijuana. I was 15 the first time I got high, over at my grandmother's house in New Haven. The scent of Sunday sauce drifted from the kitchen, rich with garlic and basil, bubbling low on the stove just like it always had. Cigarette smoke hung in the air like it lived there, and in a way, it did. That house smelled like tradition, like Naples. Italy, where my grandmother was born, had somehow tucked itself into the walls of her New Haven home. And then there were my uncles and cousins, especially Uncle Robert, stoners, musicians, storytellers. I remember three of them packed into the living room, passing a joint, strumming guitars, and singing Grateful Dead tunes like the world outside didn't exist. The laughter, the looseness, the music, it felt like magic. I wanted to be like them so bad. So I sat close. I listened. I watched their fingers on the strings, watched how the chords became songs, and the songs became a vibe, a world, a kind of escape. It didn't take long before I was picking up a guitar myself. I started lessons not long after, with Pat Russo at Joe's Guitars in Wallingford. Pat was patient, cool, the kind of teacher who made me believe I could actually become something. Within a year, I wasn't just learning songs, I was writing them. It was like someone turned on a faucet in my soul. The melodies poured out, the lyrics came fast. I didn't care if it was rock, blues, country, reggae. If it could move people, I was writing it. There was finally a place I could put all the emotion, confusion, rage, and hope I'd been carrying around like bricks. I'd found a voice I didn't know I had. Over time, I would write more than 2,000 songs in 10 different genres. Some were raw, some were polished, some came from pain, others from moments of beauty. But every one of them came from a place of truth. Music made me feel seen, even if I was the only one hearing it at the time. It gave me a way to shape my pain into something people might actually love. I didn't just want to be good. I wanted to be legendary. I wanted the world to see how talented I thought I was, even if I didn't believe it all the way yet. But here's the thing about ambition when it's built on brokenness. It can carry you fast, but it can also burn you out even faster. I was still drinking, still getting high, still hiding things I hadn't dealt with. And no matter how beautiful the music sounded, I was still a kid trying to outrun his past. By 16, I wasn't just writing songs, I was playing them live. My first real gigs were at the Acoustic Cafe in Fairfield, Cafe 9 in New Haven, and eventually the legendary Toad's Place. Those spots were holy ground to me. You could feel the soul of the scene in the walls, the heartbreak, the hustle, the stories sung into microphones by dreamers just like me. I still remember that first night at Acoustic. I walked in with my beat-up guitar, heart racing like I'd just robbed a bank. But the second I hit that first chord, something clicked. The chaos in my mind went quiet. The crowd faded. And I felt right. Like maybe this is what I was made for. Every set was a chance to prove myself. Every open mic or feature spot an audition for the life I swore I was born to live. I wanted to be the guy, the one people left talking about. I wanted to shock them with how good I was. And most of the time, I did. The shows got tighter, the songs got deeper, and I started getting booked more and more. My name on flyers, people clapping for my songs. For a kid who'd spent most of his life trying to mask the pain with jokes or violence, it was like stepping into the light for the first time. But behind the spotlight, I was still spiraling. I'd smoke before every show, drink during, and black out after. Sometimes I remembered the set, sometimes I didn't. Sometimes I played with passion. Other times, I was so high I forgot lyrics I'd written days earlier, but the applause, man, the applause was like a drug all its own. It didn't matter how wrecked I was if they clapped when it ended. I started convincing myself that the chaos was part of the magic, that my pain made me better, that being twisted up inside gave me depth. that the more I suffered, the more real my art was. It's the lie a lot of us artists tell ourselves, that the wounds are sacred and sobriety would kill the muse. But I know now, the music wasn't good because I was hurting. It was good in spite of it. Still, back then, I couldn't see that. I thought I was on my way. I thought I was building a career. And in some ways, I was. But I was also building a disaster. One drink, one hit, one gig at a time. As my songwriting deepened and the gigs started stacking up, I wanted more than open mics and solo sets. I wanted a band, a real band. And for the first time in my life, I had something close to a vision, a sound in my head I needed to get out. So I pulled together a few guys I trusted, and at the heart of it was my younger brother Michael on drums. He was a natural, had rhythm in his blood, and a quiet confidence behind the kit that kept everything locked in. We clicked like we'd been doing it forever. Playing music with him felt right in a way that very few things ever had in my life. We called the band Exit 13, named after the Wallingford exit on the Merritt Parkway. That name meant something to us. It was home. It was our roots, and it felt gritty enough to match our sound. For the first time, my dad actually got behind something I was doing. Maybe it was because Michael was involved too. Maybe it was the first time he saw a glimpse of structure and purpose in me. Whatever the reason, he showed up for it. He bought us t-shirts, black with bold white letters, Exit 13. Seeing him support us like that lit something in me I didn't even know I'd been missing. We had momentum. We were rehearsing constantly, gigging locally, dreaming big. The shows got better. The music was tight. There were moments, short, brilliant flashes, where I thought this could really be it. But I couldn't keep the chaos at bay. The drinking followed me everywhere. The weed, the pills, the rage. I was still carrying all that pain, all that confusion, and it had nowhere to go but out. And usually it came out violently. I'd show up drunk. I'd get in fights at bars. I'd turn something beautiful into a train wreck. And one by one, the pieces fell apart. The band broke up not long after a string of drunken nights and explosive arguments. No big farewell show, no final bow, just silence. The Exit 13 shirts my father bought us, they ended up at Goodwill. No ceremony, no closure. Just a pile of dreams folded on a shelf, priced at 99 cents a piece. Later, I'd see homeless guys in the neighborhood wearing them, a walking reminder of what I'd lost, what I'd thrown away. And the worst part? I couldn't even blame anyone else. I wasn't a victim. I was the arsonist. Even after Exit 13 fell apart, I couldn't let go of the dream. The music was still in me, louder than ever maybe, and no matter how messy my life got, I couldn't silence that need to make something that mattered, something that said I was here. So I took the money I had saved working at my father's automotive paint store, Paint World, in New Haven. A gritty, hard-earned paycheck built from lugging gallons of clear coat and learning to talk with body shop guys who didn't care if you were a rock star or a punk. That place grounded me in a weird way. My father had built something real with his hands, and for a time I showed up for it. It gave me just enough structure to save up for one thing I couldn't stop thinking about: studio time. I booked my first session with my uncle, John White, as the producer. He believed in me, or maybe he just saw that I needed this. I brought my brother Michael with me, just like old times. It felt like a family affair, even if I was unraveling underneath the surface. The first song I ever recorded was called Paper Bags. It was raw, honest, written straight from the gut. The kind of song that felt like a confession and a scream rolled into one. I don't remember much about the session itself, to be honest. I had a liter of Jack Daniels with me the whole time and smoked what felt like 1,000 cigarettes. The booth was probably fogged over by the time I was done, but the recording was good. Damn good. For the first time, I had something tangible to show for all the chaos in my head. A track, a sound, a timestamp from a version of me that was burning at both ends. I started submitting Paper Bags to college radio stations, mailing out CDs, writing press blurbs like I had a team behind me. Just me, grinding from a kitchen table, licking stamps and hoping someone would hear it and feel what I felt when I wrote it. And then, someone did. A few stations actually picked it up, played it, spun it on air. I remember hearing my voice coming out of a static-ridden radio late one night and thinking, Maybe this could still happen. Maybe I'm not crazy, but I was still drinking, still self sabotaging, still chasing a high I'd never find. And while paper bags gave me a glimpse of what could be, I was already drifting toward what would be collapse. Despite the chaos in my personal life, the music kept pushing forward. I started booking more solo shows, coffee shops, bars, music halls, anywhere with a mic and a crowd willing to listen. I was learning how to work a room on my own, just me and my guitar, and every show was another shot at proving I belonged out there. I recorded more songs, tracked EPS, dropped CDs that I sold out of the trunk of my car. I crafted my own press releases, and somehow they started getting picked up. I landed stories in the New Haven Register, got mentioned in local music columns. My name was showing up in places that used to feel out of reach. I wasn't just some burnout with a guitar anymore. I was becoming a known name in my hometown scene. And it wasn't just gigs for cash. I started giving back in ways that felt meaningful. I played charity events at Wicked Wolf in New Haven, raising money for St. Jude's Children's Hospital. Those shows felt different. There was purpose behind them. I wasn't just playing for applause or drinks, I was playing to help, and that felt good. For once, I felt like maybe I was becoming the kind of man I'd always wanted to be. But behind all the momentum, I was still unstable. I was still drinking. Still numbing out between sets, still convincing myself that because I was doing good, everything else must be okay. And then I did something that truly changed my life, but not the way I thought it would. I got married, against everyone's advice, friends, family, people I trusted. They saw the red flags, but I didn't want to hear it. I was stubborn, impulsive, romantic in all the wrong ways. I thought love could fix me. I thought having someone to come home to would tame the fire inside me. But love, real love, isn't something you use as a bandage, and you can't build a stable foundation on top of lies, trauma, and addiction. Still, I went all in. Told myself it would be different. That I could be different. That the man I was on stage could become the man I was at home. But I was wrong, and the cracks started showing almost immediately. Despite everyone's warnings, I got married. We went on a honeymoon cruise to the Bahamas. Me and Amy, both of us still kids pretending to be grown-ups. I don't remember much about our wedding night, except that I puked in the back of the limo on the way to some fancy hotel in New York City. Real classy start to forever. When we got off the ship for our first excursion in Nassau, the sun was barely up and already the heat was thick in the air. There was a local guy on the beach challenging tourists. Said he could outdrink anybody with a bottle of rum. It was $100 to try, and it was 8 a.m. Of course, I took the bet. 22 shots later, I had lost the competition, and my right mind. I remember bits and pieces. Around 11 a.m., we were at the Hard Rock Cafe. Amy inside ordering brunch, me stepping outside for a cigarette, spinning. That's when it happened. A local guy spotted me, saw the way I was swaying, saw the American gold on my neck, and asked if I wanted to buy a bag of weed. Of course I did. I didn't hesitate. I followed him onto a bus like it was nothing. That bus took me 45 minutes into the middle of nowhere. I don't remember the ride. I just remember stepping off and seeing abandoned houses, half-naked, dirty women, and the kind of hopelessness you can smell. He took me into what looked like an old boarded-up restaurant, through a side door. And that's where they were waiting. 4 to 7 guys, maybe more, it's a blur, surrounded me, tied me to a chair. I couldn't understand most of what they were saying. I was still drunk, and their accents were thick. But I knew what was happening. They robbed me, took my gold chain, my watch, my wallet. Then they told me they wouldn't kill me if I emptied my bank account and handed them the cash. There was talk about bringing cocaine back onto the ship, but everything was spinning. I didn't ask questions. I just said yes. 2 of them shoved me into the back seat of a small white car and drove me toward a bank. I started coming out of the blackout just enough to realize I might be about to die. Then I saw something, a narrow one-way street. When we got near the bank, they handed me my wallet so I could go inside. And that was the moment. I ran, fast, hard, the wrong way down the one-way street. Knowing they couldn't just flip around and follow me, I didn't think. I just bolted. All I could hear was my heartbeat, and maybe God yelling, "Move!" I used to run a 4-minute, 30-second mile in high school, And in that moment, every second of football practice, every lap around that dusty track, every sprint kicked back in like muscle memory. I disappeared into the streets. I was missing for 8 hours. Eventually, I found a police officer parked outside a boutique clothing store. He was already looking for me. The ship had waited. Amy was still on board, furious, panicked, and ready to kill me herself. The honeymoon was over before it even began. I had ruined it. Amy should have divorced me right then and there, but she didn't. She stayed. For 8 more years, I put her through hell. And I'll be honest, she wasn't an angel either, but I won't get into that. I tell this story not for shock value, not to brag, but because it marked something important. This was the first time I realized how far I was willing to go for the next high, and how dangerously close I had come to not coming back at all. Back in Connecticut, Amy's father had graciously bought us a condo. A fresh start, in theory, a place to build a life. But I destroyed it. I punched holes in the walls, ripped doors off the hinges. There were days Amy would come downstairs and find me passed out on the kitchen floor, surrounded by empty bottles and shattered intentions. It wasn't a home, it was a war zone, and I was the one lighting the matches. I was still working at Paint World, going through the motions, showing up to deliver paint with bloodshot eyes and a heart that barely beat with purpose. But inside, I was still deliriously chasing fame, convinced that one hit song or one good break would somehow fix everything. Writing songs was like a fever. Words poured out of me with desperation. I didn't write for fun. I wrote to survive. And then, against my will, I agreed to have a child. To this day, I don't know why Amy wanted to have kids with me. Maybe she still saw something in me. Maybe she thought that becoming a father would force me to change. Maybe she was just holding on to hope the way people do when they're scared to let go. But deep down, I had started to realize I was doomed. The addictions, the rage, the shame, they weren't slipping away, they were digging in deeper. And the closer we got to our daughter's birth, the more I spiraled. I didn't feel ready to be a dad. I didn't even feel worthy of being alive. I tried to end my life shortly before she was born. I truly believed the world, and this innocent child, would be better off without me. But then, Savannah was born, and something inside me cracked open. I was intoxicated in the delivery room, another moment poisoned by addiction. But when I saw her for the first time, I sobbed uncontrollably. Not because I was scared, not because I felt unworthy, but because for the first time in my life, I had no choice but to love something more than myself. That was the moment I understood what legacy really meant. It wasn't about fame. It wasn't about success. It wasn't about how many songs I wrote or how many people clapped after a set. It was about her. And whether I was ready or not, she had just become the most important part of my story. I tried to be a good dad. God knows I loved Savannah with everything I had, but love alone isn't enough when you're still chained to your demons. I thought I could show up for her, that I could rise above it just by sheer will. But the truth was, even as deeply as I loved her, the drinking still ruled me. There were nights when I was supposed to be watching her, and I'd pass out drunk on the couch or on the floor, completely out of it. I'd wake up hours later, disoriented, ashamed, praying nothing had gone wrong in the time I lost to the bottle. But that damage added up. Amy stopped trusting me, and rightfully so. I gave her every reason not to. Still, I kept performing. Late nights, dive bars, crowded stages lit by neon signs, and the echo of my own denial. And wherever there was music and alcohol, there were other women. A lot of them. Looking back now, it's hard to admit, but I manipulated Amy. I knew she was trying so hard to keep the family together, to hold on to whatever picture she had of the man she hoped I could become. And I used that. I played the right notes, said the right words, offered just enough promise to string her along while I stayed broken behind the curtain. But not everything was a performance. There was one song I wrote, Savannah Jean, and that one was different. That one came from a place so honest, it scared me. It was my heart laid bare. A love letter to the one thing in my life I knew I'd never stop loving. But I could never sing it at gigs. I'd break down every time I tried. The first chord, the first line, and the tears would come. Not the kind of tears that earn applause, the kind that choke you from the inside out. Because deep down, I knew that no matter how much I wanted to be her hero, I was still her biggest risk. The birth of my son Joey should have been one of the greatest moments of my life, but instead, it's a blur. I was so drunk, I don't remember anything about the hours leading up to it. I don't remember getting to the hospital or what I said or how I acted. It's like someone else lived that moment while I watched from underwater. And that's the part that still haunts me. Another chance to show up, and I blew it. What I do remember is the moment Amy was getting discharged. She had just given birth. She was sore, exhausted, carrying a newborn in her arms. And instead of helping her to the car or holding my son with pride, I picked a fight with her. Over pain pills. I was so far gone, so desperate, so selfish, that all I could see was what I wanted, what I needed. And in that moment, I didn't see my wife. I didn't see my child. I didn't even see myself. All I saw was the opportunity to feed the addiction that had completely taken over my soul. I was a complete asshole. There's no dressing it up, no poetic way to frame it. I was cruel. I was loud. I was relentless. I turned a sacred moment, the beginning of my son's life, into a selfish display of who I had become. And yet, just like with Savannah, something stirred in me the first time I held Joey. He was perfect, innocent, whole, and I was everything opposite. I remember staring down at him and thinking, how did something this pure come from someone like me? But even in that fragile moment, I knew the truth. I wasn't ready to change. Not yet. And so, the pattern continued. 2 kids, a crumbling marriage, a man they couldn't count on, a house filled with chaos, and a bottle that never stopped calling my name. When the kids were around 2 and 4 years old, we got our tax return. About $5,000, maybe a little more. It was supposed to help us catch up on bills, maybe fix the car, maybe give Amy some peace of mind for once. But by then, Amy hated me. She didn't say it, but it lived in her eyes, in the silence between us, in the way she looked right through me like she was already packing her bags in her head. Still, she didn't leave. Maybe out of duty, maybe out of fear, maybe because she didn't know how to let go of the dream we once believed in. But she sure as hell wasn't going to be nice anymore. The resentment between us was boiling over, and I was no better. I was spiteful. I knew how to hurt her, not physically, but emotionally. I knew where her scars were, and I pressed into them like it gave me power. So when the money hit the account, I made a choice. I drained it, booked a trip to SXSW in Austin, Texas. Told myself it was my shot, my chance to finally get discovered, to become famous, breakthrough, make it out of the mess I had created, and never look back. In my head, it made perfect sense. I pictured myself walking into a venue, playing one of my best songs, and someone, a label rep, a big-time producer, anyone, would see me and say, "There he is. That's the guy." And then I could leave it all behind. The broken condo, the fights, the shame, the woman who once loved me but now couldn't even look at me. It would all become a distant memory, but that's not what happened. What happened was the beginning of the end of my marriage. Because when you walk out on your family, chasing a dream that's more fantasy than plan, when you leave a woman drowning with 2 babies while you're off chasing applause, you don't come back to the same house. Even if the door's still unlocked, home is gone. I didn't become famous in Austin. I became alone. I didn't come back from Austin a hero. I came back broke, drunk, and delusional. I had spent nearly $5,000, money that should have gone to diapers, groceries, bills, to fly across the country and chase a dream I was no longer sober enough to catch. I told myself I was going to network, meet top producers, break into the music industry once and for all. But the truth, I barely left the hotel. I was drunk the entire time, holed up in that room, surrounded by empty bottles, anxiety, and self-pity, while one of the biggest independent music festivals in the world happened just outside my window. It was one of the biggest opportunities of my life, and I let it drown in liquor. Still, when I came home, I acted like everything was fine. Worse, I acted like I was still on my way to becoming a star. Like this was just a stepping stone, another necessary sacrifice on the road to greatness. Amy wasn't buying any of it. We had one of the worst fights of our marriage that night. I was yelling, pacing, boiling over with frustration and shame disguised as ego. She was fed up with the lies, the disappearances, the addiction I kept pretending was manageable. At one point, I went to smash a laptop, not because of anything she did, but because I couldn't stand looking at myself anymore. I couldn't face the reality of who I'd become, but I didn't break it, because right before I did, Savannah grabbed my shirt. My daughter, tiny hands, big green eyes. She didn't say a word, just tugged on me gently, like she was pulling me out of the fire I was setting. It stopped me cold. And what did I do with that grace? I packed a bag, hooked up with another woman, and moved back in with my parents. That's who I was. Not a man trying to fix his life, not a father standing up for his family, not a husband fighting for his marriage. I was a drunk, wounded boy running from everything again, and the damage was just getting started. Moving back in with my parents wasn't a reset, it was a last resort. They made it clear from day one, no drinking in their house. And they meant it. My father had seen enough by then. My mother was exhausted. They loved me, but they were done enabling me. So I found other places to drink and more people to get lost with. I spent a lot of time at Dawn's place, a woman who, at the time, made me feel wanted, even if it was temporary, even if it was fake. She told me she had another boyfriend, but that it was over, that I didn't need to worry. I should have known better. But I wasn't thinking with wisdom. I was thinking with desperation, ego, and addiction. And then one night, the truth came out. I found out she'd been lying. He was still in the picture. Maybe he'd never left. I felt betrayed, exposed, like the only thing I had left, my ability to manipulate and charm my way into someone's arms, was slipping away too. So what did I do? I jumped out of her car while it was going 40 miles per hour. I don't remember the exact impact, just the gravel tearing at my skin, the adrenaline, the pure chaos of hitting pavement while trying to escape pain I didn't know how to process. My parents were disgusted. Honestly, so was I. But you wouldn't have known it by looking at me. Outwardly, I still played the role, the arrogant, good-looking sex symbol with a devil-may-care attitude. I'd flash a smile, toss out a sarcastic line, act like I was too cool to care. But inside, I was falling apart. The cracks were no longer cracks. The whole damn thing was caving in. But I had built this mask too well. I didn't know how to take it off, and I was terrified of what people would see if I did. So I kept performing, not on stage, but in life. And the audience? They were starting to walk out. It was around Thanksgiving when something inside me finally cracked in the right direction. For the first time in my life, I was willing to admit I had a problem with alcohol and drugs. Not just that I drank too much, not just that I made bad choices, but that I was sick. And if I didn't get help, I wasn't going to survive. I didn't have anyone pressuring me into it. I wasn't dragged in by police or family. I asked my mom to check me into rehab, voluntarily. It was a detox facility in Connecticut, the kind of place that smelled like disinfectant and broken stories. And yet for me, it felt strangely hopeful. I was scared. Not of the process, but of who I'd be without the booze, the pills, the weed, the chaos. For so long, those things had become me. Stripping them away meant facing everything I'd buried. But I knew I had to. While I was in there, I reached out to Amy. Maybe part of me hoped that the act of getting help would unlock some kind of mercy, that she'd see the effort and throw me a lifeline. But she was still so angry, and she had every right to be. Her words were sharp, bitter, full of venom. And I couldn't blame her. I had burned the bridge down to the riverbed. I just hadn't fully accepted that yet. Somewhere deep down, I believed that 2 weeks in rehab would be enough to start fixing everything I had destroyed. That somehow this brief pause in the chaos could undo years of pain, lies, and trauma. But it couldn't. You don't heal that kind of damage in 14 days. You don't repair family with a certificate of completion. When I got out, I went back to my parents' house, sober but fragile, unsure, tender in a way I hadn't been since I was a kid. I started attending a small recovery group in Wallingford. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't filled with big speeches or perfect people, just real men and women trying their best not to die from the same disease I was finally facing head on. And for the first time in a long time, I started feeling good. Not high, not manic, not running from something, just good. It was a flicker of peace, the kind I hadn't felt since long before my first drink at 13. The kind of peace that whispers, maybe you're not too far gone after all. It was December of 2010, and for the first time in years, I felt clear. I wasn't drinking, I wasn't using. The fog that had haunted me for so long, that heavy, invisible weight pressing down on my chest, had started to lift. I could breathe again. I could think. I could look in the mirror without flinching. But let's be honest, I wasn't working any kind of real program. I wasn't taking inventory. I wasn't surrendering. I wasn't making amends or doing deep spiritual work. I was dry, not sober. And there's a massive difference. The bottle was out of my hand, but the character defects still ran the show. The pride, the manipulation, the impulsivity, the need to control. I had just enough relief to think I was fine, and just enough delusion to believe I didn't need to change much more. But I was having fun. I was making new friends, other people who were trying to stay clean, trying to build something out of their brokenness. We laughed. We hung out late. We told war stories and acted like warriors, even if we were still wounded. And for a while, that was enough. I started playing music again, this time at a sober club in Connecticut called the Dry Dock. It was a little sanctuary carved out for people like me, where the amps were loud and the coffee was strong. No booze, no drugs, just music, community, and a fighting chance. The first time I got up on that stage, guitar in hand and mind fully intact, it felt like I was reclaiming something, my voice, my gift, my ability to show up and offer something true, even if I was still figuring out who I was without a drink in my hand. The crowd was different. No drunken cheering, no beer-soaked floors, just clear eyes, nodding heads, and people who knew exactly how hard it was to stand up and try again. I wasn't healed, but I was alive. And for the first time in a long time, that felt like enough. By March of 2011, the reality I'd been avoiding finally showed up in writing. I got served divorce papers. It stung, more than I was willing to admit. But instead of facing the grief head on, I did what I always did. I buried it under pride. Told myself it was coming anyway. Acted like I didn't care. Made jokes. Shrugged it off. But deep down, I knew it was the death of a dream I had once fought for, even if I'd done everything to sabotage it. Around that time, I formed another band. We called ourselves The Characters. 2 of the guys were sober like me. The other 2 were respectful social drinkers who didn't bring chaos into the mix. For a little while, we had a rhythm, musically and socially. It gave me something to look forward to, something to mask the loneliness. I started getting weekends with the kids, which should have been a blessing, but I was still too early in recovery, too emotionally raw, to handle it well. I loved them, deeply, but I was a dry drunk, and all the classic signs were there: irritable, restless, discontent. The smallest tantrum would send me into a spiral. I didn't have the patience. I wasn't equipped to be a calm, present father. I would often leave early, using "I have a meeting" as the excuse, and sometimes it was the truth. That was the other place that gave me relief, besides the stage. But even the meetings were a mixed bag. I wasn't all in spiritually. I hadn't surrendered fully. I was attending, yes, listening sometimes, sharing, when I needed the applause, but I was still white-knuckling life, still trying to manage things on my own terms. The rest of my time, the days in between gigs, visits, and meetings, was spent in a routine I hated. I got up every morning and went to work at Paint World, trudging into that building like it was a prison. I slept in the back room during lunch just to escape the noise in my head. I'd scribble lyrics on scraps of paper, hum melodies between deliveries. Writing songs was still the only thing that felt like mine, the only thing that made me feel alive. And yet, no matter how much I wrote, how many meetings I sat through, how many paint cans I loaded into vans, I still didn't feel whole. I was sober, technically, but I hadn't yet begun to recover. Chapter 2: The Return to Toad's Place, and a Second Chance at Love. Toad's Place had always been sacred ground for me. It was one of the first venues I ever dreamed of playing, a legendary stage in New Haven that had hosted everyone from Bowie to the Rolling Stones, the kind of place where a young musician could feel like something bigger than himself, even just for a night. And now, after everything, the failed marriage, the breakdowns, the morass of self-destruction, the fog of addiction, I was back. But this time, I wasn't some drunk kid with a guitar and a chip on his shoulder. This time, I was playing with my band, The Characters. And for once, I was proud. Proud of the music. Proud of the guys standing beside me. Proud to be in a place where I could say, even for a moment, I built this. I fancied myself a leader. Not perfect, not clean cut, but someone who could rally people around an idea, a feeling, a song. That night, the energy was electric. And then she walked in. Ryan. My bass player had invited her, not knowing the history we shared. I hadn't seen her in 16 years, but the second our eyes met, I knew that's her. We had a history most people wouldn't believe. The first time I met Ryan, I was 13 years old, riding my bike through Wallingford. She was just 11, a sweet, innocent girl who happened to be in the wrong place at the right time, because that was the day I got hit by a car. Ryan saw it happen. She ran over to me, helped me up, nursed me back to health in the way only an 11-year-old with a kind heart could. I don't remember the pain of getting hit nearly as much as I remember her presence. We had a little puppy romance that lasted 2 weeks. Innocent, awkward, sweet, and then she moved to the other side of town. And just like that, she was gone, until that night. There she was, standing at Toad's place, older, radiant, an angel in the middle of my chaotic comeback show. We talked, we laughed, we locked in like no time had passed. It wasn't long before we were madly in love, not slowly, not carefully, immediately. That kind of connection doesn't ask for permission, it just takes over. Within 2 weeks, I had moved in with her. Yes, I was still technically married. Yes, I had no business jumping into something so fast, but it didn't feel reckless. It felt like a rescue. Like God sent her back into my life at the exact moment I needed her most. And even though I was still a mess in 100 ways, something about being near her made me believe I wasn't beyond redemption. She saw through me, but not past me. She saw the pain, the darkness, and loved me anyway. And that kind of love, that's where real transformation starts. The beginning of my relationship with Ryan was incredible. There was a power surge inside me, a kind of momentum I hadn't felt in years. After so much darkness, so much destruction, this felt like light. She was beautiful, nurturing, funny, and calm in a way that grounded me. And maybe most importantly at the time, she was a distraction from the chaos still swirling inside my head. Everything was moving fast. I introduced her to my parents almost immediately. I don't think I had ever brought a woman home with that kind of openness before, but something about Ryan made it feel right. My parents instantly loved her, and she loved them back. It wasn't forced. It wasn't awkward. There was laughter in the house again, real, belly laughter, and that alone felt like a small miracle. Then came the kids, and somehow she fit there too. We played video games together. We watched movies. Ryan didn't try to replace their mother. She just showed up with kindness and presence, and the kids responded to that. I could see it in their eyes. They liked her, trusted her. Meanwhile, Amy was furious, absolutely livid. And looking back, I understand why. But back then, I didn't care. I still had parental rights, and in my mind, that meant I could do whatever I wanted, however I wanted, with whoever I wanted. I didn't care what Amy thought. I didn't care how it looked. I had finally found something that made me feel good, and after years of chaos, I wasn't going to let anyone take it from me. The truth is, I was still very sick, but I was also definitely better than I had been. I liked my new life, for a little while. It felt like the reward for surviving everything that came before. Around this time, I finally did something I had resisted since the beginning of my journey in recovery. I got a sponsor. No, I didn't do the work. I didn't dive into the steps or commit to daily inventories. But just asking someone to be my sponsor took courage. Saying it out loud, claiming some form of responsibility, of connection, felt like progress. It felt like maybe I was growing. But under the surface, the same patterns were still playing out. I just hadn't seen them clearly yet. My sponsor wasn't calling me, and when I finally did get him on the phone, he didn't seem all that interested in hearing where I was at. He mostly talked about himself, what he went through, what he did to stay sober for 15 years. I'm sure he meant well, but to me, it felt more like a monologue than mentorship. And the truth, I wasn't ready to be honest anyway. I still had reservations, still had those back pocket excuses, the ones we keep tucked away for just in case. I couldn't fathom the idea of staying sober for 15 years. 15 days felt like a miracle most times. I was still looking at sobriety like a punishment I had to endure long enough to get everyone off my back. And eventually, the inevitable happened. The day came. Jägermeister. Parked in front of a liquor store, alone in my car. That old voice crept in, whispering lies I wanted to believe. You've earned it. Just one. Nobody has to know. But that wasn't the voice of reason. It was the voice of destruction. and I listened anyway. The self-pity hit hard, the kind that turns your stomach and floods your eyes. The depression came in waves, and right behind it, like clockwork, the self-hatred came back to claim what was left of me. I drove just a few blocks from my parents' house, parked in some quiet side lot, and got completely wasted, alone. I remember looking in the rearview mirror, my face blurry, my eyes sunken. I started punching myself over and over, screaming, swearing, tears mixing with sweat and spit. I didn't want to be drunk. I didn't want to be alive. I just wanted relief from myself. In that moment of complete demoralization, I picked up the phone and called Ryan. She didn't ask questions. She didn't yell. She didn't hang up. She came to find me. And just like when I was 13, lying in the street after getting hit by a car, she nursed me back to life. She held me, sat with me, saw through every ounce of my mess, and still chose to love me. That night, as broken and humiliated as I was, I looked at her through swollen eyes and knew she was a keeper. Because only someone truly special shows up for you when all you've got left to offer is a shattered version of yourself. That night changed everything between Ryan and me. I learned something powerful, something that should have planted the seeds of real trust and healing, that I could count on her. When I was at my lowest, when I had nothing to offer but tears, bloodshot eyes, and a bottle in my hand, she showed up anyway. That kind of love is rare. That kind of grace, even rarer. But unfortunately, I twisted it, because in that same moment of clarity, I also learned something darker, that I could manipulate her. Not maliciously, not with some master plan, but I saw the depth of her compassion, and instead of rising to meet it, I leaned on it, took advantage of it, used her love like a shield against consequences. I went right back to meetings the next day, just like I always did after a binge. I showed up with my tail between my legs, head hanging low, repeating all the same slogans I could say in my sleep. But my heart wasn't in it. My soul wasn't surrendered. I still had my terms, my secrets, my exit plans. And that's when the real cycle began, the one that would drag on for another 13 years. 13 years of relapsing and restarting. Picking up white chips, losing time, crying in meetings, laughing too hard the next week, playing the role of sober guy while still chasing chaos behind the scenes. To the outside world, I was showing effort, but on the inside, I was still refusing to let go. I hadn't truly accepted that I was powerless. I hadn't surrendered my will. I hadn't gotten honest, not with my sponsor, not with Ryan, not with myself. And so the cycle continued. Meetings, relapse, regret, repeat. But through it all, Ryan stayed. And that's both the beauty and the tragedy of this part of the story. She saw something in me I couldn't yet see in myself. The next couple of years were a blur of false starts and desperate promises. I'd get sober, lose it, come crawling back to the rooms. On the wagon, off the wagon, over and over. But this time, the relapses weren't just chaotic weekend benders. They came with periods of progress, stretches of real effort, clarity, and even hope. I would manage to put together 3, sometimes 6 months of sobriety at a time. And during those windows of calm, something beautiful happened. Ryan got to see the real me, not the performer, not the liar, not the broken, self-pitying version that lived in my shame. She saw glimpses of my true heart, the man I always wanted to be, the one I buried under years of pain, regret, and survival. When I was sober, I laughed more. I helped strangers. I wrote songs with actual joy instead of just pain. I became more thoughtful, more present, more there. And those brief seasons, though fleeting, were enough to give her hope. She held on to those glimpses, even when the storm would return. She saw the flicker of light in me that Amy never got to see. Because by the time Amy's love for me had turned into fear and fury, I was already too far gone. She never got the version of me that Ryan saw, not even for a moment. It wasn't that Ryan was naive, it's that she believed in potential, and love, when it's real, can be incredibly patient, sometimes painfully so, but I didn't make it easy. The old patterns were still very much alive, telling half-truths to make myself look better, ghosting meetings the moment I felt too exposed, pouring my energy into music and work while neglecting my spirit, playing the victim when the guilt became unbearable. I could talk the talk, and for a little while I could walk it too. But I hadn't fully surrendered. I still wanted to control the terms of my recovery, which meant I was never really free. Still, those short bursts of sobriety weren't wasted. They mattered, because in those windows, something was shifting, slowly, painfully, deep beneath the surface. And through it all, Ryan stayed. Not because I deserved it, but because she saw the man I might one day become. And because of that, I started to wonder if I could become him too. As much as I was fighting to get better, the back and forth of my recovery left a trail of confusion and inconsistency, especially for my kids. I never drank in front of them. They never saw me mid-bender, bottle in hand, slurring my words or staggering across the floor. But they did see me when I was numb, on too much Xanax, or high from smoking weed, or doped up on whatever cocktail of psychiatric meds some doctor had prescribed me. I wasn't violent. I wasn't raging. But I was absent, even when I was sitting right next to them. Emotionally, I wasn't there. And kids feel that. They don't need the explosion to be afraid. Sometimes, the quiet is even more confusing. By the time the divorce was finalized, Amy had built a strong case. She had painted me as a danger to her and the kids, and on paper, I can't say she was wrong. But in my heart, I wasn't dangerous to them. I was dangerous to myself. I had more than a couple documented suicide attempts by then. Dark moments where I truly believed the world, my kids, Ryan, everyone, would be better off without me. And when I showed up in family court, I already knew how it would go. I didn't hire a lawyer, not because I was taking a stand, but because I had no fight left in me. I didn't want to argue, manipulate, or pretend. I went in ready to accept the consequences. The result was devastating but predictable. Supervised visitation only, and only in the presence of my parents. That hurt. Deep. But I understood it. I really did. Even now, what still hurts the most is that my kids believe I gave up my rights altogether. But I didn't. The court made the call. I showed up when I was allowed. I stayed consistent when I could. But sobriety wasn't reliable, and the hard truth is that over time, my parents became more of a parental figure to my children than I was ever allowed to be, or capable of being, during those years. And so I did what a lot of broken men do when they're trying to start over. I looked toward the one person who believed in me anyway. In May of 2014, I proposed to Ryan. It was far from a fairy tale proposal, sober but clumsy, unsure of myself, unsure of the future, but knowing one thing for certain: she was my rock. And in September of that same year, we packed up our lives and moved to Charleston, South Carolina. A clean break, a blank page, a last-ditch effort to start over and become the man I had always hoped I could be. What I didn't foresee when we moved to Charleston was the fallout. I thought I was doing the right thing, hitting reset, creating space to grow, getting far enough away from my past to build a future. But leaving Connecticut wasn't clean. It was messy. It was heartbreaking. And above all, it was deeply misunderstood. My kids were devastated. They didn't say it gently. They didn't sugarcoat it. When I told them I was moving, they looked at me and said, "It feels like you died." And in a way, I think a part of them believed that I had chosen a new life over them, that I had disappeared. What they couldn't see, and what I didn't have the language to explain back then, was that I truly believed if I stayed, I'd only keep hurting them. Because even though I was sober when we left, I was still suicidal, still unstable, still hanging on by threads that snapped more often than not. And as much as I told myself I was doing this for them, to become someone they could one day be proud of, the truth is, I also did it for me. Because I wasn't strong enough to stay in the town where I kept failing. I wasn't strong enough to face Amy's eyes in court. I wasn't strong enough to walk past the places that held my worst memories and still choose hope every day. So I left, and it remains, to this day, the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. I hugged them goodbye, loaded up the car, and drove away with Ryan, holding her hand, trying to believe that redemption could still be possible in the low country air. But the regret followed me for a very long time. It showed up in the quiet moments, in dreams, in songs I couldn't finish, in photos I missed, birthdays I wasn't there for, phone calls I wasn't strong enough to make. Leaving didn't fix me. It simply set the stage for the next chapter, where the real work and the real battle for my soul would finally begin. Chapter 3. loading the weight we carried. Moving to Charleston wasn't the start of a dream, it was the end of survival mode, and the beginning of something we hoped would feel like peace. But first, there was the move itself. Ryan and I loaded everything we owned into a U-Haul. Twice. The first attempt was a disaster. We thought we could fit it all. We couldn't. So we had to unpack, repack, shuffle things around, argue about what was essential, and start all over again. Eventually, we got it crammed in just enough to close the back. But that was only the beginning. Driving a U-Haul all the way to South Carolina wasn't in the budget. The cheapest option was to meet up with a tractor trailer scheduled to make a freight run down to Charleston and have them haul it for us. There was only one problem. No one was there to help us unload the U-Haul and transfer everything onto the truck. It was just me and Ryan, under the hum of dim parking lot lights, dragging our lives out of that box on wheels and into the back of a freight trailer that looked like it had seen better decades. No moving crew, no friends, no family, no sleep, just two people, exhausted and running on fumes, lugging every box, piece of furniture, and broken dream across the concrete until the last item was pushed in and strapped down. It was the middle of the night by the time we finished. We were drenched in sweat, sore, and barely able to speak. But we didn't quit. We didn't bail. We did it together. That night wasn't romantic, but it was real. It showed me just how far Ryan was willing to go for us, and how much I still had to become the man she believed I could be. After we locked the trailer doors, Ryan climbed into her BMW X5 with her best friend Liz, two childhood besties turning this move into one last adventure. For them, it was like a nostalgic road trip, full of giggles and memories from growing up in Connecticut together since first grade. I climbed into my 2008 Mercedes C280, riding down with Andy Marshall, a man who could make any moment hilarious, no matter how bleak it looked on paper. Andy didn't just have comic timing, he had a gift. His sarcasm, impressions, and spontaneous bits made the 18-hour ride feel like a traveling sitcom. We were like the broken versions of Kramer and Newman driving south in a car held together by regret and duct tape. But we laughed the whole way. We didn't talk much about the past. We didn't dream too hard about the future. We just drove. 4 people, 2 cars, 1 quiet prayer. Let this next chapter be better than the last. When we finally rolled into Charleston, it didn't feel like a grand arrival. It felt like a crash landing. Andy and Liz stayed with us for 4 days, just long enough to help us settle in, or at least try to. The problem was, the tractor trailer with all our stuff wasn't coming for 2 more weeks. We had no furniture, no dishes, no couch, no table, nothing. Our tiny apartment looked like a model unit that hadn't been staged yet, except instead of minimalist decor, it was a big air mattress on the floor, a few small appliances, and bags of clothes stuffed into every corner. All we had was what we'd squeezed into the trunks and back seats of our cars, and yet it was enough. For now. None of us had ever been to Charleston before. Not once. The only reason we picked it was because Google said it was the nicest city in America. And you know what? Google wasn't wrong. The charm of Charleston hits you fast. The moss-draped oaks, pastel row houses, old brick roads, and the way the city somehow manages to feel historic and new all at once. But it didn't take long to realize that Google's love affair with Charleston had created some enemies, especially among the natives, what few are still left. We learned quick that true Charlestonians don't love that the city's become a tourist magnet, a magnet for people like us. They blame Google for telling the world the secret, and now Charleston is one of the fastest growing cities in America, with zero infrastructure to support it. Traffic is a nightmare. Not New York traffic, not LA gridlock. Charleston traffic is its own brand of rage-inducing ridiculous, where it takes 30 minutes to drive 5 miles and nobody seems to agree on who goes at a 4-way stop. That's the number one complaint you hear down here. The second, the Northerners, if you're not from here, you're part of the problem. If you say mozzarella the right way or put garlic in your marinara, expect a side-eye. Third biggest complaint, no seams. Tiny little gnats that bite like they've got something to prove, followed by mosquitoes the size of quarters. And finally, the one that hit us hardest as Northern Italians, the food. Specifically, the lack of real, authentic Italian food. Now, if you're from the South, you don't know what you're missing. But if you're from Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, you can taste the difference. And once you've tasted the real thing, you can't untaste it. Charleston had a lot of things: beauty, charm, culture. But good Italian food? Not yet. That was something I'd come to realize might just become my job to fix. A few days into Charleston life, Ryan and Liz decided to send me and Andy out on a simple mission: go fetch some Dunkin' Donuts. Back in Connecticut, that would have taken 10 minutes. There's a D&D on every corner, sometimes two across the street from each other, like dueling caffeine hubs ready for a turf war. But Charleston? Different universe. Down here, Dunkin' was practically an endangered species. The closest one at the time was nearly 30 miles away, and even that was iffy. What should have been a routine coffee run turned into an epic 4-hour odyssey, complete with wrong turns, yelling at GPS directions, and laughing so hard I thought I'd pull a rib. Andy, as always, kept the mood light. We argued about whether iced coffee should come in foam or plastic, debated breakfast sandwiches, and speculated on whether Liz and Ryan had sent us on this mission just to get some peace and quiet. They probably did. And honestly, I was half sober at best. At that point, I was on what I like to call the marijuana maintenance program. It was the same logic a lot of us in early sobriety use. I'm not drinking, so I must be doing better. And truthfully, for a time, it worked. Weed helped quiet the noise, soften the edges, helped me sleep, and made me feel almost normal. It didn't give me panic attacks, not yet. It didn't trigger deep shame or suicidal spirals, not yet. It felt like medicine, not madness, but like every substance before it, marijuana eventually turned on me. Just like alcohol had, just like the pills. At first, it was a gentle whisper. Then it became a dependency. Then it became a trap. But on that donut run, we were just two guys rolling through the humid back roads of the South, high on caffeine and adventure, chasing iced coffee like it was salvation. The truth was, I was still lost, but I was laughing. And for a man like me, at that stage in life, that was progress. A few weeks after the move, things finally started to settle. The apartment was beginning to feel like a home. The air mattress was eventually replaced with actual furniture. Once the tractor trailer finally showed up, our stuff found its place, and the echoes in those empty rooms were filled with music, laughter, and the quiet rhythm of starting over. I was sober from everything: weed, alcohol, pills, and for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like I was hanging on by a thread. I got plugged in right away with the West Ashley recovery community, and the connection was almost immediate. There was something different about the rooms down here, a mix of southern warmth and raw honesty that caught me off guard in the best way. I started going to meetings regularly and met a lot of great people who helped me feel less like a transplant and more like someone starting to belong. Charleston had that effect. It wasn't just charming, it was culturally rich, just like Google said. But what Google didn't tell me was that Charleston was also home to some serious music industry heavy hitters. I had no clue. No idea that a city this mellow and picturesque would be a hub for artists, producers, and major players. So when I started crossing paths with people like the guys from Shinedown and even Darius Rucker, it didn't feel real at first. I hadn't even been in town a full month. But it didn't happen by accident. It started with a cable guy, of all people, a guy named Rob who came by to hook up our Wi-Fi and noticed the guitar shanging in my living room. I could have brushed it off, could have kept it casual, but instead I turned on the charm. Not fake, not forced, but intentional. I leaned into the communication skills I had learned years earlier in a Dale Carnegie class, the one my father basically forced me to take. Back then, I was so full of resentment toward him that I refused to admit he was teaching me anything useful. But secretly, I read every page of How to Win Friends and Influence People. I listened in those classes. I learned how to listen, how to lead, how to connect, and now all those lessons were paying off. Rob and I got to talking. We laughed. I shared a bit about my story. He shared a bit of his. And by the end of that appointment, I had a new connection that would lead me to doors I never expected to knock on. I never gave my dad the satisfaction of knowing how much that course helped me, not at the time, but inside I was grateful, even if I couldn't say it out loud yet. Me and Ryan instantly fell in love with Charleston. Not just the skyline or the sunsets or the way the Spanish moss hung low like poetry, but the feeling of it. The energy, the hospitality, the warmth. It was overwhelming at first. How much there was to see, explore, and absorb. Every street felt like it had a story. Every corner looked like a postcard. We'd take walks downtown just to soak it all in. The cobblestone roads, the pastel colored row houses, the breeze off the harbor that somehow made you feel cleaner inside. And the people? That's what really hit us. Everyone was just nice, like genuinely friendly. Strangers waved. Cashiers asked how your day was and actually meant it. Neighbors brought up conversations like you'd known each other for years. It was refreshing, almost suspicious at first, because up north, that kind of behavior usually meant someone wanted something from you. The cold back home didn't just chill your bones, it got inside people. It made them guarded, sharp, closed off. Not all of them, of course, but the difference was undeniable. In Charleston, the warmth wasn't just in the weather, it was in the people, the pace, the smiles that didn't feel like effort. And for two people who had been through hell, carrying years of baggage trying to rebuild something new, it felt like grace. We were still broke, still wounded, still figuring it out, but we had each other. We had recovery. We had a new city that felt like it had been waiting for us the whole time. And for the first time in years, we had hope. As amazing as Charleston was, as much as Ryan and I started to get on our feet with jobs, a routine, and a fresh sense of stability, I was still a shell of a man. Outwardly, it looked like things were finally coming together. We were paying rent on time, cooking dinner at home, smiling in public. But inside, I was barely holding it together. I wasn't working the spiritual program of action. Sure, I was still hitting meetings, saying the serenity prayer on cue, but I wasn't taking steps. I wasn't turning anything over. I wasn't making amends or sitting still long enough to hear what my higher power might be trying to tell me. What I was doing was fellowshipping, a lot of it. Grabbing coffee, sharing war stories, laughing with people who got it. But fellowship without foundation is just a social club. And I was using it to distract myself from what was really going on. Because, as beautiful as Charleston was, as warm and welcoming as the people were, as much as I loved Ryan and wanted this new life to work, I missed my kids with a pain I didn't have words for. It didn't hit all at once. It crept in. It would hit me in the grocery store when I saw a little girl grab her dad's hand. It would hit me when I made dinner and realized there was too much food. It would hit me when my phone rang and I hoped it was one of them just saying, "Hi, Dad." Even though I got to FaceTime them on weekends, it never felt like enough. There was a disconnect, and no matter how many smiles they gave me through a screen, I could feel the distance. And the worst part, they didn't choose it. I did. Every night I'd lay in bed next to the woman I loved in the city I had grown to adore, and I would replay those last moments of saying goodbye, their faces, their tears, their tiny voices asking why. It was the most emotional pain I had ever felt sober, and because I wasn't doing the spiritual work, I didn't know what to do with it. So I let it sit, I let it rot, and eventually that rot would come back to the surface, because untreated pain always does. I did what I could to keep my mind from going to dark places. When I wasn't at meetings or working, I was writing like a madman. Lyrics, poems, full songs scratched into notebooks, napkins, phone notes, whatever I could get my hands on. Creativity became my medicine, my therapy, and my quiet rebellion against the demons still camped out in the shadows. I started performing all over the Tri-County, from Mount Pleasant to James Island to downtown Charleston. Coffee shops, dive bars, listening rooms, anywhere that had a mic and ears. And somehow, miraculously, I was still staying sober through all of it. That kind of discipline didn't come from sheer willpower. It came from community. I had started to build a little fan club, not of music critics or industry people, but of folks I'd met in the rooms. People who knew my story, who showed up to gigs not just to hear the music, but to remind me, you're not alone. There was safety in numbers, and those numbers helped keep me honest. They helped me stay accountable. They helped me feel seen. Even better, I was meeting incredible musicians, and not the kind of guys I grew up around, where talent was often buried under ego and sabotage. These Charleston artists weren't in competition with each other. They collaborated, they lifted each other up, they showed up to each other's shows without jealousy in their eyes. It was refreshing, it was healing. Still, a part of me kept trying to bridge the two worlds. The life I was building in the South and the roots I left behind in the North. I reached out to old music contacts like OB, who happens to be LL Cool J's nephew. OB and I had done a track years earlier called Paralyzed, and even though I was in a new zip code, I still felt that song had something to say, something unfinished. I thought about David Gear, too. The guy who had once booked me to open for Drake, back before Drake was famous, at his Connecticut nightclub, the Shadow Room. David had since gotten involved in film, and I found myself fantasizing about getting him down to Charleston to film something special. There were so many cool, atmospheric venues that would have made for the perfect backdrop. I didn't know how to connect all the dots yet, but I was dreaming again. And for me, dreaming while sober was a victory in itself. And then I got the call. My parents were coming to Charleston with the kids for the week after Christmas. It hit me like a wave. Joy, panic, anticipation, shame, excitement, all crashing at once. After all the pain of goodbye, all the FaceTime calls that didn't quite satisfy, I was going to hold them again. And suddenly, everything I'd been trying to build, the recovery, the music, the peace, felt like it was being tested. Would I be enough? Would they still see me as their dad? Could I prove to them, even just for a week, that maybe, just maybe, this time would be different? Chapter 4. The Christmas Reunion. It was just after sunset on Savannah Highway when Ryan and I pulled into the hotel parking lot. The sky was a watercolor of pink and gold, and the palms lining the road swayed like they were welcoming us home. The air had that soft southern chill that passes for winter down here. Not quite cold, but crisp enough to remind you it's December. This wasn't the first time Ryan had met my parents. They'd already spent nights at the kitchen table back in Connecticut, smoking cigarettes and playing crazy eights with my mom, back when she still smoked, before the emphysema, before everything slowed down. Ryan had even helped put my drunk ass to bed after one of my early relapses, while my mom and dad watched, unsure whether to cry, pray, or scream. So no, this reunion wasn't about introductions. It was about something bigger, healing. It had been months since I saw my kids in person. FaceTime wasn't the same. Screens don't carry smell, or weight, or warmth. And for a father trying to crawl back from rock bottom, nothing compares to holding your children again. When we walked into the hotel lobby, I spotted them instantly. Savannah, now 8, with that smart, cautious smile, and Joey, 6, wide-eyed and wiggling like he had soda in his bloodstream. My parents stood nearby, glowing with that rare expression of hope mixed with hesitation. We'd all been through too much to expect perfection, but something about this trip felt sacred. "Daddy!" Joey broke into a sprint across the tile floor, arms stretched like wings. Savannah followed, a little more reserved, but her grin gave her away. I dropped to my knees just in time, catching them both in a bear hug that felt like a 1,000-pound weight lifting off my chest. "I missed you guys so much," I whispered into their hair. Joey leaned back. "Do you have palm trees at your house?" Savannah cut in. "Do alligators live in the sewers here?" I smiled through the tears. "Only the polite ones." Behind me, Ryan was already hugging my mom, the two of them falling right back into the rhythm they'd built during late-night talks and tired laughter in Connecticut. "It's good to see you again, sweetheart," my mom said, eyes soft but shining. "It's really good to be here," Ryan replied. "You were overdue for some southern sun." My dad walked toward me slow, quiet as always, then pulled me in tight, his arms like anchors. "You're doing good, Joe." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat, trying, really trying. "You're here, aren't you?" he said, with that classic Irish shrug. "That's what matters." We all stood there for a moment, this strange little family from the north, now gathered in the warmth of a Charleston hotel lobby, like something out of a movie none of us ever expected to be in. All right, I said, standing up and brushing off the tears. "You ready for your surprise?" The kids lit up. "Yes!" "Then let's go," I said, reaching for the car keys. "I've got a whole city to show you." That night, after hugs were shared and tears were wiped away, we all loaded into the cars and headed out for dinner at one of my favorite spots in town, Home Team BBQ. It wasn't fancy, it wasn't formal, but it was real, and that's exactly what we needed. We walked in as a northern crew, looking to blend into a southern scene, and somehow it just worked. the smoky air, the mismatched tables, the old blues crackling through the speakers. It all felt like it was wrapping us in a hug we didn't know we needed. We ordered big: pulled pork, smoked wings, collard greens, mac, and cheese. The kids lit up. Joey was obsessed with the alligator heads on the wall, and Savannah kept her eyes on everything, always a little more reserved, a little more observant, just like me. There were no drinks on the table, not for me, not for Ryan, and definitely not for my parents, who'd been through more than their share of alcohol-related chaos in this life. My father got sober when he was 44, and he did it cold turkey. No meetings, no sponsors, just sheer willpower. He's the strongest-willed man I've ever known, but back then, neither of us understood what a dry drunk really was. He was tough, stoic, controlled. And beneath all that strength, there was pain he rarely let out. My mother didn't drink either. Not because she had a problem, but because she'd been traumatized by it her entire life. 4 brothers, all addicts. Both of her parents, full-blown alcoholics. She had seen the damage up close, had lived in the fallout. So for her, sobriety wasn't a lifestyle. It was a survival strategy. So that night, as we laughed and passed plates around, we were doing something kind of radical for our family history. We were just being together, sober, present, grateful. And while Joey and Savannah soaked up the Carolina energy, I had one more surprise tucked away for later that week. Something just for me and Savannah. A moment I had dreamed about for years. That night, after dinner at home team and too many laughs to count, we drove back to the hotel, full and sleepy. That content, heavy, kind of tired, that only comes from being together after so long apart. We got the kids changed, brushed teeth, tucked into the hotel beds, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I got to put my children to sleep without the weight of my parents watching me, wondering if I could handle it. Just me, Dad, doing what dads are supposed to do. Joey was already buried under the blankets, eyes fluttering, mumbling something about how he was going to catch an alligator before we left Charleston. "We'll need a good-sized cage," I said, brushing his hair off his forehead. "Or maybe just a leash," he replied sleepily, half giggling. Savannah was quieter, still wide awake. She always held her feelings in a little deeper than Joey did, but I knew something was brewing behind those big, curious eyes. I sat at the edge of her bed, holding her hand. "You okay, sweetheart?" She nodded. Then she didn't. "Daddy?" "Yeah, baby." "Are you ever going to come back home?" I froze, not because I didn't expect the question, I did, but because there's no version of that answer that doesn't hurt. I took a deep breath. "I don't know," I said, honest and careful. "Right now, I'm working really hard to make this a home too, a safe one, a strong one, so that whenever you visit, it feels like somewhere you belong too." She nodded, biting her lip. "But I miss you every day," I added. "And I think about you more than you'll ever know. That hasn't changed. It never will." She was quiet again, then whispered, "I used to think you forgot about us." That broke something in me. "Never." I leaned in, kissed her forehead. "There's not a second that goes by I don't carry you and Joey in my heart. I moved away, but I didn't leave you. I promise you that." She turned toward the wall, pulling the blanket up under her chin. "Okay." It wasn't dramatic, there were no tears, but it was a moment I'll never forget. Not because I said the perfect thing, I didn't, but because she let me see the wound. And for the first time, I felt like maybe, just maybe, I was strong enough to stop making it worse. The next morning, we took the kids to Waterfront Park, right beneath the Ravenel Bridge, one of those places that just doesn't look real. The sun spilled across the water like gold. The palmetto trees swayed in rhythm with the breeze, and the whole scene felt like it was made for postcards and second chances. Joey took off toward the big open lawn like he had rocket boosters in his sneakers. Savannah stuck by Ryan, holding her hand and asking about every flower and bird she saw. I just stood there for a minute, taking it all in, the kids, the peace, the space to breathe. Back in Connecticut, those moments were rare. The only real thing Amy would let me do on my own was take the kids to the park, usually Cheshire Park, or the playground at Highland Elementary. That was it. My parenting rights boiled down to mulch and monkey bars. And even then, sometimes I couldn't follow through. I'd show up late. I'd cancel. I'd be so mentally fogged from meds or marijuana that I couldn't track conversations, let alone be a fully present father. When I did manage to get them out on my own, I'd usually return them with flushed cheeks and big smiles. But behind the scenes, my parents were paying for it. Amy would lay into them for letting me take the kids. Yell, guilt, threaten. Every time I tried to step up, they caught the blowback, but now here we were, in the low country, sun on our shoulders, the Ravenel Bridge towering above us, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I got to be a dad in peace. No scrutiny, no tension, no walking on eggshells, just kites flying, feet kicking up grass, and Joey calling out, "Look, a dolphin!" It was a stick, but hey, imagination counts. I chased them, pushed them on swings, walked hand in hand with Savannah along the waterfront trail. Ryan took pictures. My mom smiled so much her face probably ached by lunchtime. Even my dad cracked jokes, something that always felt like finding treasure. It was a dreamy morning, the kind that tucks itself into your soul like a folded photograph, the kind you hold on to on the days when guilt tries to tell you you're still the man you used to be. That morning, I wasn't running from my past. I wasn't overcompensating or apologizing. I was just present. And that was everything. We ended up staying at Waterfront Park for hours, long after our coffee had gone cold and our fingers started to stiffen from the chill. But it wasn't Connecticut cold, not even close. Back home, it was probably snowing. Wind slapping against the side of the house, everyone layered in misery. Here in Charleston, 40 degrees warmer, it just felt brisk, refreshing even. The kind of cold that reminds you you're alive, not the kind that makes you wish you weren't. The real highlight of the morning was a cheap toy I picked up for Joey, the kind of thing you'd see in the impulse aisle at CVS, a plastic helicopter blade with a ripcord launcher. Pull it fast enough, and the propeller would scream into the sky like a bottle rocket, easily clearing 200 feet before spinning its way back down to Earth. We found a perfect spot beneath the Ravenel Bridge, wide open sky, nothing but ocean air and curiosity. I'd pull the cord with everything I had, and Joey would take off like a heat-seeking missile, eyes locked on the sky, arms wide open, chasing that thing like it was the most important mission of his life. He missed it, then missed it again, and again. Each time he'd skid across the grass, hands stretched, almost catching it, laughing through every failed attempt. Ryan, Savannah, and my mom stood back smiling, snapping photos, cheering. And then, on what had to be the 9th or 10th try, I heard my dad's voice rise above the wind. "This is the one, Joey. Get ready." I turned and saw him holding up his phone, already recording, ready to capture the moment. My dad, the man who didn't do small talk, didn't do moments, and definitely didn't do cell phone videos, was locked in, waiting. I yanked the ripcord, and that propeller launched high, higher than any of the others. And right as it started to drift back down, Joey ran like hell, arms pumping, eyes wide, a tiny storm of effort and joy. He caught it, mid-air. Perfect timing. Like a movie. He held it up like he'd just won gold at the Olympics, grinning so wide I could see it from 20 yards out. My dad let out a cheer. I let out a laugh that turned into a sob I had to swallow. Because in that moment, watching my son chase something impossible and make it happen, I saw it. Me. Him. My dad. That same fire, that drive, that "I'll get it this time" spirit, passed down like DNA. It wasn't about a toy. It was about something we all shared, something I had nearly lost in myself, something I now saw blazing in my boy. And for the first time in what felt like years, I felt proud of myself, not for catching anything, but for being here, for seeing it, for not missing the moment. After Joey caught the helicopter midair and held it high like a trophy, the energy in the park was electric. Everyone was smiling. My dad had it on video, Savannah was clapping, Ryan had tears in her eyes, and I felt like I had just watched 3 generations of hope collide in a single moment. But like a true adrenaline junkie, Joey wasn't done. "Can we do it again? Just one more time? Please, Daddy?" I knew that tone. That hunger. That need to feel the rush again. The same feeling that's driven me for most of my life. It's probably in his blood, just like it's in mine. And like a good alcoholic, I didn't know when to quit. I smiled, grabbed the launcher, and said, "Let's make this one the biggest yet." I yanked the cord harder than I should have, determined to outdo the last one, to chase the magic, push the high even higher. But this time the plastic cracked in my hand, a sharp snap, the ripcord jammed, twisted, the propeller barely lifted off the launcher before spiraling uselessly into the grass. I had broken it. Joey froze, eyes darting between the toy and me. His face dropped. That beautiful moment we had just lived, gone in a flash. "I'm sorry, buddy," I said, crouching next to him. "I'll get you another one. I'll find it and send it to you, I promise." But his silence told me everything, because he wasn't just upset about this promise. He was remembering all the other ones, the missed phone calls, the canceled visits, the birthdays I said I'd show up for. Savannah came over and tried to console him, gently rubbing his back. "Joey, it's okay," she said, with a wisdom way beyond her years. "We had fun. We can play something else later." But he wouldn't hear it. He didn't throw a tantrum. He didn't scream. He just shut down, folded into himself the way kids do when disappointment isn't new, just confirmed. The ride back to the hotel was quiet. No music, no jokes. Just the hum of tires on pavement and a sadness that settled like fog inside the car. By the time we got upstairs, everyone was worn out. Not physically, but emotionally. Even the joy had taken a toll. Joey curled up in the hotel bed without a word. Savannah sat beside him, brushing his hair out of his eyes. My mom poured herself a tea and stared out the window. My dad took a seat, phone in hand, probably replaying the video of Joey's big catch, trying to hold on to the good, and I sat on the edge of the bed, heart heavy, knowing this is what real recovery looks like. It's not just staying sober, it's learning to sit with the pain of moments you wish you could fix and not running from it. That night, after the kids were asleep and my parents had quietly closed the door to their hotel room, Ryan and I walked to the car in silence. The parking lot was dim and quiet, Charleston's December air just crisp enough to feel like winter without biting. Ryan didn't hand me the keys. She just gave me that look and went straight to the driver's side. "You know I love you," she said as she got in, "but your driving gives me heart palpitations." I didn't argue. It was kind of our running joke. Only it wasn't a joke to her. It wasn't about drinking. I was just a terrible driver. Too fast, too distracted, too confident for how often I'd clipped curbs or missed turns. So I slid into the passenger seat without a word, still carrying the weight of that moment under the bridge. Joey's heartbreak, Savannah's quiet grace, the toy shattered in my hand, and the echo of promises I'd failed to keep. The drive started off like the inside of a church. Reverent silence, the kind that presses in on your chest, and then it hit me. Not like a trickle, like a dam break. "I messed it up," I said, my voice cracking almost immediately. "It was perfect. We had it, and I broke it." Ryan glanced over, but kept her eyes mostly on the road. She didn't say anything. She didn't need to. "He asked me to launch it again, and I tried to make it bigger, better, and I broke the whole damn thing," I said, barely getting the words out. "He didn't believe me, Rye, when I told him I'd get him another one. He looked at me like he'd already heard that 100 times. Tears rolled down my cheeks before I could stop them. My voice collapsed into sobs, deep and jagged, not just for the toy, but for everything it represented. All the almosts, all the "I'll do better next times," all the too lates. Ryan reached across and gently laid her hand on my arm. "He'll remember the joy more than the ending," she said softly. "And even if he doesn't, you were there. You showed up. That means more than you know." I nodded, trying to breathe, shoulders still trembling. "I just wanted one day to go right," I said. "I wanted them to leave Charleston thinking maybe their dad's not broken anymore." Ryan didn't sugarcoat it. She never did. "You're still healing," she said. "But broken? No, babe. Not anymore. You're just learning how to be real." She parked outside our apartment and turned off the car. We sat in the stillness, letting the hum of the engine fade and the quiet wrap around us. I wiped my face, exhausted. "Thanks for driving," I mumbled. She smiled. "You're welcome, and thank you for not hitting any mailboxes tonight." We both let out a small laugh through the heaviness, and just like that, through the pain, the pressure, and the imperfections, we had made it through another day, together. Chapter 5, Savannah's Big Day. New Year's Eve started like something out of a dream. The sun was shining through the blinds in that soft Charleston way, warming up the cool air just enough to make the day feel fresh, exciting, full of possibility. Savannah's big day had finally arrived. We were opening the night at Awendaw Green, the magical music farm tucked into the woods, the place where my daughter and I would perform our first, and to this day only, concert together. We were going to sing Bullets, an original we'd worked on before the move, a song that meant something real to both of us, something that somehow said what we couldn't always find the words for. That morning, everyone came over to the apartment, my parents, the kids, and of course the three amigos, Leon, Carlos, and Pablo, our three scrappy, yappy little chihuahuas. Joey ran through the door first, only to be immediately overwhelmed by a blur of paws and barking. "Dad! They're attacking me!" he yelled through laughter, trying to fend off kisses. "They're welcoming you," I grinned, scooping up Pablo, who was already trying to chew the laces off Joey's sneakers. "In Chihuahua, that means your family." Savannah laughed and knelt down to pet Carlos, who promptly tried to climb her face. We spent most of the day like two kids on summer break, bouncing around the apartment, guitars in hand, practicing Bullets over and over until we nailed every harmony, every pause, every beat. We were in our own little world, trading verses, giggling when one of us messed up, doing rock star poses in the mirror between run-throughs. Meanwhile, Joey and my dad set up camp at the kitchen table and played the game Sorry. And when I say played, I mean they played all day. That old plastic bubble in the middle of the board kept popping like a metronome of mayhem. Pop, pop, pop! It drove the dogs absolutely insane. Leon barked every time like it was the end of the world. Pablo hid under the couch in protest. Carlos howled like he was trying to join a mariachi band. "Joey, stop popping that thing so hard," I yelled from the other room. "I'm not! Grandpa's cheating!" My dad just smirked and popped it again. Ryan and my mom took off mid-morning for a trip out to Folly Beach, just the two of them. They needed that time to talk, laugh, walk the shore barefoot, and maybe trade a few stories neither of them had told out loud before. Back at the apartment, though, it was all music and madness, and I wouldn't have had it any other way. Savannah and I were buzzing with excitement, nervous energy, and that kind of magic that only happens when a parent and child get to create something together. And the world, for a little while, stops to listen. As the sun started to set, casting an orange-pink glow across the low-country sky, we packed the car and hit the road for Awendaw Green. The drive was quiet at first, the good kind of quiet, the kind charged with anticipation. Savannah sat in the back seat, gently strumming the small acoustic guitar I let her borrow, humming through the verses we'd practiced all day. Ryan smiled at me from the passenger seat, her hand resting on my thigh. "You ready for this?" "No," I laughed. And yes. Awendaw was a bit of a drive. Winding roads, big trees, old farmland, the kind of scenery that makes you feel like you're headed to a secret tucked deep in the woods. And that's exactly what it was. When we pulled in, Awendaw Green was glowing like something out of a fairy tale. Eddie White had gone all out. Twinkling lights hung from the trees like fireflies frozen in midair. Bonfires crackled at the edges of the clearing, sending little sparks up into the night sky. Artsy vendors lined the pathways, tables filled with handmade jewelry, paintings, trinkets, and tie-dye. A couple of food trucks were parked just beyond the main stage, serving up everything from shrimp tacos to funnel cakes. It was a full-blown community vibe. Families, musicians, barefoot kids running through the grass. And somehow, in the middle of it all, we were the show. We were scheduled third. Two local openers played first, each of them bringing their own vibe. Folk, Americana, a little blues. The crowd was warm and relaxed, hands wrapped around mugs of cider or paper trays of BBQ. I stood off to the side of the stage, guitar in hand, Savannah beside me. She was nervous, but trying not to show it. I knelt down. "Just like we practiced, no pressure, just have fun with me, all right?" She nodded and gave me a quick thumbs up, chewing her bottom lip like she always did when she was excited and scared at the same time. Then it was our turn. I walked out under the stage lights, facing a crowd I'd never met, but somehow felt at home with. Charleston had a way of making strangers feel like neighbors. "Good evening, y'all," I said into the mic, the sound echoing into the trees. Tonight is special, not just because it's New Year's Eve, but because I get to do something I never thought I'd be lucky enough to do: share this stage with my daughter. There was a soft round of applause, a few awes. I took a deep breath and launched into 2 solo songs, stripped down acoustic tracks that came from the depths of everything I'd lived through. The crowd listened closely, nodding along, and then I looked to the side of the stage. "Now, Savannah, come on up here, kiddo." She walked out with her guitar, small and steady, eyes wide but proud. The applause was louder this time. People could feel the moment. We tuned quickly, nodded at each other, and started Bullets. And just like that, we weren't father and daughter anymore. We were bandmates, storytellers, survivors. Savannah took her place next to me on the stage, adjusting the strap on her guitar with practiced hands. The stage lights warmed her face. She looked out at the crowd for a second, then back at me. I gave her a soft smile, that silent nod that says, "We've got this." We strummed the first chords of Bullets together, slow and steady. The crowd quieted. It started with just my voice. I remember days I couldn't breathe, walls closing in, fists full of grief. She watched me from the hallway light, too young to know, too strong to cry. Savannah joined in on the harmony, her voice light but steady, carrying the kind of soul only a kid with big eyes and a bigger heart could offer. We moved into the chorus together, and I swear the night air leaned in to listen. Under the gun, bullets down the hall, blazing red, fired at me. Situations come, and I'll be standing on top of the world. The words hung in the air, echoing off the trees like a prayer. The crowd was still. Bonfire smoke curled upward in the background. Someone near the front grabbed their partner's hand. And as we rolled into the second verse, Savannah took the lead. He told me stories wrapped in chords, wounds, and truth in every word. I didn't know the weight he held, but I could feel it when he fell. Her voice shook a little on that last line, and I could feel my throat tightening. I jumped back in for the harmony, grounding us both as we soared into the second chorus. We repeated it, louder this time, like we meant it even more. Under the gun, bullets down the hall, blazing red, fired at me. Situations come, and I'll be standing on top of the world. By the time we hit the bridge, I didn't even feel the guitar in my hands anymore. It was just me and my daughter, 2 hearts beating in time, telling our story. Not of pain, but of perseverance. We were broken, not defeated. We were cracked, but never gone. Found the melody in the madness, built a stage to stand upon. The final chorus swelled, every note lined with something bigger than us: forgiveness, grit, the unbelievable beauty of now. Under the gun, bullets down the hall, blazing red, fired at me. Situations come, and I'll be standing on top of the world. The last line echoed through the trees. I let the final chord ring out, then silence, and then applause, thunderous, warm, real. Savannah looked at me, cheeks flushed, eyes shimmering. I leaned in, kissed her forehead, and whispered, "You crushed it, baby girl." And in that moment, standing there on that wooden stage, with firelight in the distance and my daughter by my side, I really did feel like I was standing on top of the world. As the final chord of Bullets rang out and we stepped off the stage, Savannah was beaming, eyes wide, cheeks glowing, still buzzing from the energy of it all. The crowd met her with cheers, high fives, even hugs. Ryan pulled her in tightly, whispering something in her ear that made her giggle. My mom had tears in her eyes, clapping like she'd just watched her granddaughter win a Grammy. Even my dad, stoic as ever, gave her a proud nod and said, "That was something special, sweetheart." Savannah stood there, soaking it all in, basking in the love, and then with complete sincerity asked, "Does anyone want my autograph?" A few people laughed, but not in a condescending way. It was sweet, pure. Some of the vendors even handed her pens and notepads. A couple kids lined up. And just like that, Savannah Gallagher was signing her very first autographs. I stood back watching her, part of me still in disbelief that we'd actually pulled it off, that we'd shared a stage, that she nailed it, and mostly that I had been present enough to see it all happen. But not everyone was glowing. Joey stood off to the side, arms folded, kicking at the dirt with his shoe. No clapping, no smile, just a shadow. At first, I thought maybe he was just tired, but I knew better. I saw it in his eyes. He wasn't angry, he was hurt. The park day that ended on a sour note, now followed by a night where his sister was the star and he was just another face in the audience. It was too much for his little heart to carry. So I leaned down and said gently, "Hey, buddy, want to do something cool?" He shrugged, didn't look at me. "Come on," I said, nudging him softly. "Let's go find Eddie." I found Eddie White near the stage, helping the next act load in. I explained the situation quietly, how Joey had had a rough couple days and was feeling left out. "You think he could hit the drums for a bit after the show's done?" Eddie didn't even hesitate. "Absolutely. Let him go wild. I'll keep him set up just for him." I turned back to Joey, crouched down. "Drums, after the show. You in?" He still didn't light up right away, but I could tell the cloud had lifted a little. In the meantime, I spotted a tire swing hanging from a tree just a few yards off from the stage. "You ever fly on one of those?" I asked. This time, he gave me a tiny smile. "Come on," I said. "Let's go make the wind jealous." I loaded him onto the swing and gave him a big push. Then another. And soon, Joey was laughing. Really laughing. The kind of laugh only a kid can make. All lungs and freedom. No shame. The wind whipped through his hair. His feet stretched toward the stars. And right there, between autograph signings and tire swings, I realized both of my kids had found their joy that night. Not because everything had gone perfectly, not because I had figured it all out, but because I was present, listening, adjusting, showing up. And when the final act finished and the bonfires burned lower, Joey climbed up on that stage and beat the hell out of those drums. His face lit up like he was headlining Madison Square Garden. I stood there, watching him pound out his own version of healing, and I was once again overwhelmed by the simplest, most humbling truth. I was proud. Of Savannah, of Joey, of myself. For once, I didn't miss the moment. Chapter 6. The Goodbye That Broke Me. The day they left felt like someone turned the volume down on the whole world. The sun still shone. The breeze still carried that soft, salty Charleston calm. But inside me, everything was loud and aching. After a week of magic, laughter, music, autographs, tire swings, and a tiny glimpse of the life I always wanted to give them, it was time to say goodbye. Again. We met outside the hotel. Savannah hugged Ryan first, thanking her for taking her to the beach and for letting Daddy have dogs that are completely untrained. Joey gave me a half smile like he wanted to be mad but didn't have the energy. I bent down and looked them both in the eye. "I'll come visit for your birthdays. I promise." Joey perked up just a little. "April 28th, he said, like a quiz. "I know," I smiled. "And May 24th, Savannah added. I nodded, forcing confidence into my voice. "I'll be there." But as the words came out of my mouth, they felt like they were made of glass, brittle, thin, ready to shatter. Because deep down, we all knew I was lying. Not because I wanted to lie, but because the truth, that I probably couldn't afford to come home, was even worse. I was working at O'Reilly's Auto Parts, making $13 an hour. Ryan was bringing in $15 an hour as a vet tech. We both took massive pay cuts to move to Charleston and start over. The bills barely got paid. We were just surviving. There was no plane ticket in the budget, no extra gas money, no PTO, and there was no sponsor in my life, no steps, no structure. I had been coasting, riding the wave of a new place, new love, and just enough peace to keep me afloat. But that goodbye? That shook my foundation. I held them for as long as I could. Joey tried to wriggle out faster. He always did. But Savannah stayed wrapped in my arms for a few extra seconds, like she knew I needed it more than she did. "I love you both more than the whole world," I said, voice cracking. "Be good, and tell your mom—" I stopped myself. "Tell her I hope she's well." They climbed into the back seat of my parents' car, waving through the window. My mom gave me a look that said everything: proud, heartbroken, and tired. My dad just gave me a nod. That meant love in his language. As they pulled away, I stood there in the parking lot too long, watching their taillights until they disappeared. And that's when the silence hit me. The kind of silence that doesn't just fill the air, it fills your chest, your head, your spirit. And in that silence, I felt the old voices creeping back in. "You'll never get this right. They're better off without you. You lied again." I wasn't drunk. I wasn't high. but I was no longer okay. And without a program of recovery, without a sponsor, without the steps, without someone to call, I was standing on a tightrope, and I had just lost my balance. The day after they left, the silence was unbearable. Ryan could feel it the second I got out of bed, or more like rolled out. I moved like I weighed 1,000 pounds. My chest was tight, my hands were trembling, my thoughts were already spiraling before I even put socks on. She didn't try to lecture me. She didn't offer up any feel good speeches. She just gently touched my back and said, "Try to get some sleep, babe. Tomorrow's another day." And then she left for work. I didn't have to go in that day. Thank God. But I also didn't have any reason to stay put. No meeting on the schedule, no call to make, no one holding me accountable. Just me. And the wait. By 9 a.m., I was already out the door. But this time, I wasn't wandering. I wasn't hoping to distract myself or clear my head. I left the apartment with one clear intention: to kill myself. I drove straight to the liquor store, walked in like a man on a mission, bought a bottle of Jack Daniels, my old companion, my poison of choice. Then I came back to the apartment, pulled the blinds shut, and turned on Johnny Cash's Hurt. Put it on repeat. Loud. That song had always haunted me. That day, it felt like my own soul singing back to me. I opened the bottle and started pounding it down, straight from the neck. No glass, no ice, just burn. We had some kind of sleeping medication in the cabinet. I found the bottle, took one look at it, didn't think twice. 10, maybe 15 pills. Could have killed a horse. I chased them with the rest of the Jack, sat on the couch, and waited. I picked up the phone, not to ask for help, but to say goodbye. I called Ryan at work, my voice already slurred and heavy with liquor and grief. "I just wanted to tell you I love you," I said. "Thank you for everything. You've been so good to me. So good." She was already panicking. I could hear it in her voice. "Joe, what are you talking about?" "You can't fix me, Rye. It's not your fault. I can't do this anymore." Her voice cracked. "Joe, don't do this. Please, just stay with me. I'm coming. I'm calling someone. Just hold on." I don't remember what came next. I think I hung up. Or maybe the line went dead. Either way, I sat back on the couch, staring at the ceiling, waiting. The liquor and pills kicked in fast. The room started to spin. My heartbeat slowed. My eyelids got heavy. And then suddenly, light, movement, chaos. The front door burst open. Police, EMTs, Ryan. She was screaming, crying like I had never seen before. They ripped off my shirt, shined lights into my eyes, checked my pulse. I remember flashes, hands on my chest, voices yelling my name, my head lolling to the side, and then nothing. Just darkness. The next few days were a blur. Flashes of fluorescent lights, machines beeping, nurses coming in and out, plastic cups of ice chips. My mouth was dry like cotton. My body hurt. My mind was a foggy mess of broken images and fragments of pain. I still don't know exactly what they did to save my life. I don't remember if they pumped my stomach, flushed my system, or whispered prayers over my body. Probably all three. But somehow, I lived. And that was the problem, because waking up meant I had to face what I had done, what I almost took from them, what I almost took from myself. The doctors weren't letting me go anywhere without some kind of aftercare plan in place, and I didn't fight them. I didn't have it in me to argue, manipulate, charm my way out. Ryan, along with my parents, came together and made the call. "We're sending you to rehab." I nodded. I think I even thanked them. It was decided. 28 days at a place called the Hope House. Somewhere in me, the name felt ironic. Hope? I didn't feel like I had any left, but Ryan did, and my parents did, and somehow they had enough of it for all of us. I remember Ryan sitting at the foot of the hospital bed, holding my hand. "You scared the hell out of me, Joe," she said quietly, "but I'm not giving up on you. Just don't give up on you either." I turned my face toward the window. The sun was coming through the blinds, warming my arm, and for the first time in a long time, I didn't try to run. Chapter 7. When everything changed. Something in Ryan changed that day. She had seen me at my worst before, drunk, relapsing, unraveling, but nothing prepared her for the sight of me nearly dead on that couch, pills and whiskey running through my veins, Johnny Cash still playing in the background like a soundtrack to my self-destruction. She always knew I struggled. She always tried to understand. But that day, it became crystal clear. This wasn't just drinking. This wasn't just Joe having a rough patch. This was life or death. She didn't say much right away. She was too shaken. But in the days that followed, while I lay in a hospital bed and the doctors talked about rehab plans, I could see it in her eyes. Something clicked. She now understood what they mean when they say, for an alcoholic, one is too many, and 1,000 is never enough. Before this, I think a part of her still hoped I could just manage it, drink less, smoke less, control it. Now she knew. There was no managing this thing. It owned me. And if something didn't change, it would bury me. Her compassion didn't fade, but it sharpened. She was no longer scared in the same way. She was resolute. The woman who once tried to soften my pain now knew that love wasn't going to be enough. She couldn't love me out of this. She couldn't save me from it. But she could stand beside me while I faced it head on. And that's exactly what she did. Ryan and I took our seats in the middle aisle, the space reserved for new housemates and their loved ones. A kind of no man's land between the broken and the still breaking. The room was tense, but not silent. You could feel the shuffling, the fidgeting, the awkward glances. Some of us were trembling, others trying too hard to look tough. Ryan kept her hand on my knee. I could feel it vibrating from how hard I was clenching my leg. Then Ronnie B. cleared his throat, and what followed could only be described as a 15-minute monologue meets stand-up routine meets sermon. "Welcome to the Hope House," he began, pacing behind his beat-up podium like a preacher who'd seen too much. "Where your best thinking got you here. Congratulations. You've all officially graduated from life on your own terms." Some of the parents let out nervous chuckles. The patients? Mostly blank stares. But Ronnie kept going. "Now let me lay down some of the ground rules for you misfits, degenerates, and misunderstood poets." He held up a finger, almost theatrically. "Number 1, male and female patients are not to speak to each other, not to pass notes, not to wink, and God help you if I catch you staring for too long. If any of our staff spots you doing that, you'll be writing, 'I will not fraternize with the opposite sex 100 times, and don't think we won't make you do it twice.'" The room stirred. A few people laughed. He didn't. "There's no cursing in this facility." He paused, let that one land. "I know. You've all got sailor mouths and broken filters. Fix them. We speak with dignity here. If you stub your toe, say ouch. If you're angry, talk about it. If you can't do that, ask for help. If you curse, you'll be cleaning toilets." He moved on quickly, rattling off expectations with the cadence of a man who had repeated this speech hundreds of times. Not because he liked hearing himself talk, but because he had lived every line of it. "You'll be assigned chores. That's right, chores. Some of you haven't made a bed in a decade. Some of you haven't swept a floor without being high. Well, guess what? You're going to scrub, mop, fold, and repeat." He looked around the room and then added, "And if you think you're too good for chores, that's probably why you ended up here in the first place." And then, with a sudden shift in tone, he said, "But breakfast and dinner, that's sacred here. We do it as a family. Phones off, hats off, eyes open. You want to get better? Show up to meals." There was silence. Not because we were all moved, but because we realized this wasn't jail. But it wasn't summer camp either. This was a house where rules were sacred and recovery was earned. Ryan leaned over and whispered, "He's terrifying." I nodded. "Yeah, but I think he might be the real deal." The truth is, I still didn't know if I wanted to be there, but I could tell Ronnie B. wasn't faking it. He was weird, intense, old school, and probably a little unstable, but he cared. You could hear it between the sarcasm. You could feel it under the rules. And as he dismissed orientation and Ryan gave me one last hug before leaving, I heard him say from the podium, "We're not here to fix you. We're here to teach you how to fix yourself. Now get to work." When orientation ended and Ryan hugged me one last time, I felt the door close behind her like a vault ceiling shut. This was it now. No turning back. No escape hatch. Just me and the madness. I stood there holding my guitar case, a duffel bag slung over one shoulder, suitcase in the other, awkward, exposed, trying not to look as nervous as I felt. Almost immediately, a few of the guys who clearly had some seniority approached. "Yo, new guy?" one said with a half smile. "What's your name?" "Joe." "I'm Grayson," the tallest one said, arms crossed over his chest like he owned the place. "This is Tom Jackson, and that's Toothpick." I glanced at Toothpick, a lanky dude with cheekbones sharp enough to slice drywall. He gave me a crooked nod and a wink. "We'll grab your stuff," Jackson said, already reaching for my suitcase. "Nah, I got it," I replied quickly. "It's not that heavy." Grayson raised his eyebrows. "Yeah, doesn't matter. We're supposed to. We get written up if we don't. House rules. Part of the welcome crew duties." I paused, then shrugged and handed over the bags, except for the guitar. That stayed on my back. "Respect," Tom said, nodding at the guitar like it was a badge of honor. They led me down the hallway, deeper into the house, past a few common rooms, and into a section that felt noticeably quieter and more isolated. "We're walking you to Narnia," Toothpick joked. "It's the farthest room from the orientation study room. You'll get your steps in." When we arrived, they opened the door to a cramped room with 3 bunks, peeling paint on the walls, a flickering ceiling light, and a smell that I still can't describe, somewhere between mothballs and mildew, with a hint of wet towel funk. "Bottom bunk's yours," Jackson said, pointing to the only one without someone's name taped to the footboard. There were already 2 guys in the room. One was pacing. The other was lying face up on his bed, eyes wide open, muttering something under his breath. They both looked at me like a new animal had just been dropped into the enclosure. "These are your roommates," Grayson said, clearly unfazed. "They're all right. They snore like chainsaws and argue about which Bible verse is the most metal, but other than that, harmless." I tossed my bag down on the bed, sat for a second, and tried to take a full breath. Couldn't. The room felt like it was closing in. This wasn't home. This wasn't safe. This wasn't even temporary comfort. This was survival. And I hadn't even unpacked yet. I sat on the edge of the bottom bunk for a few minutes after the other guys left, staring at the wall like it might offer some kind of answer. Nothing. Just dull beige paint and the hum of fluorescent light. The stench in the room was making me nauseous. The mattress was thin, lumpy, and stiff. My bones ached. My brain was on fire. But worse than all of that, I was alive. And I didn't want to be. I wasn't feeling grateful. I wasn't feeling lucky or inspired. I felt like a failure. Again, I had failed at killing myself. And now I was stuck in this strange, smelly purgatory, surrounded by strangers in pajama pants, all pretending not to be as broken as they really were. I unpacked slowly, just enough to get it over with. Toothbrush, socks, t-shirts, journal I didn't plan on writing in. Then I dropped my duffel on the floor, pulled my guitar case under the bed, and climbed into the bunk, turned and faced the wall. Hoped the world would forget I existed. That's when the sound started. Voices in the hallway, plates clinking, someone laughing a little too loud. Dinner was coming. I could hear the shuffle of feet passing my door, and then a knock. "Yo, Joe," one of the guys called out. "You coming?" Sheila made ribs tonight. I didn't respond. "She's the best cook in here, man. You don't want to miss ribs night." Another guy chimed in. "You gotta eat, bro. You'll feel better." Still nothing. I pulled the blanket up over my shoulder, eyes wide open, breath shallow. I decided right then I was going on hunger strike. No food, no talking, no connection. Maybe if I just laid still long enough, they'd forget I was there. Maybe I'd disappear into the drywall. Let the house go on without me. Let the healing happen to someone else. I didn't want to heal. I didn't want to hope. I didn't want to feel anything at all. That first night, all I wanted was to be left alone in the dark and pretend I had already left this world behind. By the time the dinner clatter died down, I was still lying there in the bunk, facing the wall, heartbeat pounding against my ribs like a war drum. I wasn't just depressed anymore. I was crawling out of my skin. Every second that passed felt like a needle threading anxiety through my chest, and I couldn't shut it off. Couldn't cry, couldn't scream, couldn't sleep. So instead, I just got angrier. Angry that I was alive, angry that I didn't die, angry at the smell of the room, the scratch of the sheets, The sound of guys joking outside the door like they were at summer camp and not some halfway house for the emotionally wrecked. And then the tone in the house shifted. It was subtle at first, a little buzz in the hall, a few voices getting louder, some rustling, laughter. By 7:30, it was like someone had poured coffee into everyone's bloodstream. The guys started getting hyped, but not in a wild, reckless way, more like a group of middle schoolers getting ready for a field trip they weren't allowed to talk about. I could hear Toothpick outside the door saying, "Y'all better get your chairs early. I'm not sitting in the back row again." Another guy laughed. "You just want to sit across from that girl from intake last week." "Shut up," Toothpick fired back. "I'm just trying to hear the message, bro." They were all buzzing about the 8 p.m. meeting. I didn't know much yet, barely even knew what day it was, but I gathered enough to know this. The nightly meeting was the only time the guys and girls were allowed in the same room. No talking, no flirting, no eye contact that lasted too long. Ronnie B. made that very clear. But you could listen. You could see who was who. You could start putting together the pieces of the puzzle that was this house, who had been there longest, who was new, who was still broken, and who was pretending not to be. The guys tried to play it cool, but I could feel it. That hunger for connection. Even if we weren't allowed to reach across the aisle, just sitting in a circle, hearing voices from the other side of the house, mattered. It reminded us that there were other people out there, not just broken like us, but maybe still human too. I was still fuming, still stonewalled, but I couldn't deny it. I was curious. Eventually, I sat up. Not because I wanted to, not because I suddenly felt better, but because sitting in the dark waiting to evaporate wasn't working. I figured if I was going to be stuck in this hellhole for the next 28 days, I might as well do what I've always done when I'm in unfamiliar territory. Study the opposition, learn who's running the show, learn who to avoid, who's full of shit, who's the alpha, who's faking it better than me, learn the rules, then figure out how to bend them without getting caught. So I laced up my shoes, straightened out my hoodie, and made my way down the hall toward the meeting room, still buzzed with nervous energy and after-dinner breath. It smelled like day-old cologne, microwave mac and cheese, and medicated body wash. The chairs were set in a circle. The girls entered from one side, the guys from the other. No eye contact, no smiles. You could look, but only briefly, like prisoners during recess, glancing across the yard, measuring. I found an empty seat somewhere near the middle. Crossed my arms, leaned back, ready to observe, ready to listen, ready to win. Because in my head, this was still a game, still a war. I was just starting to plan how I'd make it through the 28 days with minimal emotional involvement, maximum intel, when a voice inside me cut through the noise. "You think the enemy's out there, but it's always been you. You're the one that lies to you, and you believe every damn word." It hit me like a sucker punch. No one had said it out loud, not yet, but somehow the stillness of that circle, the absence of phones, distractions, excuses, it left room for truth to sneak in. And in that moment, I realized this wasn't about surviving the people in the room. This was about surviving me. Just as the last few chairs were being filled and the murmurs started to die down, the door creaked open, and in shuffled Ronnie B., carrying his well-worn big blue book and reeking of pipe tobacco and something vaguely medicinal. He moved slow but deliberate, like an old gunslinger entering a saloon. All eyes went to him. Even the veterans straightened their backs a little. "All right, settle down," he said in that gravel and grit voice, flipping through the book as he made his way to the podium in the center of the circle. People were still shuffling in, but Ronnie didn't care. He just started talking over the noise, muttering something about gratitude and how if we were all truly grateful, we'd be fighting over who got to clean the toilets. I was watching him carefully, trying to figure him out, and then it happened. He stopped flipping through the book and looked directly at one of the girls on the far side of the room, a brunette with a nervous smile and a hoodie 2 sizes too big. She looked barely 19. "How you settling in over there, sweetheart?" he asked across the circle, a little louder than necessary. She laughed politely and nodded. "Don't let these knuckleheads scare you off," he added, smirking, motioning to the rest of us with his thumb. The room chuckled. A few heads turned, but I didn't laugh. I just sat there thinking, strike one. It wasn't sexual. It wasn't even overtly inappropriate, but it was casual familiarity in a room built on rules. A man who made the rules. breaking them for sport. He told us we couldn't so much as look too long at a member of the opposite sex without risking 100 lines and toilet duty. Yet here he was, openly engaging, joking, tossing warmth like a man who considered himself above the code. And we were just supposed to sit there, nod, smile, be unaffected by the blatant hypocrisy. It hit a nerve. I knew right then Ronnie and I weren't going to get along. I didn't care how many years sober he had, didn't care what war stories he could rattle off or how many guys cried in his office. You don't get to walk in with rules for everyone else and then pretend they don't apply to you. Not when I was here against my will. Not when I was still shaking with the shame of surviving. I didn't trust him. And for me, in that moment, trust was everything. Ronnie cleared his throat again, smacked his tattered big book closed, and said, "Tonight's topic is resentment and seeking the approval of others." My blood started to boil instantly. Of all the topics he could have picked, resentment, the gasoline that had powered most of my life. And this guy, this rule-bending, smirking contradiction, was going to lead us through that? I sat there, arms crossed tight, jaw clenched, trying not to let the fire crawl all the way up to my face. I thought to myself, let's see what this asshole has to say about resentment that won't make me want to choke slam him by the end of the meeting. I didn't care how wise he thought he was. I didn't care how many steps he'd taken or lives he claimed to help. He had broken code. Not the house rules, my rules. And even though I had no interest in fraternizing, no hidden agendas, no secret glances across the circle, I was a man of principles, of unwritten moral codes. You don't speak to girls in a room full of people you've just warned not to speak. You don't show up with authority and then skate above the very structure you impose. Not on my watch, at least that's what I told myself. But deep down, way beneath the surface where shame and truth like to wrestle, I didn't know yet that I was holding people to standards I couldn't even live up to. I was setting rules for the world around me so I didn't have to sit with the real pain inside me. Because resentment wasn't just a reaction, it was a shield, one I carried like armor, so I didn't have to look in the mirror and admit, I resent everyone, but mostly I resent myself. So I sat there, glaring, listening, judging, and I didn't know it yet, but that meeting, that uncomfortable, infuriating, hypocritical meeting, was the first time in a long time I started to get honest. As Ronnie finished introducing the topic, he did what Ronnie seemed to do best, ignored his own rules. One of the house guidelines, read aloud from the meeting preamble every night, was simple and clear. No cross-talking. No sharing twice until everyone's had a turn. Cross-talking meant making a comment while someone else was sharing, or worse, responding directly to what someone just said, like it was some talk show panel. The whole point was to let people speak without interruption or judgment. But of course, Ronnie called on Jessica first. Jessica, the same girl he winked at earlier, the one he called sweetheart during orientation. She sat with her legs crossed, oversized hoodie swallowed her frame, and yet she delivered her share with this soft, practiced poise. You could tell she'd been to a few of these before. She knew how to sound just vulnerable enough without bleeding on the floor. She shared about growing up, needing everyone to like her, how she twisted herself into 100 different people just to be accepted, and how resentment grew every time someone didn't return the favor. The second she finished, Ronnie leaned in and said, "Jessica, that's such a powerful share. You're starting to really understand your worth now. Don't forget that." Strike two. There it was again. Direct commentary, cross-talking. Everything the rules said not to do. And he did it openly, like the rules were meant for us, the broken, but he operated on some higher plane. The rest of the room pretended not to notice, like maybe they'd just gotten numb to it, but then I saw Paul's hand shoot up. Paul was sitting 2 seats to my right, stocky, tatted up, with that tight-wound energy of a guy who looked like he shadowboxed in the mirror when he was bored. His jaw was clenched, his eyes narrow. He looked like a little UFC fighter with a grudge. I had a feeling. The same way dogs sense a thunderstorm. Paul saw it too. He heard it. And he wasn't about to let it slide. Ronnie nodded. "Paul, go ahead." Paul adjusted in his seat, looked straight ahead, then tilted his head ever so slightly toward Ronnie. "So, no cross-talking, right?" The air shifted. Everyone suddenly got still. Ronnie raised an eyebrow. "That's right." Paul nodded slowly. Cool, just checking. I couldn't help it. The corner of my mouth twitched. Was that a shot? It was subtle, controlled, but it landed. Then Paul launched into his chair. No name dropping, no accusations, but he talked about hypocrisy, false leadership, and how some of the most dangerous people he ever met wore the title of mentor. Every word was dipped in venom, but delivered smooth as silk. I sat back in my chair, suddenly more alert than I'd been in days. This could actually be fun. The pain, the discomfort, the rules. They were still there, but for the first time since walking through the Hope House doors, I felt a flicker of engagement. Not because I was healing, but because I was awake, and that meant I could play the game. As soon as Paul finished his share, I knew. Me and him were going to be allies, not because we shared war stories or trauma yet, but because he saw through the bullshit and he didn't flinch. He threw a jab at the system and made it look like a casual exhale. As he leaned back in his chair, I turned my head just enough to lock eyes with him. Didn't smile, didn't nod, just gave him that look. The kind men give in prison yards or backstage at bars when they realize, you're not one of them. He got it. I saw it in the way his lip curled for half a second before he turned his gaze forward again. Ronnie, trying to recover, started calling on a few more of the girls. Every time one of them finished, he had a follow-up. That's real growth, sweetie. See, now that's courage. We're lucky to have you here. He wasn't overtly gross, but the favoritism was thick, and the room could feel it. Not one guy got called on unprompted. If we wanted to share, we had to raise our hand like we were in detention. The tension in the room was starting to build. And then came the tipping point. James raised his hand. Now James was something else altogether. About 6 feet 4 inches, built like he stepped off the set of a Nike commercial, with the face of a man who's probably heard, "You should model," since puberty. He had this calm, unbothered demeanor, like everything around him was background noise, and he was just here for the ride. Ronnie looked hesitant, probably could feel it too, but called on him. James leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, and said, "I think it's interesting," long pause, "how some of us come here to work on ourselves," another pause, "and others seem to come here to be worshipped." The room cracked. A couple of the girls tried to muffle laughter and failed. Even some of the guys let out low, "ooh" sounds under their breath. Ronnie's eye twitched, but James wasn't done. "I mean, it's cool if we're playing favorites. Just wish someone told me the rules. I would have worn tighter pants." Laughter erupted. It wasn't loud, but it was real. The kind that signals a shift in the room's power. The kind that says, "Hey, old man, we see you." Ronnie tried to cut him off. "All right, James, let's keep it focused." James raised his hands in mock surrender. "Just sharing my truth, sir. No cross-talking, right?" Even Paul coughed into his sleeve to hide a smirk. The room was slipping from Ronnie's control, and I loved it. Not because I hated the guy, but because for the first time since arriving, I didn't feel like the only one doing time in a cage built by hypocrites. There were others, just like me, watching and waiting. And I started to think maybe, just maybe, we weren't there to survive the rules. Maybe we were there to burn the masks down. Ronnie tried to regain control, clearing his throat, flipping through his big book again, like maybe there was a scripture that could pull the room back together. But the vibe had shifted. Completely. The girls were still smiling behind their hands. The guys were sitting taller, side eyes flying across the circle. Even the staff in the back were shifting uncomfortably, like they'd just watched someone kick a dent in the wall and weren't sure if they were supposed to applaud or issue a citation. Ronnie glanced at the clock. Meeting time was over. Technically. With a heavy sigh, he closed the book and muttered, "All right, we'll adjourn there. Thank you for your shares. Let's keep the focus on the solution." People started rising from their chairs, slowly filing toward the exits, already buzzing about what had just gone down. But then Ronnie added, loud enough to cut through the crowd, "James, you and a couple of our house monitors, come with me. Office, before you head back to the bunks." The room froze for a second. James didn't flinch. He just nodded, cool as ever, and followed Ronnie out without a word. Me and Paul exchanged another glance. No words needed. The war had officially begun, and I was finally awake enough to fight. As messed up as the situation was, standing outside room 12 like we were waiting for a verdict. I was distracted. For the first time in what felt like forever, I wasn't consumed by the black hole of my own thoughts. I wasn't looping the same shame soundtrack on repeat. I wasn't counting the ways I had failed or tallying the hours until I could disappear again. I was engaged, curious, even laughing. It felt foreign, like trying on clothes from a life I no longer lived. But it also felt good. It reminded me of high school when I came back that 7th year. The oldest kid in the hallway, the loner who was held back and talked about in whispers. The kid who got bullied didn't come back to bully. He came back to be a vigilante, the enforcer, the one who spotted the scared kids, the quiet ones, and made sure nobody messed with them. That version of me, the one with a code, the one who stood up even when no one else would, he was coming back. And standing there next to Paul, cracked smiles on our faces, adrenaline buzzing under our skin like a second heartbeat, I realized I missed that kid, the one who believed in justice, the one who didn't flinch at conflict if it meant protecting someone else, the one who still felt like he had value even if the world had stopped saying so. And now, that kid was back. A little more broken, sure, a little more battle-worn, but he was alive, and it felt great. The door to room 12 swung open. Out walked James, tall and grinning like he just got promoted instead of punished. In his hand, he held a yellow legal pad, already scrawled with the start of his sentence, "I will not undermine house leadership or encourage flirtatious behavior through charisma." Paul burst out laughing. "Yo, they really wrote that?" James nodded, smirking. "Verbatim." He held it up like a trophy. "I've got 200 lines due by Friday. Guess I'm in the gifted program now." I couldn't help it. I laughed too. Not a polite chuckle. A real laugh. The kind that kicks out from your gut before your head can stop it. This was my crew. Me, Paul, and James. All hovering somewhere in our early to mid-30s, each carrying battle scars that didn't show up on intake forms. We weren't the new kids. We weren't the veterans either. We were the ones old enough to know better, but still young enough to remember what it felt like to have fire in our veins. Our bunk room, tucked in the far back of the house like a forgotten wing, had just turned into base camp. The other 3 guys in the room, well, they added flavor. There was Ed, who looked like a retired race car driver with faded tattoos and an endless collection of NASCAR tank tops. Gary, the unofficial house historian, spoke in movie quotes and war metaphors like he had personally advised Churchill. And then there was Frank, the oldest ticket taker at the movie theater, back home in Somerville. He claimed to have seen every movie made after 1992 and slept like a man haunted by surround sound. But the energy shifted when the 3 of us landed there. Something was forming. Not just an alliance, but a kind of purpose. James threw the legal pad on his bunk and said, "Well, boys, looks like we're officially on the radar." Paul grinned. "About time." And I just stood there for a second, still smiling, letting the realization settle in. For the first time since I'd walked into Hope House, I wasn't alone. That night, after lights out, our bunk room was buzzing. Not loud, just that low hum of 3 guys too wired to sleep, running on adrenaline, unresolved rage, and the kind of exhausted honesty that only shows up after midnight. The others, Ed, Gary, and Frank, were already snoring, one louder than the next. Frank sounded like a lawnmower caught in a loop. Gary muttered movie quotes in his sleep. Ed, I'm pretty sure, was dreaming about pit stops and beer. Me, Paul, and James, we were wide awake. James, still riding the high of his courtroom-worthy share and detention-worthy punishment, was stretched out on his bunk, arms behind his head. Paul sat up in his, tossing a stress ball between his hands. I was propped against my pillow, blanket up to my waist, guitar still resting beneath the bed like a safety net. "All right," Paul whispered, grinning. "War stories, claim your rank." "You go first," I said, pointing at him. Paul smirked, cracked his knuckles, and began, "So picture this. I'm 27, hammered, fighting with my ex because I forgot to pick up her dog from the groomer. We're screaming, she's throwing dishes, I'm pacing, then I decide I'm going to clear my head." "Oh boy," James muttered, already grinning. So I hop in my Altima, blind drunk, and instead of pulling out of the driveway like a normal psychopath, I floor it, directly through my parents' garage door. James howled, covering his mouth to keep it quiet. And I don't just hit the door, I hit what's behind it, which just so happens to be my dad's half-restored 57 Bel Air. No! I groaned, clutching my chest. Swear to God, Paul said, laughing now. Totaled it. My dad was so pissed he didn't speak to me for 8 months. Honestly, that was the best part. We all laughed, that tired, wheezy kind of laugh that comes with confession. Then James chimed in, cool as ever. All right, my turn. Holly Hill, 2 years ago. Me and meth, bad combo. Found out my wife was screwing some dude that worked at the Shell station down the road. I leaned forward. Paul said, this is already good. So I get all spun out. I fill up a gas can, grab my lighter, and turn the nozzle on the pump into a goddamn flamethrower. Shut up. I torched the place, James said with a grin, lit the front up like a bonfire, and then walked 6 miles into the woods with a bottle of Crown Apple. We were silent for a beat. Then James added, totally serious, didn't hurt anybody, not a soul, but I imagine I did. Played it all out in my head. The screams, the fire, that guy. His voice trailed off, and then, with a shrug, when the cops caught me the next day, I was shirtless, barefoot, half-conscious, and still had the bottle. Crown Apple. Never touched that shit again. Paul let out a low whistle. That's lieutenant status. James nodded like he'd just won a badge. I don't play small. They both looked at me. All right, Gallagher, you up. I smirked. Oh, don't worry. I've got a catalog. They both looked at me, waiting. Eyes lit, smirks forming, like they already knew I wasn't about to disappoint. I leaned back against the wall, folded my arms, and let a grin stretch across my face. All right, I said. Here's one for the history books. Honeymoon. Bahamas. I was 21. Paul leaned forward. James raised an eyebrow. Me and my brand new wife, Amy, were on this cruise. Wedding night's a blur. I puke in the limo on the way to a 5-star hotel. Real romantic start. Classic, James muttered. We dock in Nassau for our first excursion. I'm already drunk by 8 a.m. We're on the beach and some local bets me $100 he can outdrink me. Challenge accepted. Paul shook his head, smiling. 22 shots later. I paused. I lose the bet and my entire grip on reality. They both laugh, but I keep going. I stumble out of the Hard Rock where Amy's ordering brunch. Guy offers me a bag of weed. I follow him onto a bus like an idiot. James sat up straighter. Hold up. You got on the bus? Oh, I got on the bus. I nodded slowly. 45 minutes later, we're in the middle of nowhere. I get out, see abandoned houses, half-naked women walking around, and then they take me into this busted restaurant through a side door. Paul's eyes widened. 4 to 7 dudes surround me. Tie me to a chair. Start barking orders. Thick accents. I can't understand much, but I knew one thing. I wasn't supposed to make it out. Jesus. They took my gold chain, my wallet, my watch. Said they wouldn't kill me if I drained my bank account. Might have been trying to use me as a mule, too. I don't know, but I said yes to everything. James sat forward now, both hands clasped like he was watching a movie. 2 guys throw me in the back of a white car, drive me to a bank. I wait for them to hand me my wallet, and the second they do, I snap my fingers. I take off in the opposite direction, sprinting. It's a one-way street, so they had to go all the way around the block to follow me. Paul is grinning, full teeth now. How far'd you get? I ran straight through neighborhoods, alleys, parking lots, 4.5-minute mile pace. Finally found a cop parked outside a clothing store. I pause. Shrug. Turns out they'd already been looking for me. I'd been missing for 8 hours. Amy was losing her mind. The cruise ship was holding port to wait for me. Silence. Then Paul said, dead serious, That's general status. James nodded, impressed. Hostage escape in the Bahamas on your honeymoon? With 22 shots in your system? Paul added. And a sprint? James said. General, Paul repeated. We sat there, grinning like idiots in the dark. 3 broken men, claiming our ranks like we were building a new kind of army. Not one based on war or violence, but on survival, on truth, on stories told in the dark that reminded us we're still here. Chapter 8, Bacon, Belief, and Boiling Point. We woke up the next morning to pots clanging and someone yelling about the urgency of eggs. Turns out we were on breakfast crew. The three of us, me, Paul, and James, shuffled into the kitchen half asleep, hair wild, socks sliding on the tile, and grabbed our aprons like it was a punishment detail. But weirdly, it felt like a privilege. We cracked eggs, fried bacon, flipped pancakes. Paul sang half a Beastie Boys verse off key. James danced like a dad in a wedding video every time he walked past the toaster. There was laughter, there was rhythm, there was purpose, even if it was greasy and covered in bacon grease. But right after we finished scraping the last of the plates and wiping down the counters, one of the staff members, Lamar, the only one who seemed to be both chill and respected, pulled me aside. He didn't raise his voice, didn't scold. He just said, "Joe, you're not getting discharged unless you go through all 12 steps." I blinked. "Wait, all 12? He nodded, casual. "You got 4 weeks. We expect you to get through steps 1, 2, and 3 by the end of today. On awakening meeting is in 15 minutes. You're up." And just like that, the gravity came crashing back in. No more comedy, no more cruise control. Just me, my notebook, and the steps I'd been running from for years. We filed into the main room where the On Awakening meeting took place, a quiet spiritual check-in meant to set the tone for the day. It was quiet, reflective, even uncomfortably intimate. Everyone read a passage. Everyone had to share something. Everyone tried to sound like they were further along than they were. I didn't try to sound like anything. I just listened, said I was trying, and kept my guard up. But something about hearing the steps aloud made it harder to keep the walls up. Step 1. We admitted we were powerless over alcohol, that our lives had become unmanageable. I didn't say anything out loud, but in my head, it was a hard yes. Step 2. Came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. That one stung a bit. I was still figuring out what that power even looked like. Step 3. Made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood Him. That one scared me, but I wrote it down. All of it. Afterward, I stepped outside to get some air and ran into James and Paul on the porch. "You hear about Ronnie?" Paul asked, eyes narrow. "What now?" "He's taken 3 of the girls to Myrtle Beach today. Just them." I stood still. "Like, for a meeting?" "Nope. Lunch. Some kind of field trip." James chimed in, lighting a cigarette. "He's saying it's for step work." The words sat heavy in the air. Even in the heat of the sun, I felt the temperature drop. There was an unspoken rule in Hope House. Favoritism happened. It was annoying. It was obvious. But it wasn't supposed to cross the line, and Myrtle Beach, with 3 girls, that wasn't favoritism anymore. That was something else. The tension had been simmering since night 1. Now, it was starting to boil. By the time the rumor about Ronnie's Myrtle Beach trip made it through the halls, the whole house was buzzing again, but this time it was different. The guys were tight-lipped, clenching their jaws a little harder. The girls were either quiet or overcompensating, laughing louder, being extra chipper like they didn't hear what everyone else heard. By noon, someone suggested we blow off the steam with volleyball, and almost everybody jumped on it like it was recess at a detention center. I didn't. Instead, I slipped away with my acoustic, found a shady spot under the big live oak tree in the back corner of the property, and just started to pick. The moss above me swayed like threads in a dream. The cicadas buzzed, the chaos faded, and then someone called out, "Yo, Gallagher, play something we know." I looked up. Paul was holding a volleyball, sweat dripping, big stupid grin on his face. A couple of the girls laughed and echoed him. "Yeah, Wonderwall or something." I smiled, tuned a string, and shook my head. "No covers today. You get originals only." Groans and boos mixed with curiosity. "You got anything good?" I strummed the opening chords to a song I wrote back when the pain was still raw, but the melody had started to form. A little tune called Baby Mama Drama. "This one's based on a true story," I said, loud enough for them to hear but not begging for attention. "Involving my honeymoon, a bag of weed, and getting kidnapped in the Bahamas." That shut them up. I started singing, not screaming, not performing, just letting the words fall out like a sigh I'd been holding in for too long. Woke up in a beach haze, rum still in my teeth, said I'd be a husband, but I'm still underneath my baby mama's drama and the shadows of regret. Got kidnapped by the consequence, ain't come back just yet. Laughter broke out in waves. What? Yo, this is real? He really got snatched in the Bahamas? I nodded without looking up. The volleyball game slowed to a halt, everyone turning toward the tree now. And for once, they weren't just looking at me, they were listening. The rest of the song tumbled out, wild and honest, part tragedy, part comedy. A little ridiculous, a little raw. All me. When I finished, there was a pause, then a slow clap from James. You, my friend, he said, just bought yourself a following. Paul nodded. Encore under the oak tomorrow? I shrugged. Depends who's cooking breakfast. Laughter again. For a minute, maybe even longer, the tension about Ronnie, the Myrtle Beach mess, the unspoken lines being crossed, it all melted. And in its place, a moment of peace, a string of connection, a reminder that maybe, just maybe, there was still something good inside me worth hearing. After volleyball wrapped and the sun started to slide down behind the trees, I grabbed my big book, sat back under the live oak, and started reading. I had played the songs, I had earned some laughs, but now it was time to face the part of the day I'd been avoiding. I read until I hit page 63, my finger trailing the lines slowly, like the words might slip off the page if I didn't hold them down. We had to fully concede to our innermost selves that we were alcoholics. This is the first step in recovery. I stopped, stared at that sentence for a long time. Fully concede to our innermost selves? Not say it out loud, not repeat it in a meeting, not perform it like a song lyric, but believe it, feel it, mean it. I hadn't yet. Sure, I said I was an alcoholic, to doctors, to friends, to courtrooms, to the mirror once or twice, but in my innermost self, the place where no one's watching, where there is no applause, no pity, no rehab crew waiting for breakfast, I still thought maybe, just maybe, I was different, that I'd just been too emotional, too unlucky, too misunderstood, that maybe I could one day drink like other people, responsibly, occasionally, like the ghost version of me that only existed in my fantasies. But this line, it wouldn't let me escape. The delusion that we are like other people, or presently maybe, has to be smashed. Smashed, not reasoned with, not tiptoed around. Smashed. I closed the book and sat there, staring into the dark. That word echoed in my head like a bell. Smashed. 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 I knew what I had to do next, but before I could touch step 4, before I could list the resentments, the fears, the people I'd hurt, I had to meet with my rehab sponsor. Had to look another man in the eye and admit it. I'm not different. I'm not special. I'm just sick. And if I don't get well, I'll die. I felt the fear rising up in my chest, trying to convince me to wait another day, to think about it, to ease into it. But I'd done that for years. And all it ever got me was closer to the grave. Later that evening, I met with my rehab sponsor, a guy named Vince, ex-Marine, 25 years sober, built like a tank with a voice that sounded like it had been carved out of gravel and regret. He didn't waste time with small talk. We sat down in a folding chair across from each other in one of the quiet rooms. No clocks, no pictures, just white walls and the buzz of fluorescent lights. So, Vince said, lacing his fingers together, you ready to stop bullshitting yourself? I looked him in the eyes and gave the only honest answer I could. I think so. He nodded slowly, leaning forward. You can't just say you're powerless. You have to feel it in your bones. You have to admit, not to me, not to your bunkmates, not to Ronnie, but to the guy looking back at you in the mirror, that you've lost. I looked down at my shoes. I have, I whispered. He didn't let me off the hook. Say it like you mean it. I swallowed hard. I've lost. I can't do this anymore. I'm an alcoholic. That last word burned on the way out, like it was fused with shame and soldered to my tongue. But when it was over, when the silence settled back in, I felt something else, not peace, not pride, but maybe permission. To stop pretending, to stop performing, to just be broken. without apology. Vince clapped me on the shoulder. Good. Now the real work begins. You ain't special, Joe, but you are salvageable. Don't forget that. But later that night, the anxiety crept in. That tight chested, heart pounding, skin crawling feeling that always came right after moments of truth. I tried breathing exercises, tried pacing the courtyard, tried journaling, tried music, but nothing was working. So I swallowed my pride and went to the nurse's station. There was a woman on duty named Mel who wore scrubs covered in cartoon dogs but had a stare that could flatten concrete. "Hey, Mel," I said, keeping my voice even. She looked up from her clipboard. "What's up, Joe?" "I'm not trying to cause any trouble. I'm crawling, okay? The anxiety's bad. Like real bad." She raised a brow. "How bad?" "Like, I feel like my chest is going to implode bad. I'm not looking to abuse anything. I don't want a full bottle. I don't even want to take anything back to my room." She waited. "Let me twist in it a little. Just one Valium. Just enough to stop the spinning." I forced a weak smile. "Hell, I'll trade you a song. I'll write you your own lullaby if you want." Mel cracked half a smirk but didn't laugh. "We're not a bartering post, Joe. We're a rehab." I nodded, tried to act like that didn't crush me, but, she added, standing up, "I can get you 5 minutes with the house doc. No promises, but he might offer something short acting. Supervised." "I'll take it." Because I wasn't trying to get high. I wasn't trying to escape. I just wanted the storm in my chest to stop long enough to breathe. The house doctor gave me something mild. Short acting. Supervised. No bottle, no take-homes. Just one white pill in a paper cup, handed over with water and a look that said, "We're trusting you. Don't make us regret it." I swallowed it, sat in the quiet room for the required 30 minutes, and waited. About 10 minutes in, the fog started to lift. Not the kind that dulls you, but the kind that lets you breathe again. Like a pressure valve cracking open just enough to keep your soul from detonating. I walked back to the bunk, past the volleyball net still swaying from earlier, stepped over a half-crushed soda can by the oak, and sat down with my big book. I flipped to where I left off and just started reading, line by line, word by word, underlining anything that felt like it was written just for me. We alcoholics are men and women who have lost the ability to control our drinking. Underlined. The idea that somehow, someday he will control and enjoy his drinking is a great obsession of every abnormal drinker. Double underline, circle, star. Selfishness, self-centeredness. That, we think, is the root of our troubles. That one stung, but I didn't flinch. I boxed it in. Wrote yes in the margin. Every time I read something that hit me, that called me out, I marked it. Not just for me, but for the next guy. The one I'd sit with someday, knees close, book between us, and say, this part saved my life." I read through the night. The chatter of the house quieted. The snores returned. The TV down the hall buzzed static, and I was still sitting under a dim corner lamp, pages open, highlighter in one hand, notebook in the other. By dawn on the third day, I had made it all the way to page 164. The final words, "We shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit, and you will surely meet some of us as you trudge the road of happy destiny." I closed the book, not gently, not ceremoniously, but like someone locking a vault they finally understood the combination to. I didn't feel cured, I didn't feel free, but I felt something I hadn't felt since the Bahamas, since before the bottle, maybe since I was a kid playing guitar on my grandmother's porch. I felt ready. Chapter 9. Serenity in the shape of a guitar pick. Vince met me right after morning chore assignments. He didn't say much, just motioned with his head and said, "Let's go." I followed him across the property to the old chapel tucked behind the dining hall. It wasn't much to look at, no stained glass, no choir loft, just a small white room with dusty windows and a few folding chairs pointed toward a wooden cross that had seen better days. But when we walked inside, the air shifted, like the quiet there was intentional. We sat down side by side. "Step 3, he said. "Time to turn your will and your life over to the care of God as you understand him." I didn't ask questions, didn't stall, didn't joke. I just nodded. He handed me a copy of the third step prayer and said, "Read it out loud, but not to me." to him. I held the paper with both hands. My voice didn't shake, but my chest did. God, I offer myself to thee, to build with me and to do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self. The words felt ancient, heavy, but true. And when I finished, I didn't cry. I didn't fall to my knees. I didn't feel lightning. But I felt something like a warmth inside my chest, just a flicker, like the first glow of a campfire starting to take. Vince smiled softly. That's serenity, brother. That's what it feels like. I sat there a while after he left, not thinking, not praying, just being, and it felt lighter. Later that afternoon, I found Paul behind the volleyball court. Yo, I said, you still doing stick and poke? He looked up, grinning. Depends on what and where. I held out my left hand. I want the word serenity, right here, in the shape of a guitar pick. Paul nodded like he'd been waiting for that. 30 minutes later, he had a pen, a needle, some ink, and the confidence of a prison-trained monk. It didn't hurt as bad as I thought it would. The shape took form, not perfect, not polished, but mine, a pick, a word, a moment, a declaration. And when he wiped the last drop of ink from my skin, I looked at my hand and whispered, "All right, let's do step 4. I sat down at the little desk in the corner of our bunk room, notebook open, pen ready, a cup of cold black coffee next to me, and took my first real breath of the day. Step 4. Made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. Vince told me not to overthink it. Just write the names that come, first ones that pop up. That's your gut telling you where the truth lives. The first name that came? Amy. No hesitation. I wrote her name at the top of the page, just like Vince showed me in the columns. Name, Amy Cause. She intentionally embarrassed me in front of other people. As soon as I wrote it down, the old tapes started playing. The screaming matches, the public fights, the eye rolls, the sarcastic jabs at parties that felt like arrows dipped in acid. But Vince also told me, after you write each one, stop. Pray over it. Ask God to show you the truth, your part. Every resentment has one. So I closed my eyes, folded my hands awkwardly over the page, and whispered, God, show me what I could have done better. Help me see where I was wrong, even if I still feel hurt. When I opened my eyes, the pen moved again. Affects self-esteem, personal relationships, fears, security, ambitions. My part, I was selfish, I was dishonest. I aroused suspicion. I gave her reasons to doubt me. I kept score and played the victim even when I was the one lighting the match. That one hit. I sat back in the chair, not in shame, but in awareness. It didn't erase what she did, but it finally started to free me from the story I'd told myself for years, the one where I was just a misunderstood hero in someone else's tragedy. And that was the beginning of truth. So I kept going, one name at a time, one prayer at a time, one brutally honest mirror held up to the face of my past. This was inventory, not just of people I hated, but of the damage I caused, even when I thought I was the one bleeding. And in those moments, pen in hand, spirit cracked wide open, I didn't feel weak. I felt human. After knocking out the first 10 names on my 4th step, I had to put the pen down. I was drained, emotionally raw, spiritually scraped, physically beat. The writing had taken something out of me, not in a bad way, but in a way that felt like a surgery without anesthesia. I didn't realize how heavy that stuff was until I started digging through it. But once it was out, I couldn't shove it back in. I sat on the edge of my bunk, elbows on my knees, head down. I felt dirty, disgusting, but less confused. Like I had finally started untangling the wires, even if the current was still surging. I wanted to finish it. Wanted to get to step 5. Wanted to tell someone and let it all go. But I was wrecked. So when the bell rang for the last meeting of the day, I dragged myself there in a fog. Me, Paul, and James sat together like usual, our little platoon of misfits, trying to keep the mission intact while the rest of the house fell deeper under Ronnie's spell. And right on cue, 5 minutes after 8, in came Ronnie and his angels, Jessica, Mariah, Stephanie, all smiles, lip gloss, and exaggerated giggles, like they'd just come from a reality show audition. Ronnie shuffled in behind them, his usual smug, pipe-scented self. Let's bring it in, he barked, as if he hadn't just disrupted his own meeting. He mumbled through the preamble, eyes glazed, voice flat. No cross-talking, one share each, focus on yourself. Didn't mean a damn thing. Not to him. Then he called on Jessica, like clockwork. She leaned forward, hands in her lap, and shared something that, honestly, hit me right in the gut. She talked about fear, how it kept her from growing, how it made her shrink in relationships, how for years it had whispered that she wasn't enough, that she'd never change. And then she said something that caught in my chest like a breath too sharp. But when I started my fourth step, I realized that fear's voice wasn't God's voice. It was just mine, pretending to protect me. The room got still. I felt it. So did Paul. Even James, who rarely reacted to anything, glanced over with raised eyebrows. And without thinking, before Ronnie could move on, I raised my hand halfway, then dropped it. And then I just spoke. Jessica, I know I'm not supposed to comment, but I don't care tonight. The room shifted. Even Ronnie looked up from his book. What you said just now, about fear not being God's voice, that cracked something open for me. My voice was calm, low, but firm. I started my fourth step today, got through 10 names, and I felt disgusting. Like sit in the shower for an hour kind of disgusting, but less confused than I've felt in years. And now I know why. I looked right at her. Because I wasn't listening to God. I was listening to fear dressed up like truth. And what you just shared, that reminded me to keep going. So thank you. Silence. Jessica blinked, visibly surprised. But then she nodded and smiled the kind of smile that had nothing to do with Ronnie. And for once, Ronnie didn't say a word. Because what could he say? I wasn't disrespecting his house. I was respecting the truth. As soon as the final serenity prayer left the circle, Ronnie stood up slowly, like he'd been waiting for it. He didn't make a scene, didn't bark or scold in front of the room. He just walked over to me, leaned in close, and said, "Office, now." His voice was low but tight, the way a belt feels right before it snaps. I looked over at Paul and James, who were already watching. They didn't need to say a word. "Get ready for fireworks," Paul muttered, half under his breath. James gave a small shake of his head like, "You good?" I nodded once and stood up. I wasn't scared. I wasn't angry. I was just done pretending. I followed Ronnie down the dim hallway toward his little kingdom. Room 12, the place where charm got bent into control and rules got reworded for convenience. His office was cluttered, recovery books, ashtrays, a small framed photo of him with someone who looked like a celebrity 30 years ago. He shut the door behind us and took a slow breath, like he was preparing for court. "You know better," he said, walking around to his desk. I didn't answer. Just let him talk. No cross-talking, no interrupting. You've been here long enough to know how we run things. I leaned forward in my chair, elbows on my knees. "You're right, I do know how you run things." That caught him off guard. "Excuse me?" "Ronnie, I wasn't cross-talking to start drama. I wasn't even trying to be disrespectful." I kept my voice steady. "But I'm not going to sit in silence while real truth gets spoken and pretend it didn't land." He narrowed his eyes. "This isn't about feelings, son. This is about structure. You want freedom? You follow rules." "No," I said. "You want control, and you bend the rules depending on who's smiling at you." The air went thick. I could feel it. The line I just crossed, but it felt good. Felt right. Ronnie didn't raise his voice. He didn't explode. He just stared for a long second and said, "Watch yourself, Gallagher. I know you're kind. Smart mouths with sob stories. You want to finish this program? Stay in your lane." I stood up slowly, steady. "I'm not here to finish a program, Ronnie. I'm here to save my life." And I walked out, back to the bunk room, back to Paul and James, who were sitting up, waiting like brothers on guard duty. Paul looked up. "Well?" I dropped into my bunk. He tried to flex. I didn't blink. James smirked. Then I'd say step four's working. And for the first time all day, I slept like a man who wasn't running anymore. Chapter 10. Disobedience Gets You Killed. Morning light crept through the blinds like it always did, soft, hazy, warm. But something was off. As I sat up in my bunk, still groggy from a rare night of decent sleep, I noticed something sitting on my nightstand. A white envelope. My name scrawled across the front in aggressive all-caps handwriting. I knew who it was from before I even opened it. I tore the flap with my thumb, unfolded the single sheet inside, and read it once. Then twice, just to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. No cross-talking, especially to the opposite sex. 100 times. Disobedience gets you killed. 1,000 times. 1,000 times. That wasn't correction. That wasn't discipline. That was a message. This wasn't about a rule I broke. This was about a man, King Ronnie, who felt challenged and now needed to reassert dominance. He didn't call me in. Didn't talk to Vince. Didn't consult the staff. He just dropped his decree like a warden tossing meat into a cage. I sat there, the paper in my hand trembling slightly from the rage building in my gut. James saw me reading it and walked over. That it? I nodded, handing it to him. He read it once and whistled. Damn, that's the stiffest one yet. Paul looked up from across the room. What did he give you? The death penalty? Basically, I muttered. I went through the motions that morning, attended on awakening, nodded along, even read my paragraph. But inside, something had snapped. During nap time on day 14, I made my decision. I laid there staring at the ceiling fan clicking like a slow metronome, and I felt it. That familiar itch, that old escape artist inside me whispering, "We don't belong here. Not like this. Not under this man." So I got up, pulled out my duffel bag from under the bunk, started packing. Quiet, calm, precise. Folded every shirt. Laced up my boots. Paul rolled over, saw me, and sat up. Yo, where you going? Out, I said. This place ain't rehab anymore. It's a circus, and I'm not dancing for that clown. He didn't try to stop me. He just nodded. Because he knew, when you fought like hell to find the truth and someone tries to punish you for it, there are only two choices. Sell your soul or grab your bag and walk. I waited until Mel got up from her desk to check the back door buzzer. She didn't even see me slide behind the counter. I'd been watching her routine for 2 weeks. She always left her chair pulled slightly out, keys dangling from the lanyard, and the closet door slightly cracked open behind her. That's where she kept our confiscated phones. I slipped in, located mine in the bin labeled House Tech, Week 2, and stuffed it into my sock. Heart racing, ears sharp. Slid out the back door without so much as a squeak. No alarms, no overhead page, just sunlight and silence. I made it to the end of the driveway, bag over my shoulder, dust on my boots, palms sweating. Pulled out the phone, turned it on, and called Ryan. She answered on the first ring. "You okay?" she asked, voice tight with worry. "Yeah," I said. "I'm out. I couldn't take it anymore." "Good," she said without hesitation. "That place never sat right with me. I'll call your parents. We'll talk to Ronnie. Get our damn money back." $2,000 a week. For what? Dirty floors, frozen lasagna, false profits, and field trips for the girls. If that money was for healing, it was healing Ronnie's ego, not our souls. Then I heard footsteps behind me. "Joe!" I turned and saw Vince, Paul, and James hustling down the driveway, out of breath, eyes wide. Paul was the first to speak. "Man, what are you doing?" "You don't have to go like this," James said, hands on his hips. "We've only got 2 more weeks." Vince didn't say anything at first. He just looked at me like a father who already knew the answer. I looked at all of them. These guys weren't part of the sickness. They were the only thing that made that place bearable. But I couldn't stay. Not when the person in charge was the most toxic presence in the room. "I love you guys," I said, swallowing the lump in my throat. "You're my brothers, but I can't keep pretending that place is doing what it says it's doing." I looked Vince in the eye. "You were the only one in there trying to save lives, but it's not enough. That place doesn't want to change, and I won't be part of something that looks like recovery on the outside, but smells like manipulation on the inside." Vince nodded slowly. "I wish it was different," he said. "But I get it." Paul stepped forward and hugged me. Hard, quick, no words. James gave me a fist bump and said, "We'll see you on the outside. Just don't make us read your damn obituary." "You won't," I said. "Not this time." And with that, I turned around and walked. Chapter 11. A New Footing in Goose Creek. Ryan picked me up at the edge of the driveway, same SUV, same smile. But something in her eyes had shifted. She didn't hug me like I was broken. She hugged me like I was standing. We got in the car, and for the first 5 minutes, it was quiet. Not uncomfortable, just still. Then she reached over, put her hand on my leg, and said, "So, you done running?" I nodded. "I think so. I think I finally felt what surrender feels like, and not in a way that makes me feel weak, in a way that makes me feel clean." We drove with the windows down, the Charleston air washing through the car like it knew I needed a reset. I told her everything about the chapel, the third step prayer, the letter from King Ronnie, the guitar pick tattoo Paul etched into my hand. "You're not the same," she said as we pulled onto the interstate. "I can see it, hear it. You're different." I nodded again. "The steps work, Rye. Not the circus I was in, but the actual program. I've started to feel it, that peace, that clarity, but I need to keep going. I need a new sponsor. Someone who actually calls me back. Someone I can give this fourth step to. It's burning a hole in my chest." She smiled. "Then let's find your guy." When we got back to the apartment, the first thing I did wasn't shower, wasn't eat. I sat down at the kitchen table, opened my phone, and pulled up the Low Country meeting schedule, scrolled past names I recognized. And then I saw it. Goose Creek, Tuesday, 6 p.m. Open discussion. Something about the name, the quietness of it, pulled me in. I looked up at Ryan. "I'm going to check out a new group tonight, in Goose Creek." She nodded without hesitation. "Good. I think you're ready." And for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like a guy starting over. I felt like a man finally taking his next step. The drive to Goose Creek took about half an hour, just enough time for my mind to start spinning again. But instead of anxiety, it was alignment. The windows were cracked, and the Carolina air had that early evening coolness to it, soft but full of life, like the day was leaning in and listening. Halfway there, I picked up the phone and called my dad. He answered after the first ring, like he'd been waiting. "Hey, kid." "Hey," I said, eyes on the road. "I need to talk to you about something important." "Everything all right?" Yeah, it is. But I made a decision today. I'm quitting O'Reilly's." Silence. Then a long, calm breath on the other end. "You sure about that?" "Yeah, I've got to put my sobriety first. I've got to go all in on the program, and the job is draining the life out of me. But I've also been thinking about what we talked about. The body shops down here, the painters. They're nothing like the guys up north." "No, they're not," he said, intrigued now. "They've got talent, yeah, but no one's ever taken the time to teach them about color match or blending, or the science of finishes. All these suppliers treat them like dumb labor, not artists." There was a pause, a heavy one, the kind that usually meant he was either about to lecture me or offer me something life-changing. "You opened 30 new accounts in 6 months with O'Reilly's, right?" "Yeah." "And you say the reps down there don't know their ass from a mixing bank?" "Exactly." Another beat of silence. Then, "All right, let's do it." "What?" "You've got the edge. You know the product, the chemistry, the people. You learned it the hard way, from the bottom, just like I did. You want to start your own company?" "More than anything," I said, stunned. "Then I'll back it. We'll call it Chucktown Paint. You teach these boys what paint's supposed to be. You already got your reputation in the streets. Now use it in the shops." I didn't know what to say. I'd been so used to disappointing this man. I wasn't ready for him to believe in me again. "Thank you," I finally whispered. "Don't thank me. Just stay sober, and make something that lasts this time." I pulled into the church parking lot in Goose Creek just as the sun was melting behind the trees, phone in one hand, heart in the other. Chucktown Paint wasn't just an idea now, it was real. And it all started with that drive to a small church on a quiet road with a new meeting and a second chance waiting inside. The building in Goose Creek didn't look like much from the outside. White vinyl siding, a gravel parking lot, flickering fluorescent light above the side door. But when I walked in, it felt like I'd stepped into a whole new world. The air smelled like burnt coffee, peanut butter crackers, and the faintest whiff of menthols someone had snuck on break. I hadn't even crossed the threshold fully when this wild-eyed, silver-haired, stocky man with the biggest smile I've ever seen came charging toward me like a linebacker. My brother. And before I could brace for it, I was wrapped in a bear hug so tight I thought I might lose circulation. Welcome home, Poppy. What's your name? Wait, don't even tell me yet. I already love you. Joe, I said, laughing. Joe. Jose. He kissed the air next to my head like we'd grown up together in San Juan. Raffy, 65, Puerto Rican, loco as hell, but I'm God's favorite. Ask anybody. I was still laughing when I looked past him and saw Robert Baxter sitting in the corner, 6 feet 4 inches, built like a brick chimney, beard like steel wool, arms crossed over his chest, and a scowl so deep it looked permanent. I nodded at him, unsure. He nodded back once, real slow, then grunted something that I think was, glad you made it. It was hard to tell. He sounded like gravel being crushed under an 18-wheeler. Then came Dan M., retired Navy captain. Looked about 130 years old, but had this epic long silver mane like an old rock god that refused to retire. He had a dollar bill in one hand, a bag of peanut M and M's in the other. New guy? He asked, pointing the cane at me. That's me, I said. He smiled and said, Cool. Don't sit next to Raffy unless you want herpes. Raffy shouted from across the room, You're jealous of my aura. And just like that, I knew I was exactly where I needed to be. This wasn't therapy. This wasn't structure. This was love in its weirdest, rawest, most ridiculous form. I sat down with my coffee and listened to war stories, to broken hearts, to insane laughter. And in between the shares, I realized these guys weren't just clean. They were alive. And if I stuck around long enough, maybe I could be too. The topic that night was fellowship. Not just the coffee and handshakes kind, but the real, raw network of misfits and miracles bound together by one thing. Trust God, clean house, help others. That's what someone shared, and it hit me right in the chest. Because here I was, a guy who just walked out of a rehab with a busted hierarchy and more rules than recovery, and now I was in a small town church with a bunch of lunatics, and I felt more at home than I ever had in any building with treatment on the door. One man shared how he used to sell crack to his own cousins. Another said he lost all 4 of his kids to the state. One woman had just gotten out of prison that week and hadn't missed a meeting since. None of us had anything in common, except one thing: we had all burned our lives to the ground, and someone, somewhere, had helped us walk through the ashes. After the meeting, I stuck around to talk to Raffy, who tried to sell me on his homemade, zero-sugar Puerto Rican empanadas, but before I could answer, Robert Baxter appeared behind me like a steel-toed shadow. Joe? I turned, still not used to his presence. His voice sounded like thunder stuck in a smoker's throat. Come with me. He motioned toward the back of the building, behind the dumpster. I hesitated for half a second, then followed. Back there, behind a half-broken utility door and a stack of donated plastic chairs, was his office. Really just a folding table, 2 rusty stools, and a weathered notebook with names scratched into the front. He sat. I stood. And then, like he'd rehearsed it, You got a sponsor? I started to answer. Well, I kind of did at rehab, but... He held up one gnarled finger. Number you don't. I blinked. He lit a cigarette, blew the smoke away from me, and said, I'm going to walk with you through this stuff against my better judgment, because I can already tell you're one of those stubborn sons of bitches who thinks he's got all the answers. Lot of ideas. Probably think you can save the world. He narrowed his eyes. But you don't know shit. I almost laughed. He leaned in, eyes locked. Neither did I. When I came in, I thought the same thing, so I'm going to tell you what my sponsor told me. Shut your mouth, show up, and pray for the willingness to be wrong. Then he stood, offered a hand like a stone wall. You ready? I took it. Yeah, I said. I'm ready. Chapter 12, The Real Step 1. Robert didn't care what I'd done in rehab. He didn't want to hear about my inventory, didn't care how many names I wrote down, didn't ask about my spiritual awakening or how many meetings I chaired. He sat me down behind the church the next night with that same raspy thunder voice and said, We're starting over. From step 1, You've never actually done it. I opened my mouth to argue, but he wasn't having it. I don't give a damn what kind of fake therapy you did over there. That was a holding cell with coffee. This is war. Then he laid out the plan. Read the doctor's opinion tonight. Twice. Underline every sentence you relate to. Tomorrow, start Bill's story. Highlight the lies you've told yourself. Call me every day before noon. No texts. I don't care if it's just to say you're alive. Don't share in meetings. Not for 90 days. Not even if your ass is falling off. I blinked. Even if it's rolling down the aisle like a ham at Costco. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 90 meetings in 90 days, he continued. Minimum. I want names, times, topics. Treat it like a job. Then he leaned in. And every time you get a good idea, I want to hear about it. What do you mean by, like, if you think you should quit your job to become a Buddhist skydiver, or text your ex, or get a neck tattoo with your sobriety date, that's a good idea, and it's probably going to kill you. I sat there nodding, overwhelmed but focused. He crushed his cigarette and stood up. This ain't punishment. This is how we survive. Then he paused. And if you follow this path, really follow it, you won't just survive, Joe. You'll change forever. That night, I walked through the door of our little apartment with something different in my chest. Not adrenaline, not anxiety, but conviction. Ryan was curled up on the couch with one of the dogs, Pablo, I think, in her lap, a candle burning on the table, and the smell of lavender filling the air. She looked up from her book. How was it? I dropped my bag, kicked off my shoes, and smiled. I found my people. She sat up straighter, already grinning. I told her everything, from the way Raffi bear hugged me like a lost cousin, to the gruff wisdom of Dan M., to Robert Baxter pulling me behind the church like I was being initiated into some sacred back alley brotherhood. I told her how Robert laid it all out. No sharing, 90 meetings, daily calls, reading like my life depended on it. She laughed when I told her the even if your ass falls off rule, and then grew quiet as I explained how serious he was. How serious I was. Then I told her something I hadn't planned on, something that still felt too good to be true. I called my dad. She blinked. What did he say? He wants to back us. Her eyes widened. Back us? Like fund a company. Chucktown Paint, just us. No more O'Reillys. He'll even cover the bills for a while until we're up and running. Ryan stared at me, jaw halfway dropped, eyes welling just a bit. That look that only comes when hope returns in a shape you never expected. Are you serious? Dead serious. I walked over and sat beside her, took her hand. I know I've said a lot of things over the years, made a lot of promises, but this one's real. You're real, she whispered. I can feel it. I nodded. Goose Creek's where all my O'Reilly shops are. The painters know me. Trust me. They're the first ones I'm going to bring Chucktown Paint to. And if we do this right, we won't just build a company. We'll build a life. And for the first time since we moved to Charleston, since the heartbreak, the hospital, the hell I barely crawled out of, I believed it too. I was doing everything Robert told me. I was calling every morning, reading the doctor's opinion, Bill's story, marking up every page like it was my last homework assignment before heaven. I wasn't sharing at meetings, not even when I wanted to raise my hand and drop some profound-sounding revelation that would have made the whole room snap their fingers. I was holding back, following orders, showing up. But Robert wasn't fooled. He could sniff out dishonesty like a bloodhound, and it wasn't just the lies I told other people, it was the ones I still told myself. One afternoon, we were sitting behind the church again, drinking bad coffee out of styrofoam cups, when I mentioned, casually, like it was nothing, that I'd been thinking about performing again. Music, shows, open mics, maybe even recording. He let me finish. Then he said, delusion. Has to be smashed. I blinked. What do you mean? I'm just talking. I'm not booking gigs. Exactly, you're talking, which means you're fantasizing, which means your ego is creeping out of the closet like a cockroach in the dark. I stayed quiet. He sipped his coffee. Joe, you can't even spell normal yet. You're still trying to balance sobriety on a beam made of old dreams and good ideas. And you know what good ideas are? Yeah, potential relapses in disguise. He nodded. Now you're starting to listen. I told him how the meetings were starting to wear on me, how Goose Creek was a 30-minute haul each way, how I was doing everything by the book, but it was getting inconvenient. So what do you want? He asked. I don't know. Maybe move closer? He looked at me for a second, then shrugged. Wouldn't be the dumbest thing you've ever done. That made me laugh. He didn't. Look, if moving closer makes it easier to stay sober, if it makes these meetings more accessible and gives you less excuses to quit, then yeah, it sounds like it'd be helpful. But don't do it for comfort. Do it for clarity. What do you mean? I mean, don't run away from things that challenge you, but don't chain yourself to things that make growth harder either. Make the road less windy if you can. Your recovery depends on it. I didn't have to decide that day, but I knew then, deep in my gut, everything was going to have to change. Not just where I lived, but how I thought, how I chose, how I built my life around the thing that had to come first. Sobriety. That night, I waited until we finished dinner, just some frozen ravioli and bagged salad, but it felt like a small win because we were eating together, laughing between bites. Ryan looked tired, though. More than tired, drained. She leaned back, kicked her slippers off, and rubbed her temples. Rough day? I asked gently. She nodded. They had me training 2 new techs today. One of them didn't know how to check a dog's temperature. She sighed. This isn't Eastside. This isn't what I signed up for. I feel like I'm getting dumber every week. You're not, I said. She looked up, eyes heavy. And the pay, she added, shaking her head. $15 an hour. I made 26 up north. I can't even buy groceries without checking the gas tank first. I took a breath. So, I've been thinking. She raised an eyebrow. Good thinking or Joe thinking? I laughed. Robert approved thinking. That got a smile. I told her how far the drive to Goose Creek had been wearing on me, how important those meetings were, how much the guys there felt like my people, how Robert, despite his crusty exterior and Confederate flag tattoo, was exactly what I needed, how this program was saving my life, and it wasn't something I could take lightly. Then I paused. I want to move. She didn't respond right away. Closer to Goose Creek? I nodded. It'd make the meetings easier, cut out the excuses, and it'd put us closer to the body shops I'm going to start pitching Chucktown paint to. The painters know me out there. It's the first real momentum I've felt in years. I think it's time to go all in. She looked down at her lap for a long second, then back up at me. Okay. Okay? She nodded. I hate my job. You're right. The hours suck, the pay is insulting, and I'm tired of wasting my time and talent. I'll help with Chucktown Paint, and once we're settled, I'll find something better. Something I love. Maybe open my own place one day? Tears welled in her eyes, but she didn't let them fall. We're not who we were, Joe. We don't have to keep living like we're still trying to survive. I reached for her hand. So we do it? She nodded. Let's go start over again. It didn't take long to find it. Just outside Goose Creek, tucked in a little neighborhood in Hanahan, was a house for rent on a quiet cul-de-sac just past Otranto Boulevard. As soon as we pulled in, we both felt it. The driveway curved into a picture-perfect entrance. Spanish moss hung from the trees like nature's lace, swaying gently in the low-country breeze. Palmetto trees stood proudly along the front yard, catching light like they were trying to welcome us home. Ryan didn't say anything right away. She just got out of the car and stood there, soaking it in. The stillness, the safety, the sense that this time it could be different. I walked up to the front door and glanced back at her. You feel that? I asked. She nodded. Yeah, for the first time in a long time, I don't want to leave. The house wasn't fancy, but it didn't have to be. It had just enough rooms, just enough warmth, and just enough hope to make us feel like maybe, just maybe, this time we were planting roots. That night we moved in a few boxes and a couple of lawn chairs. We didn't even have a bed set up yet, but we sat on the floor of our empty living room, eating sandwiches off paper towels and smiling like we had just bought the Taj Mahal. I could hear the wind rustling through the moss out back. I could see the moonlight slipping through the palmetto fronds, and I could feel it. This wasn't just a place to live. This was where Chucktown paint would rise, where sobriety would get deeper, where us, me and Ryan, could finally breathe without looking over our shoulders. Moving into the new house in Hanahan felt like the closest thing to redemption I'd ever experienced. We didn't have everything, but for once, we had enough. Ryan picked up a job cleaning houses, $20 an hour. Not quite what she deserved, but it was honest, quiet work. Peaceful, even. And it gave her the freedom to breathe without the noise and politics of the vet clinic. It's not forever, she said, but it's helping us get there. And there was already unfolding faster than either of us expected. My father kept his word. He loaded a tractor trailer with everything I'd need. Cases of auto body paint, clear coats, hardeners, tape, sandpaper, guns, tack cloths, mixing systems, and had it shipped straight down to Charleston. I rented a small storage unit just off Rivers Avenue. Nothing fancy, no office, no storefront. But I wasn't starting with signs or logos. I was starting with relationships. I drove out to 5 of the body shops I used to rep for under the O'Reilly umbrella. Guys I knew by name, guys I'd helped color match in the rain, or brought lunch to on a long day. Every shop I visited signed with me with no hesitation. Each account committed to $800 a week, minimum. Straight from handshake to invoice. They were tired of being just another number to the corporate guys who didn't know their product, didn't know their work, didn't give a damn. But they knew I did. Chucktown Paint wasn't just a business, it was a second chance. For them, for me, for everything I thought I lost when I bottomed out. Each order felt like a brick in the foundation of my future. Each delivery, a reminder that redemption could have revenue. One of the shop owners pulled me aside after we closed the deal and said, "Joe, you've always talked like a man with something to prove, but now you move like a man who knows who he is." And for the first time in a long time, I agreed with him. It had been a few days since I closed those first 5 accounts. The dust was settling. Orders were coming in steady. My hands were sore from lifting 5-gallon drums and mixing paint in warehouse heat, but every ache felt earned. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the trees draped in Spanish moss outside our new house, I sat on the back steps with a can of Coke and my phone, and I called my father. He answered in his usual tone, not cold, not warm, just ready. Hey, I said. You got a second? Always. How's the low country treating you? I smiled. We're in. The new place. It's quiet. Real nice. Good. And the business? I could hear the unspoken tension in his voice, the part that remembered every one of my false starts. So I told him, 5 accounts, each doing around $800 a week. That's $4,000 right out the gate. There was silence on the other end, but this time, it wasn't disappointment. It was calculation. You still got enough stock in the unit? He asked. Tight squeeze, but yeah, the trailer drop filled the place wall to wall. Reordering system in place? I'm working on it. Got a spreadsheet, and I'm tracking by volume and category. He chuckled. You tracking? On a spreadsheet? Color-coded and everything? I even impressed myself. For the first time in a long time, I heard him laugh. A real one. Joe, I gotta say, I wasn't sure how this was gonna go, but you're doing it. You really are. Yeah, I said. Feels different this time. I'm not trying to impress anyone. I'm just showing up. He cleared his throat. You ever need anything? More inventory? Help with logistics? Whatever? You just say the word. I sat there a second before answering. Thank you for trusting me, for backing this. You earned it, son. I'm trying to stay earned. We said our goodbyes, and I hung up the phone, stared out at the palmettos dancing in the dusk. That wasn't just a check-in. That was a bridge rebuilt, and this time I was walking across it with my head high. That night, after dinner, grilled cheese and tomato soup with the cheap kind of pickles I used to sneak into the cart at Stop and Shop. Me and Ryan curled up on the couch with the dogs. The house was quiet except for the soft hum of the fan and the occasional sound of Pablo snoring like a tiny old man with a sinus issue. How you feeling? She asked, looking at me over the rim of her tea mug. I took a deep breath. Settled. She smiled. That's a new one. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I just feel like the dust finally stopped spinning. And then I said, I think I'll call the kids tonight. Ryan just nodded, didn't push, didn't poke, just supported, like she always did. I pulled out my phone and hit the FaceTime icon, and to my surprise, they picked up right away. Dad! Joey's voice filled the screen, high-pitched and wild, his face way too close to the camera like he was trying to eat it. Savannah! He shouted. It's Dad! Come here. He's actually calling. Savannah popped into view with that same quiet smirk that reminded me of myself at her age, like she knew everything but was too cool to say it. Hey, Dad, she said, casual, but the sparkle in her eyes gave her away. Hey, baby girl. Hey, little man. Joey waved a plastic toy sword in the air. Guess what I'm getting for my birthday? A trampoline. Mom said maybe. Well, I got you something too. He froze. What? You remember that helicopter toy from Charleston you loved? He gasped. No way. It's already on the way. Should be there in time. He dropped the sword. I'm going to fly it over the house, like all, day dot. Savannah sat back and crossed her arms. And what about me? I smiled. I know you've been on a monster high kick again, so I may or may not have sent 2 dolls I saw on clearance at Target. They look scary and fabulous. She laughed. You remembered? Of course I did. We stayed on the phone for almost 2 hours. No tension, no awkward silences, no I gotta goes. Just love. Simple, quiet, real. Ryan sat beside me the whole time, rubbing my arm gently, smiling at every silly joke and screen flash of childhood joy. And when the call finally ended, I leaned back into the couch, tears in my eyes. Not from pain, but from gratitude. That felt good, I whispered. Ryan rested her head on my shoulder. It looked good. And for once, I didn't feel like I was making up for lost time. I felt like I was living the time I had, fully. Chapter 13. The Ego Payment. 90 meetings. 90 days. I did it. Every day I showed up. Sat in those metal chairs. Drank lukewarm coffee. Shut my mouth when I wanted to sound smart. Called Robert before noon. Prayed even when I wasn't sure who I was talking to. And somewhere between steps 2 and 3, that surrender everyone kept talking about, it started to feel real. I wasn't just willing to believe in a higher power, I was depending on it. Not for miracles, but for maintenance, for sanity, for peace. Chucktown Paint was growing. 10 accounts on rotation now. I had invoices, spreadsheets, reorders. Bills were finally being paid on time. I was becoming something I hadn't been in years, responsible. And in that newfound rhythm of recovery and rebuilding, I forgot about one thing, the Mercedes. That 2008 C280 was the last thing my ego had clung to. Bought it when I had no business buying anything, 0 down, 7-year loan, and a $995 monthly payment that made absolutely no sense for a guy who didn't even own a washer and dryer. I didn't buy that car for practicality. I bought it so I could look like a man who hadn't lost control. But that man was long gone, and the payment, it hadn't been made in 4 months. I knew it was coming. But denial's a sneaky little bastard, especially when you're finally doing so many other things right. That morning, the knock on the door wasn't God or karma, it was the repo guy. Ryan opened the blinds just as I was pouring my second cup of coffee. Joe, there's a tow truck in the driveway. I looked out and saw it, bright orange with black trim, backing up slowly, methodically, and on the passenger side, a guy in a reflective vest holding a clipboard. Is this about the car? She asked, already knowing the answer. I nodded. Yeah, it's time. I walked outside barefoot, coffee still in hand, and met the guy at the end of the driveway. He wasn't rude, wasn't cruel, just doing his job. Mr. Gallagher? That's me. You know why we're here. I do. I handed him the keys. No drama, no excuses, just one quiet sentence. That car was never mine anyway. He looked at me for a second, like he expected a fight, or at least a plea, but when he didn't get one, he just nodded. All right, man, appreciate it. I stood there as they towed it away, and I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I didn't call a sponsor in a panic or slam a door or storm off in shame. I just stood still and felt the weight of it, then let it pass, because I knew that wasn't a loss. That was a debt finally paid. And my ego, it went with the car. I waited about 20 minutes, long enough for the tow truck to disappear, for the coffee to go cold, for the silence to settle like dust on the porch rail. Then I picked up the phone and called Robert. He answered after 2 rings. "What did you do now?" Classic. "They came for the Mercedes this morning." Silence. Then, in the gruffest, most Robert tone possible, "About damn time." I couldn't help but laugh. I didn't fight it, didn't try to cut a deal. I just handed over the keys. "You cry?" "Nope." "Throw anything?" "Nope." He was quiet again. Then, with that voice like gravel and gospel, "That, right there, is what we call progress, son." I nodded, pacing the living room now. "You know what's crazy?" I said. I didn't even feel like a loser. It actually felt good. Like I let go of something I was dragging behind me. "Because you did. You always said I couldn't spell normal, but I think I'm starting to get close to pronouncing it." He snorted. "Don't get ahead of yourself. But yeah, this is the work. You're finally understanding that the old you would have burned down the whole house just to keep that damn car in the driveway. Now, you're letting the fire die? You're growing." I sat down on the floor next to one of the moving boxes we still hadn't unpacked. "What's next?" "Next?" he said. "Next we keep going. Step 4 is waiting. That inventory's not going to write itself. And believe me, the repo man ain't got nothing on the emotional debt you still got to settle." "Great," I said, smirking. "Looking forward to it." "Damn right you are." He paused. "Proud of you, Joe. Don't mean I like you yet, but I'm proud." We hung up. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like I had to earn approval. I just felt like I was finally becoming someone who didn't need it. By the time the tow truck rounded the corner with my ego still hooked to the back of the Mercedes, Ryan was already spiraling. She wasn't mad, not really, just stressed. "So now we have 1 car," she said, pacing the kitchen with a cleaning rag still in her hand. "You have 10 shops to service. I clean 3 houses a day, and none of them are within walking distance. How's this going to work?" She was right. I didn't have a plan. But for the first time in a long time, I didn't panic. I picked up the phone and called my dad. "Pop," I said, "I need a vehicle that doesn't scream unpaid SoundCloud rapper. Something practical, reliable, paint hauling ready." He chuckled. "How about a Kia Soul?" "Isn't that the hamster car?" "It's cheap, holds product, gets great mileage. It's what you need, not what your ego wants. And that's what we're building now, right?" We ran the numbers. Chucktown Paint was holding steady. 10 accounts, no outstanding invoices, a couple thousand in profit after expenses. A few days later, I drove off the lot in a brand new gray Kia Soul with manual windows and vinyl seats. And I couldn't have been prouder. Ryan still made fun of it. "I feel like I should be listening to Kids Bop when I ride in this thing." But I knew this was the car that would keep Chucktown Paint moving, 1 shop at a time. The next few months were a whirlwind of adjustment. Wake up, check the order log, load up the Soul with cans, tape, sandpaper, and stir sticks. Deliver, shake hands, make sure every painter had what they needed. Then back home for dinner, billing, and a new set of emails to answer. Ryan was everywhere, booking cleanings, quoting new jobs, helping me sort shipments. She was the office manager I never could have afforded, and the partner I never deserved. The rhythm was tiring, but it was ours. And back in Connecticut, her mom and sister were losing their minds. "You're at the beach again?" her sister texted. "It's snowing sideways here, and you're in shorts at a food truck concert?" They were both tired of seeing us on Facebook, tired of Charleston's sun-kissed photo dumps in February. We knew it was petty, but we couldn't help smiling a little, because we weren't bragging, we weren't faking it, we were just finally living a life worth taking pictures of. It was official. Donna and Taylor, Ryan's mom and sister, had made the decision. They were moving to Charleston. Ryan helped them find a 2-bedroom rental at Atlantic Palms, right in Goose Creek, just a few turns up the road from us. "They want palm trees and sunshine," she said. "And after everything they've watched us survive, I think they finally believe it's real, not just some fantasy escape." They were set to arrive in a couple months. Meanwhile, I was stepping into something far less scenic. Step 4. Robert handed me a yellow legal pad and a pen at our next meeting behind the church. "It's time," he said. "Start writing. Resentments first, names, causes, how it affected you, and what your part was. Don't leave anyone out, and don't try to look holy. You're not." I nodded. "And Joe," I looked up. "You're going to want to quit halfway through. Everyone does. The ego will start whispering, 'This is pointless. You've changed. You don't need to relive this crap.'" He leaned in. "That's when you write harder." That night, I sat at the kitchen table, Ryan curled up in the next room with a book and a blanket, our little dogs asleep on her lap. I opened to the first blank page and wrote at the top, "Resentments." Then under it, the first name came out like a punch. Amy. The cause? Too many to count. But the real shock didn't come from listing what she did to me. It came when I had to write about my part. The dishonesty, the gaslighting, the jealousy I fueled, the way I played victim while setting fires behind the scenes. It stung, but with every word I wrote, I felt something loosening, like years of self-deception finally letting go. And that was just day one. As I launched into the course of vigorous action, the fourth step started doing exactly what Robert warned me it would. It kicked my ass. Every night I sat at the kitchen table with that yellow legal pad, scribbling through clenched teeth, shaking my head at the man I used to be, sometimes even still was. Names, causes, effects, my part. It was like ripping off old scabs only to find the wounds still open underneath. But I didn't say a word to Robert. I didn't tell Ryan either. I didn't want to look like a whiner. I was the guy who was doing great, the guy who made it out, the guy with the paint business and the stable home and the plan. But inside, the guilt was stacking, the self-doubt was creeping, and the whisper of my old identity was starting to scream again. "You're not a paint guy, you're an artist." So I started spending. Not irresponsibly at first, just little things. A new flannel, a fresh pair of boots, a couple dinners out when we should have been saving. Then came the tattoos, the new guitar, a mic setup, just in case I wanted to record again. I told myself I was just investing in my creative side, but really, I was avoiding the painful truth buried in the fourth step. I still didn't want to let go of the fantasy. Even as Chucktown Paint was thriving, even as 10 shops turned into 12, even as bills got paid and checks came in and the life I used to beg God for was unfolding, I was still secretly trying to keep one foot in the old world. The applause, the spotlight, the what if. I wasn't drinking, I wasn't using, but I was self-medicating with purchases, with daydreams, with the illusion that I could be both things at once. And that conflict, it was eating me alive. It was a 7 a.m. meeting at the church in Goose Creek, early enough that the air still had that sleepy stillness, and the coffee tasted more like regret than roast. Robert had given me permission to share. First time in over 90 days, I should have felt honored, grateful, ready to deliver something thoughtful. But what came out of me was a mess. I unloaded the whole storm, how my fourth step was crushing my soul, how I was starting to second-guess everything, how Chucktown Paint felt like a blessing and a burden, how I was still buying things I didn't need, how part of me still believed I was meant for something more. But I didn't talk about the solution, didn't mention God, didn't mention inventory, didn't mention willingness or surrender. I just vented. And when I finally came up for air, Robert didn't give me the comforting nod I thought I deserved. Instead, in front of the whole damn room, he leaned back in his chair, sipped his coffee, and said, "Why don't you just go try some more controlled drinking?" It felt like the air got sucked out of the building. People froze. Even the guy next to me stopped chewing his gum. And me, I went numb. I didn't say a word, didn't flip out, didn't slam my chair or toss my coffee. I just stood up quietly, walked into the kitchen like I needed a refill, and then I slipped out the back door, jumped the little chain link fence behind the dumpster, walked to my Kia Soul, climbed in, and sat there fuming. I gripped the steering wheel like it had offended me personally. Who the hell does he think he is? After everything I've done, the progress I've made? But somewhere deep beneath the white-hot rage, another voice whispered, "He's right." And that truth, it hurt worse than the humiliation because I didn't want to drink. but I also didn't want to let go of the parts of me that kept making me sick. I didn't go home, didn't call Robert, didn't head to another meeting. I needed to move, to lift something heavy, to pretend I wasn't completely unraveling inside. So I drove straight over to Atlantic Palms, where Donna and Taylor were just pulling into their new apartment. Ryan was already there, directing traffic with her usual calm, efficient energy. A clipboard in one hand, a roll of paper towels in the other. She saw me pulling in and smiled, but she also squinted, the way she does when she knows something's off but doesn't want to say it yet. "Hey, babe, you're early." "Yeah," I said, throwing it in park and hopping out. "Thought I'd lend a hand." "Everything all right?" "Fine," I lied. I walked right past her and grabbed a box labeled kitchen junk. Donna was already in the doorway, fanning herself with a plastic cutting board. "Jesus, Joe, you look like a man on a mission." "Just trying to be helpful." And I meant it. Sort of. Because what I was really doing was running, not from a meeting or a drink or a person, but from the truth I wasn't ready to swallow. I lugged box after box up the stairs, unpacked towels, built an IKEA coffee table without instructions, and made 6 trips to the dumpster like it was a calling from God. Ryan didn't push. She just kept glancing over at me with those eyes that could see 10 miles deep, waiting for me to crack. And maybe I would, but not yet. Not before the dishes were stacked, the fridge was plugged in, the couch was set, and Donna had lit her cinnamon-scented candle like it was a sacred ritual of southern relocation. Only then did I finally sit, just for a second, and that's when it hit me. Doing good doesn't erase what you're avoiding. It just buys you a little more time to admit it. Chapter 14. The Slow Fade. I told the girls I was heading to a meeting. "Just need to clear my head," I said. Ryan kissed me goodbye. Donna and Taylor waved. And I left the apartment with a big book on the dash, a lie on my lips, and a secret already weighing heavy in my chest. But I wasn't going to a meeting. I was going to spend money I didn't have on something I didn't need, chasing a hit of dopamine, trying to numb the ache that had started building again in my bones. I wasn't drinking. I wasn't using. But something darker had slipped in, a hunger I thought I had under control. Lately, I'd been watching porn like it was medication. Not for arousal, not even for release. Just to feel something, to forget the weight of spiritual inventory, to drown the shame of unfinished steps and unresolved guilt. I was tired. Not the kind of tired sleep could fix. The kind of tired that came from carrying around parts of myself I still hadn't surrendered. For the next few weeks, I became a man I recognized and hated. I didn't relapse in the obvious way, but I stopped calling Robert every day, and when I did call, I gave him just enough surface to keep him off my trail. "Yeah, things are steady, shops are happy, Ryan's good, business is fine." If he pressed harder, I gave just enough vulnerability to sound honest, but never the truth. Not about the porn, not about the late nights, not about the dopamine chases or the spiritual erosion quietly happening behind my eyes. I was slowly slipping, and I knew it. I was irritable, restless, and discontent. But I kept smiling, kept posting, kept saying, "It's all good, man. Life's never been better." Until eventually, the weight of all that pretending became unbearable. I had $10,000 saved, the most money I'd ever had sitting in an account without owing it to somebody or hiding it in the glove box. Chucktown Paint was holding. 12 steady accounts. Donna had taken over most of the delivery routes. I trained her on the shop names, routes, what to say, what not to say. She picked it up fast. Meanwhile, I kept showing up at meetings, chairing a few, nodding at all the right shares, but avoiding every one Robert was known to walk into. He hadn't called in a while, and I sure as hell wasn't calling him. It wasn't that I was doing bad, I just wasn't doing honest. And underneath it all, another voice had started talking to me again. One I hadn't heard in a while. The artist, the star, the guy with 2,000 songs and a dream that never died. I had 10 new songs written, raw, moody, vulnerable, songs about recovery, addiction, betrayal, and love. Some of the best stuff I'd ever written, if I'm being honest. And I had a title, Side Effects. It felt fitting. The whole album would be a collection of scars. The things I didn't see coming when I asked for just one more. So I called OB, my old producer, the only guy I trusted to bring my songs to life. "Yo," I said when he picked up. Hypothetical question. What would it cost to do a full album? 10 tracks, studio time, you producing everything. There was a pause, then that same cool, calculated tone I remembered from back in the day. Depends how fast you want it. You got the material? Locked and loaded. All right, he said. Let's talk. I got a slot opening in 2 weeks. That's all it took, and suddenly, the paint cans, the meetings, the grocery list on the fridge, the quiet nights with Ryan, they all started to fade into the background. Because the spotlight, it was flickering again. We were in the kitchen when I said it. Ryan was chopping vegetables. I was leaning against the counter, twisting the cap of a water bottle I wasn't drinking. I need to talk to you about something. She looked up immediately, not startled, not panicked, just ready. She always knew when something was coming. Okay. I took a deep breath. I've been writing again, a lot, and I've got 10 songs. They're not just good, they're me. They're everything I've walked through, everything we've survived. It's the best stuff I've ever written. She didn't interrupt. She just listened. OB is willing to fly down here, set up a mobile studio, produce the whole album, and direct 2 videos. It's real. It's all real. And I've got the money to do it. I saved it. Clean. No debt. No borrowed promises. She set the knife down. So, you want to do this? I need to. I stepped closer. I've done so much to rebuild, to be stable, to be present, to be clean. But this thing in me, it never died. I've tried to bury it, ignore it, suffocate it under responsibility and invoices and meetings, but it won't go away. I paused. I don't want to blow up our life. I'm not asking for chaos. I'm not going on tour or quitting Chucktown Paint. I need to know. One last time. If I could have been the star people said I could be. The one I always believed I was. Her eyes softened, but her jaw was tight. You mean the one you never stopped being, she said. That hit me, hard. She stepped around the island and stood in front of me. Joe, I've never doubted your talent, or your heart, or your ability to make something out of nothing, but I have watched you almost destroy yourself, over and over, trying to become someone you already were. I swallowed. So is that a no? She shook her head. It's not a no. Then she placed her hand on my chest. But if you do this, if you open that door, you better keep your recovery the same size as your ambition, or it's going to eat you alive. I nodded, holding back tears. Side effects, I whispered. That's the title. Every song is about what happens after the high, after the fame, after the lie. She smirked. Then maybe it's time you told the truth. In every note. The day OB landed in Charleston, I felt like I was picking up my long-lost shadow at the airport. He stepped off the plane, clean-cut as ever, dressed in all black with his signature duffel slung over one shoulder and a look in his eyes like he already heard the songs playing. You ready? He said before I could even say hello. More than I've ever been. But before anything else, we talked schedule. And I mean schedule. Because OB knew my story. He knew what was at stake, and he respected my sobriety like it was gospel. So we sat down and built the week around my recovery. Mornings were for meetings. Afternoons were for tracking vocals or laying down guitar. Evenings, if we were recording, had to wrap in time for step work or reflection. We weren't just making music. We were building something sacred. We mapped out our recording locations, one by one. My garage became the vocal booth. We hung up blankets, ran cables under the door, and dialed in reverb like it was Abbey Road. The storage unit turned into the drum room. We mic'd up the walls, recorded floor stomps, and even used paint cans as part of the percussion section. OB got this crazy idea to track one of the ballads inside the Goose Creek meeting room, only when no one was there, so the room's natural reverb could carry the emotion. But the visuals? That's where OB wanted to stretch the boundaries. He came down with a full storyboard and shot list for the 2 videos we'd filmed during the process. We picked Charleston's most iconic spots, the Battery, where Spanish moss framed the shot like a southern cathedral, Rainbow Row, where the contrast between colorful facades and broken lyrics hit like a punch, Waterfront Park, with Savannah's memory stitched into the wind coming off the Cooper River, and for one track, a song called Allison. We needed something raw. A brother in the rooms who owned 100 acres out in the country invited us out. You need a place to film? He said. Come shoot some footage. Bring the camera, the quad, and the truth. So we did. We rode ATVs through mud trails, filmed me walking dirt roads barefoot with an old guitar case, and even shot a few slow motion scenes of target shooting. Not out of aggression, but as symbolic release. That day felt like redemption with adrenaline. And every night I went home. No bars, no after parties, no girls. Just me, Ryan, a notebook full of lyrics, and the feeling that I was finally telling the truth in a language I didn't have to hide behind. Something started shifting. It was subtle at first, whispers in the back of the room, curious glances during the smoke break, and then that specific buzz that only happens when the line between fellowship and fame starts to blur. LL Cool J's godson was in Charleston, in the rooms, with me. He wasn't drinking, not for recovery reasons. He just didn't. OB came to meetings with me, sat in the back, nodded along. He was respectful, humble even, but people noticed. And the young single girls, they noticed the most. Suddenly, there were girls asking for rides, asking about the music, hinting at wanting to be in the videos. They weren't bad people, they were just hungry for something shiny. And I had become the access point to the shine. The old-timers didn't say a word. They just sat in their usual seats, arms crossed, jaw set, serenity disturbed in silence. But the tension, it was loud. I hadn't called Robert in days. Part of me thought maybe he wouldn't notice. But of course he did. My phone rang. Robert. My stomach dropped like I'd just flunked a breathalyzer. I didn't answer right away. I let it go to voicemail. Then it rang again. And again. Finally, I picked up. Hey. There was silence. Then his voice, low and even, like a storm that hadn't cracked yet. You got a second? Yeah. You running from something or just forgot you had a sponsor? I swallowed hard. Things have been moving fast. The record, the shoots, the... Don't give me the press release, Joe. His tone dropped even lower. I know what's happening. You brought Hollywood to the meeting room. You're chairing meetings with groupies in the front row and your ego in the back writing autographs. That stung, because it wasn't totally false. I haven't picked up, I said weakly. I'm still sober, and I'm still bald, but that don't mean I can't feel the sun frying my head. Silence. Joe, listen to me. You're playing with matches in a fireworks factory. You want to make music? Fine. But if you're not working a program, if you're not checking your motives, if you're not honest with the people who gave you your life back, then you're not sober. I could barely breathe. You told me you were ready to give up everything that was killing you. So let me ask you this. He paused. Are you willing to give up being a star if it means you stay alive? I didn't answer, because in that moment I didn't know. A few days after that tense call with Robert, which I still hadn't returned, we were scheduled to shoot scenes for two of the most meaningful songs on the album. Thunder, the one about surviving inner storms, and Allison, a metaphorical song about rescuing a dog, which was really about rescuing yourself. I had this idea. I want you in it, I told Ryan one night while we were making grilled cheese, the dogs bouncing around her ankles. She gave me that skeptical eyebrow raise. In the video? Yeah, for both. Thunder needs something real. You, walking through the rain or just being. And for Allison, it's about healing, about loyalty. You've got all of that in your face without even trying. She sighed. Joe. I know, but please, I'm not asking you to play a character, just be in it. With me. For me. She paused, looked down, thought about it, then finally, fine, but only because I know I'll regret it if I don't. The day we shot Thunder was pure magic. It rained for real. That soft, moody drizzle that made the sky look like a bruise. Ryan stood under an overpass, no makeup, no styling. Just her, hoodie up, hands in her pockets, looking out at the train yard with those timeless eyes. We filmed a shot of me walking behind her, never catching up. OB loved it. Bro, he said, mid-roll, you're gonna make sad dudes everywhere cry in their garage tonight. We all cracked up. Allison was even better. We shot it on the land out in the country. The same guy who let us shoot the ATV scenes brought out this beautiful, scrappy rescue dog that followed Ryan around like it had known her forever. We filmed her walking the trail barefoot, the dog at her side, then cut to me sitting on an old log, strumming my guitar, with the lyrics pouring out like confessionals in 4/4 time. There was a moment where Ryan and I locked eyes mid-shot. No words, but we both felt it. We were making something beautiful. Together. OB was in rare form. He kept breaking my chops between takes. Yo, Joe, you crying in this one too, or should we wait till the bridge? Want to do another take, or you want to go rescue a third metaphor? It was all love, all laughter, all moment. And for a little while, I forgot the weight of the phone call, the whispers at meetings, the balancing act I'd been clumsily dancing between two lives, because in those frames, in those chords, I didn't feel divided, I felt whole. OB went back to his hotel. He was already planning how we'd shoot the final scenes for Thunder the next morning. Some sunrise stuff near the marsh. Maybe a drone shot if the fog held. Ryan and I drove home buzzing with adrenaline. We laughed the whole way, talking about the dog, the rain, the timing of the camera angles, the way OB kept asking Ryan if she was sure she wasn't a saggy actress undercover. We walked into the house, kicked off our shoes, and flopped onto the couch, still high on the day. And that's when the thought slipped in. We should celebrate. I didn't say it right away. I let it build. And then, babe, what if we just do like 2 shots of tequila, like old times, with lime, and maybe some picklebacks? She turned her head slowly. Joe, just 2, I said, sitting up like a kid begging for dessert after bedtime. I mean, come on, look at everything we did today. We're artists, baby. Artists celebrate. That's what they do. Her face dropped. That's not who you are anymore. I grinned, desperate to soften her. It's exactly who I am, but in recovery. Like, I've earned this. And I'll tell Robert. I'll go to a meeting tomorrow. I'll tell everyone. We can go right back to doing the work. She stood up slowly. Joe, I love you, but this is how it always starts. No, it's not, I snapped, standing with her now. This is different. I'm not sad. I'm not broken. I'm not trying to numb anything. I just want to toast what we're building. She stared at me for a long time. The silence was thicker than the summer air outside. And then, she didn't say yes, but she didn't say no again either. I drove to the store like a man on a mission, like I was preparing for the last hurrah of some great forgotten era. I got the whole setup, a margarita kit with fancy lime salt, a bottle of Patron, because if we were going to do this, we were going to do it right. 2 brand new shot glasses with little chili peppers on the side, and just for flair, toothpick umbrellas. I wanted the vibe to be perfect. This wasn't a relapse, it was a celebration. I got home, dimmed the lights, cranked the playlist full of early 2000s hits, Dashboard Confessional, Kings of Leon, old Alicia Keys, the kind of stuff that pulled us back to when life was messy and magical. We were laughing so hard our ribs hurt, yelling over the music, singing into spoons, bumping hips in the kitchen. For 2 hours, it didn't feel like alcoholism. It felt like freedom. Ryan even looked at me differently, like the guy she fell in love with had come back from the dead. We danced, twirled, collapsed on the couch, kissing, breathless. One thing led to another, and before I knew it, we were both butt naked, tangled in a moment that felt like we'd earned it. She had 3 shots and a margarita. I had 4 shots and a margarita. Drunk, but not wasted. We weren't arguing. I wasn't lying or vomiting or slurring. It was fun. It was everything I used to promise I could be, just for a night. And in that moment, the lie sounded like a lullaby. See? You're not like those other guys. You're different. You can handle it. After we made love, Ryan was glowing, soft and sleepy. She curled under the covers and mumbled something like, "That was nice." And it was. For once, it wasn't a mess. She drifted off with the lights off and a smile on her face. I kissed her forehead, whispered, "I'll be in soon. Just got to finish some artwork for OB." She nodded. "Gone in seconds." I shut the bedroom door behind me, walked back into the dim living room where the Patron bottle was half empty. Only now, it was calling. I sat at the computer, opened the graphics folder, and started playing around with the album cover, trying to find the right font for side effects, but my fingers were buzzing. My head couldn't focus. Then I got the text from Donna. Hey, sorry to bother you so late. That guy John from Fireline Auto was a jerk again, still refusing to pay. I hate going there. He makes comments. He's just nasty. That shop was 3 miles down the road. That check was for $70. But what I read in that text wasn't business. It was disrespect. It was principle. It was a threat to the house I was trying to build, and the tequila had just enough room left inside me to push the switch. I called John. Hey man, just wondering if I could swing by tomorrow and grab that check? It's been a couple months. His response, I told your delivery girl already. I'm not paying for that junk paint. You can come pick it up and shove it. Boom. The lights flicked off in my soul. That version of me, the one who fought in parking lots, the one who showed up drunk to work just to prove a point, the one who couldn't take anyone questioning his pride, came roaring out of the shadows. I finished the bottle, threw on a hoodie and jeans, grabbed the keys to the Kia Soul, the one I once proudly called my responsibility car, and backed out of the driveway like I was storming Normandy. Ryan stayed sleeping. OB had no idea. And the man I was becoming, he got left behind in the glow of the bedroom light, under the covers, dreaming of a future I was about to burn. I parked 2 blocks down from the shop, killed the engine, and sat in the dark for a moment. Heart pounding, hammer in hand, dressed in black like some rejected extra from the town. The absurdity didn't register because rage doesn't leave room for logic. I cut through a neighbor's yard, soaked my sneakers in a puddle I didn't see, and started picking my way across a backyard full of beer cans and broken dreams. From behind the shop, I could hear the party. John and his boys, laughing, music blasting. All I could think was, they're celebrating while they're stealing from me. I ducked down by the edge of a concrete retaining wall, the hammer tight in my grip. I was seconds away from scaling it and storming in like some righteous vigilante with tequila for blood. And that's when it happened. My foot slipped, I went down hard, twisted sideways, and landed with a crack that echoed louder in my body than it did in the night. The hammer pinged off the wall like a bell in a boxing ring, and then a searing, nauseating snap. My knee. I didn't scream, didn't cry, but I knew it was broken. And suddenly I wasn't a storm. I wasn't a warrior. I wasn't a man defending his kingdom. I was a drunken fool, lying in the mud with a hammer and a shattered leg, covered in shame. I crawled out, dragging my body across gravel and wet grass, made it to the Kia, got in, wiped the blood off my hands with an old Dunkin' napkin, and drove myself, shaking, muddy, and broken, to the emergency room. Nobody asked what happened, and if they had, I'm not sure I would have told the truth anyway. He hospital discharged me with a brace, not a cast. The orthopedic guy said I was lucky. Hairline fracture, he said. You'll heal up in a couple months if you stay off it. I nodded like I was grateful, but inside, all I could think was, why didn't it break clean? Why didn't I get what I deserved? It was 6:04 a.m. when I hobbled through the front door. Ryan was sitting on the edge of the couch, wrapped in the blanket she'd pulled off the bed, eyes puffy, hands clenched in her lap, the kind of worry that had turned into quiet rage by the time I got home. She didn't even say anything at first, just shook her head. You're lucky it wasn't worse. I nodded. You been at the hospital all night? Yeah. Doing what? I looked down. Being stupid. She stood up, arms crossed now. You smell like dirt. You're limping. You disappeared. Joe, what the hell happened? I paused, then decided to tell most of the truth. I was mad about one of the shops stiffing Donna. I went over there. It got heated. I fell. I got hurt. I went to the ER. That's it. She didn't believe it. Not entirely. But she didn't press further. OB's coming in a few hours to finish filming, remember? Yeah. So what are you going to do? Shoot the last scene in a knee brace and a hangover? I exhaled through my nose. I'll figure it out. She walked past me toward the bathroom. Yeah, she said under her breath. That's what I'm afraid of. I cleaned up as best I could. My leg was wrapped tight in the brace. My head was pounding, and my body felt like it had been dragged through every bad decision I ever made. By the time OB pulled up, I was sitting on the porch, sipping black coffee like it could cancel tequila. He stepped out of the rental car with 2 cameras, a tripod, and a stupid grin on his face. Damn, Joe. I heard you were committed to your art. I didn't know you were out here doing your own stunts. I gave him the rundown, half ashamed, half leaning into it. Told him about the hammer, the wall, the fall, the ER. Ryan's silence. OB doubled over, laughing. Bro, it's epic. It's the most used story I've ever heard. We're filming that scene next album. I'm dead serious. I shook my head, smirking despite myself. You're a terrible influence. Nah, he said, slapping me on the shoulder. I'm a storyteller, and that story, that's pain, pride, insanity, and that's what people connect with. Besides, he nodded to the brace. You think I'm not using that? Today's scene just got way better. The scene in question? A slow motion ride through an abandoned stretch of road on a mountain bike, me in a hoodie, wind blowing through Spanish moss, music swelling underneath like it was leading up to a breakdown. Originally it was going to be chill, symbolic, but now, me wobbling down the road with a fractured knee and determination in my eyes, that was real. That was thunder. This ain't Hollywood, OB said, adjusting the lens. This is heartbreak cinema. And for a second, I forgot the pain, forgot the lie, forgot the cost, and just rode. I had just wrapped the final scene. I was sweaty, limping, exhausted, emotionally bankrupt, but the footage looked amazing. OB clapped me on the back and said, You're the most self-destructive genius I've ever met. Go elevate. He peeled out in the rental, off to catch a flight. Ryan hadn't said much since the hospital. The house was quiet. Then the phone rang. I didn't even have to look. Robert. I sat down on the front step, let the humidity settle on my skin like shame, and answered. Hey. Silence. Then, You done? I closed my eyes. Yeah, for now. Good. Another pause, longer this time. You want to tell me what the hell happened, or you want me to recite it back to you like a poem I already memorized? I laughed a little. Not because it was funny, because it hurt. I messed up. No kidding. I drank. I know. Then I almost fought a customer with a hammer, broke my knee, lied to my partner, dodged meetings, and pretty much tried to carry my old ego back into the spotlight like it wasn't going to bite me. Silence. Then a long, hard sigh. You're a smart guy, Joe. And I mean that. You've got heart, you've got vision, you've got fire, but you haven't learned shit yet. I didn't defend it, because he was right. You don't know how to stay uncomfortable. You don't know how to be okay without being impressive, and you still think being loved by the world means you don't have to love yourself. He let it hang there. Then, so here's what's next. You're doing another 90 and 90. You're calling me every day. You're reading the first 164 again. I want a new inventory. And if you even think about skipping out this time, don't bother calling me ever again. I nodded even though he couldn't see me. Deal. And Joe? Yeah? You're not the worst sponsee I've had, but you are the most creative. I cracked a broken smile. Thanks. Shut up and go make a meeting. Tonight. I'll be at Goose Creek at 7:30. I'll save you a seat. Limp in if you have to. Click. Chapter 15. The Seat That Waited. Goose Creek, 7:28 p.m. I pulled into the parking lot in my Kia Soul with the limp of a man who tried to win a war against himself and lost again. Robert was already outside, leaning against the brick wall like a statue of second chances, arms crossed, smirk loaded. Look at this cripple rock star, he said, shaking his head as I hobbled toward him. I made it, I muttered. You better have. You owe me a new stress ulcer. He opened the door and waved me in like I was a guest in a house I helped build but kept trying to burn down. Inside, the usual suspects were already there. Dan M., the 130-year-old Navy vet with a memory sharper than my knee. Raffy, loud, proud Puerto Rican, throwing air hugs and wisdom like confetti. Johnny O., who always wore a vintage leather vest and looked like he ran security for the Rolling Stones in '72. And of course, Black Bob, the soft-spoken sniper of truth who only spoke once per meeting, but when he did, it was biblical. They all looked up when they saw me. Well, 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 Dan M. said, putting down his big book. Look who came crawling home. Literally, I said, half smiling. Raffi laughed. You didn't get arrested, did you? Nope, I said. Worse, I got humble. Robert grabbed a chair for me up front. Go on, Joe. Share with the class. Tell these gentlemen how smart you are. They always love when you try to rewrite the big book with tequila. I exhaled. Everyone quieted down, and I spoke. So, I had a good thing going. Business was good. Album in the works. Sobriety on track. Meetings. Steps. Sponsor. The whole package. Then I got this idea. Let's celebrate. Just one night. Just one toast to how far we've come. And for 2 hours, it worked. Until it didn't. I looked around. I ended up chasing down a guy over a $70 invoice like I was in The Godfather, slipped on a wet lawn, broke my knee, and drove myself to the ER drunk, muddy, and full of shame. Dan M. let out a wheeze laugh. Idiot. Genius, Johnny O. added. You really committed to the bit. I was going to use it in a video, I said, shrugging. Of course you were, Robert muttered. But truth is, I continued, it wasn't about revenge or celebration. It was about control. I wanted to prove I could drink like a normal person, and I proved something all right, that I can't even pretend to be normal for more than 2 hours without self-destructing. You can't even spell normal. Robert had the room laughing. So much for no cross-talking. Raffi leaned forward. So what now? 90 and 90, sponsor calls every day, steps from scratch, reading from the beginning, and honesty, brutal honesty, even when it makes me feel like the dumbest guy in the room. Black Bob finally looked up. You ain't dumb, Joe. Pause. You're just stubborn as hell, but I've seen that turn into greatness before, if it's pointed in the right direction. The meeting started. I didn't share again. I just sat there, brace on my knee, book in my lap, truth in my chest, and for the first time in weeks, I felt safe again. As the meeting wrapped and the chairs started scraping across the linoleum, I stood up slow, braced, humbled, and heavy with gratitude I didn't know how to say out loud. That's when I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned around and there she was. Miss Ann, good Irish church lady, recovering Catholic, hippie schoolteacher, 30 years sober and more Jesus in her pinky than most preachers have in their whole congregation. She looked me over, the limp, the eyes, the weight, and gasped theatrically, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, what did you do, child? I laughed despite myself. You don't want to know. Oh, I do, but I'll get the details later. Right now, I'm just going to pray for you, and maybe slap you upside the head with a saint. Jude candle when you're not looking. She pulled me into a warm hug that smelled like lavender and accountability. As she walked away, Lisa approached. Leather boots, long gray braid. Looked like she rode into the meeting on the back of a Hell's Angel and left him at the door. She pointed at me with a cigarette already half lit in her hand. Don't forget, pretty boy, she rasped. You don't have the first one, you won't get drunk. That's all you need to know. The rest is just details. I nodded. Thanks, Lisa. Don't thank me. Thank the God you keep testing. Then she winked and headed for the parking lot like a badass biker nun. I sat back down for a second, just to take it all in. Robert gave me a nod across the room. Didn't say a word. Didn't have to. I was back. Bent. Bruised. But back. Chapter 16. Momentum and Missteps. The next few weeks were like crawling out of a grave I dug for myself. The limp stayed. The knee brace stayed. But the lies? I left those at the altar of step 1. Again, I was up every day at 6:30, reading from the big book before coffee, calling Robert even when I didn't want to, especially when I didn't want to. Meetings every day. Some nights, 2. No chairing, no sharing, just listening. Doing what I was told, not what I felt. And slowly, the fog started to lift. I went back to my step work, picked up where I left off. The 4th step, made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves, except this time it felt different, heavier, more urgent. Maybe because I was starting to realize how much I still hadn't said about the control issues, about the women, about the validation I chased like it was oxygen, I was writing pages every night. Resentments, fears, harms done. It was brutal, but it was working. Then came Heroes Pub. It was supposed to be a harmless night, just a small acoustic set to help promote the album. No OB, no big crowd, just a local dive, a small stage, and a few familiar faces. I wasn't drinking, I made sure of that. But after the set, a guy I barely knew pulled me aside in the back alley near the dumpster. Yo, killer set. You ever party? I laughed. Used to. He pulled a little vial from his jacket and offered it like communion. It's clean. One hit, you'll be floating. Just a boost. You don't even drink, right? This ain't booze, just elevation. I looked around. It was cold, quiet, and some part of me, the sick part, thought, this isn't like drinking. I'm not going to spiral. I'm just tired. I've earned a boost. So I took it. Cocaine. Just one bump. And in that moment, it worked. The tired vanished. My head cleared. My confidence roared back like it had been waiting for permission. I walked back into Heroes Pub like I owned it. Everyone was smiling. I smiled back. Nobody knew. That next day, I called Robert. Solid day, I said. Stepwork's moving. Feeling focused. He asked if I was staying clean. Yeah, I said, swallowing hard. No booze, no weed, still not drinking. Technically, not a lie, but not the truth. Because I already knew how Robert felt. Any mind or mood-altering substance is a relapse. Not just alcohol, not just weed. Anything. So I didn't say anything. I hung up and told myself I'd only do it that once. On paper, everything looked right. I was showing up when Robert told me to, nodding at the right parts, bringing my big book, highlighting phrases I already had memorized. I kept my phone calls short, answered with enthusiasm, used the phrases Robert liked to hear. He didn't push, not yet. I had him mostly convinced that I was back on solid footing, and in many ways I was. I was back in the steps, making meetings, living by the script, or at least reciting it well. Chucktown Paint was on autopilot. We weren't expanding, but the core accounts were steady. Donna was doing the deliveries. The storage unit stayed stocked. I'd open the gate, process a few invoices, and go back to songwriting or step work. It wasn't explosive growth, but it was working. Bills were getting paid. No one was complaining. Ryan was relaxed. Fridays and Saturdays, those were my nights out. I wasn't drinking, so Ryan didn't mind. You earned a night to perform, she'd say. Just be safe. Don't stay out too late. And I always said the right thing. Of course. Just music. That's it. But those nights downtown, they started to feel like home again. There's something about Charleston nightlife. The energy, the elegance, the excess wrapped in Southern charm. Captivating a crowd on a Friday night off King Street with lights spinning and shot glasses clinking in the background felt more alive than any meeting ever had. And the bars down there, they had better cocaine, not the back alley bump from Heroes Pub. This stuff was cleaner, finer, faster. The kind of stuff guys in suits passed around like business cards. I wasn't doing it every weekend, but enough. Just enough to start craving it midweek. To start seeing gigs as opportunities instead of outlets. It made me sharp, quick with the lyrics, witty with the banter, fearless with the performance. And no one knew. Not Robert, not Ryan, not even OB, who called occasionally to check in on the album edits. Just me in the bag. And in those moments, in the green room before a set, or in the Uber on the way home, heart racing and soul whispering, I would think to myself, at least I'm not drinking. But the addict in me, he was already tuning his guitar for the next act. The next few meetings, Robert started watching me differently, not suspiciously, not harshly, just with that old tuned-in sponsor radar. He could tell something was off, but he didn't say it right away. He just started asking more questions. You praying in the morning? How's your fourth step coming? You calling other guys or just me? And I had answers, convenient ones, practiced ones. Trying, just swamped. Album's almost done. Not slacking, just laser focused. Then I dropped this one on him after a Thursday night meeting. I went to a psychiatrist. They prescribed me Adderall for focus and some Xanax for my anxiety, just trying to get everything in order, you know? He didn't blink, didn't scold, didn't praise, just said, I'm not a doctor, But I'll tell you what my sponsor told me years ago. If you take what it says on the bottle, God's in it. If you start playing pharmacist or doubling doses to chase a feeling, that's all self-will, and this disease is not of God. I nodded. I'm taking it as prescribed. I swear. He looked at me long and hard. Okay, then be careful. You've already gone to war once. Don't start stockpiling ammo again. I kept showing up, kept calling him, kept highlighting paragraphs I wasn't digesting. But the step work froze. Every time he asked about my inventory, I had a new excuse. Waiting for the right headspace. Want the album done first so I'm not distracted. Trying to be fully honest, it takes time. Truth was, I wasn't writing at all. I was too busy daydreaming. Every free moment, I was thinking about tour life. Not the drugs, not the parties. The redemption story. Me on the road, performing, inspiring, making meetings in other states, shaking hands with fans after sets, carrying the message through music. I can do it sober, I told myself. Other people have done it. Why not me? But I didn't tell Robert that because I already knew what he'd say. If you're already planning your glory, you're probably not building your God. So I kept it inside, and the fantasy? It started sounding more spiritual than the actual program I was supposedly working. OB called late on a Wednesday. I was half watching Netflix, half scrolling through Instagram, and completely ignoring the inventory notebook I'd left unopened on the table. Yo, he said, voice buzzing with excitement. I need you up here, man. We've got 2 tracks that need backing vocals, and I found this drummer and a sick lead guitarist I want you to hear. Also, post-production's almost locked, but I want your ear on it before I master it. You're too close to the material not to be in the room. I sat up. You serious? Dead. Can you get here this weekend? The thought hit me like a rush. Suddenly the apathy, the grayness, the drag of meetings and invoices, all of it vanished. This was a dream. The VH1 style, behind the music, life on the road kind of moment I used to picture when I was 15, writing songs in my bedroom with the windows open and my whole life ahead of me. And now, it was calling. I started planning immediately. Andy Marshall, the human Seinfeld episode, still lived in New Haven and told me I could crash at his place. That solved the lodging. As for the road trip, I didn't want to go alone, not because I needed help driving, but because I wanted to document it, capture the footage, the real life, gritty, come-up road trip. So I reached out to a sober friend, a female photographer I'd met at the Goose Creek meeting. She was talented, cool, and didn't drink or use. It felt safe, creative, professional. She was down to go. Then came the hard part, telling Ryan. She didn't explode. She just folded her arms and said, "Let me guess, you already said yes." "I need to be there," I said. "This isn't partying. This is work. Real work." She looked away. "And you're bringing another woman?" "She's sober, professional. It's not like that. I just want to document everything. This is the stuff they show in documentaries, the grind, the passion. I've never had this shot before, Rye." She didn't cry. She didn't fight. She just said, "Don't forget who was here while you were still dreaming about all of this." I nodded. "I'll be back in 4 days." I didn't tell Robert until I was already in the car. 18 hours ahead. Me, the photographer, a half-packed duffel bag, my guitar, and the kind of excitement that makes you forget about relapse, wreckage, and the wreckage relapse usually leaves. The drive was electric. Christina had never been out of the Southeast before, and as we crossed state lines, she was like a kid seeing the world for the first time. "Is that the skyline?" she asked, pointing at a cluster of buildings near Richmond. "Not yet," I grinned, "but wait till you see Manhattan." The excitement was real. The energy was light. We were blasting playlists, stopping for coffee every 100 miles, and filming everything. It felt like a documentary in the making. But before we even got on the interstate, I made one pit stop. Heroes. I told her I had to grab a couple things. JD knew what I liked and didn't blink when I asked for an 8-ball of Coke, a weed pen, an eighth of shrooms. Nothing hardcore. At least that's what I told myself. Because I still wasn't drinking. Alcohol was the only problem. Always had been. I got back in the car, dropped the visor mirror, and took my first bump. Felt it hit like a light switch inside my chest. Christina turned her head, raised an eyebrow. "You good?" Yeah, I said, casually wiping my nose. She waited a beat, then asked, Does that bother your sponsor? I laughed a little. He knows. He does? Yeah, he told me. As long as it's not alcohol, that's the one I can't touch. Everything else, as long as it's prescribed or doesn't make me blackout, I'm good. She nodded slowly, didn't press, didn't judge, just said, Okay, you're the one who has to live with it. Then she popped open a seltzer and went back to editing photos on her phone. And me? I leaned into the high, let the hum in my chest drown out the little voice in the back of my mind whispering, That's not what Robert said, and you know it. Andy's place hadn't changed much. Same weird posters on the walls, same sagging futon in the living room, same smell, old weed, microwave burritos, and a little bit of history. When we walked in, Andy and our old friend Rob were posted up on the couch, beers in hand, video game controllers in their laps, high as astronauts. Hey! Connecticut royalty in the house! Andy shouted, arms wide. Rob stood up and hugged me like we just got out of juvie together. Joe freaking Gallagher, brother, you still singing about heartbreak, or are we finally writing the happy songs? A little bit of both, I said, smiling big. Christina laughed as Andy poured her a LaCroix and offered her a seat. You vegan or just Southern? He asked. A little bit of both, she mimicked me, already vibing with the room. It was a good night. Easy, no judgment, no stress, just stories, laughter, and two goofballs reliving the glory days. Christina looked relaxed. She was grateful we had each other there. We kept reminding ourselves, we're here to work. Stay focused. This is a gift, not a vacation. But underneath the banter and the good vibes, I was carving a second storyline. About every hour, I'd find an excuse. Gonna take a quick call? Need to grab something from the car. BRB. Gotta check something on my laptop in the back. Each time, I'd step outside or into the bathroom, take a quick bump, splash water on my face, and slide right back into the room like nothing happened. I didn't want Andy or Rob to know, not because they'd judge me, they'd probably cheer me on, but because I wanted them to think I had evolved, that I was doing it right this time. Christina didn't say anything, but I caught her glancing at me once. Subtle, unsure, and I knew she knew, but she didn't ask, and I didn't offer. Chapter 16 continued. The studio dream. The morning hit fast. I barely slept, partly from the excitement, partly from the coke, mostly from the noise in my head that wouldn't shut up. But I didn't care, because today was the day. Christina was already up, editing footage on her laptop from the trip up. Andy brewed the weakest coffee in human history, but it didn't matter. I had adrenaline and an 8-ball. We hopped in the car and drove 40 minutes out to the studio, a tucked-away, cabin-style recording house in the woods in my old hometown of Wallingford. When we pulled up, he was already out front, smoking a cigar and wearing sunglasses like a hungover music executive from an indie biopic. Hey, there he is, Obi shouted. Studio Jesus has returned. Inside, the place was magic. Dim lighting, vintage gear, soundproofed everything, guitars hanging like holy relics, old concert posters, incense burning, somebody's beagle asleep in the corner. And there they were, the new guys. Mike, the drummer, full sleeves, chain wallet, looked like he'd just gotten off tour with Kings of Leon. Zane, the lead guitarist, quiet, tattooed fingers, eyes like he'd seen every version of pain and made peace with all of it. We shook hands. Glad you're here, man, Mike said. OB says your vocals are the missing piece. We started slow, ran playback of the first track, Thunder. I dropped into the booth, mic adjusted, headphones on. That switch flipped, the one only the studio can turn on. Suddenly, I wasn't tired, wasn't wired, wasn't worried. I was present, my voice cut through the mix like a blade. Harmonies dialed in. Falsetto on lock. OB grinning like a proud dad behind the glass. That's it. That's the take. We played the track back, and for a moment I felt invincible. During lunch break, Zane pulled out a joint. No pressure, man, but if you want in... I shook my head. Nah, I'm good. Christina caught my eye and gave me the slightest nod. She didn't know about the blow still in my bag, but she knew I was carrying something. That afternoon, we recorded Allison and Half in the Bag. 2 of the deepest songs I'd written, 2 of the most honest confessions I'd ever sung. And yet, I was high while singing both. The irony wasn't lost on me, but neither was the sound. It was beautiful. It was perfect. It was everything I'd ever wanted. By the time we got back to Andy's, it was just after 1 a.m. The place was even more chaotic than we left it. Empty beer bottles on every surface, bong smoke hanging in the air like a fog machine, music playing loud from someone's cracked iPhone speaker. Andy and Rob were in rare form. "Yo, the rock stars return!" Andy howled, stumbling to his feet. Rob was half laughing, half arguing with the TV. "OB, get the magic? You kill it? We doing the world tour or what?" Christina walked in behind me and stopped cold. She scanned the wreckage of the living room, the sticky floor, the haze, the volume, and let out a tired sigh. "I'm going to crash," she said softly. "Yeah," I said. "You earned it. Studio was long." She nodded, gave me a look, one that lingered just long enough to ask, "Are you staying up?" but not long enough to invite a fight. Then she disappeared into the spare bedroom, and just like that, the air changed. I dropped into the sunken spot on the couch, right between Andy's elbow and Rob's knee. Took the bong from Andy like it was a time machine. Deep inhale, familiar burn. The laugh came easy. The tension left my shoulders. The memories started flooding in. And then, out came the bag. I didn't even sneak away this time. I opened the pouch, tapped a bump onto the coffee table, and lined it up like it was any other part of the evening. I was home, not in New Haven, not at Andy's. In the chaos, in the lie, in the high. From there, it was back to the races. Out came the tequila. I told myself it was a different state, different trip, different rules. That made it okay, or so I thought. I poured 2 shots, then 4, then I lost count. We stayed up all night. I danced in the kitchen barefoot to some old Arctic Monkeys song. Andy broke a lamp. Rob tried to freestyle. At some point, I took more shrooms than I meant to. At another point, I threw up in the sink. And somewhere in between, my phone died. But not before I saw the missed calls. Ryan 4 times. Robert 2 times. One text that just said, "Joe, please call me." What's going on? I turned the screen over. Didn't want to feel, didn't want to be found. Chapter 17. The Knock. I was out cold on the kitchen floor, face pressed to cracked linoleum, breath shallow, mouth dry, pants half unbuttoned, the sour stench of whiskey and sweat hanging in the air, coke crusted under my nose like salt on a rim. My last memory was Rob screaming the lyrics to "Say It Ain't So" at the top of his lungs while Andy tried and failed to cook eggs in a toaster. Not on it, in it. The lights were still on. My phone still dead. My life still unraveling. That's when I heard it. A knock. Dull. Repeating. Echoing like an alarm in a dream. I thought it was just part of the noise inside my skull, until I felt it. A kick. Not hard, not cruel, but with intention. "Joseph." Another kick. "Joseph, wake. Up." My eyes cracked open into the haze. The ceiling light flickered like an old film reel. My brain was firing thoughts too fast and too fragmented to make sense of. And then, her, my mother, standing above me in a black windbreaker, clutching her purse like it was the only thing keeping her from falling apart. Her face? A mix of heartbreak and fury. The kind of look only a mother can give. One that says, "I love you, but right now I can barely stand to look at you." "You forgot," she said, voice barely more than a whisper. But every syllable carried weight. I tried to sit up. The room tilted. My ribs hurt. "Forgot what?" She stepped back like I'd just spit in her face. "Your kids, Joseph. You were supposed to meet them this morning. We waited at the park. Your daughter cried. Your son kept asking if you were okay." I tried to stand, fell back, caught myself on the counter. Her voice cracked, but her eyes didn't. "I had to tell them you were sick," she said. Again. She looked around the wreckage, empty bottles, rolled up bills, a broken picture frame on the floor with my daughter's photo half smeared in ash. Her eyes met mine. "This is what rock bottom looks like, Joey. And if you don't dig out now, I swear to God, you won't come back." Then she was gone, Door slammed, and I stood there, half dead, half sober, fully ashamed. The space between. I didn't move. I couldn't. Her words kept echoing, not just what she said, but the way she said it, the way it carried the exhaustion of every year she tried to save me, of every lie I told her, of every promise I made and broke the moment it got hard. I sat on the edge of the bathtub and stared at the stained tile. My hands were shaking. My breath came in shallow bursts like I was drowning on dry land. Eventually, I peeled myself up and into the shower, fully clothed, water on full blast. I let it burn, let it clean what it could. When I got out, I wiped the mirror. The reflection stared back like it was tired of seeing me. I thought about calling Christina, thought about texting Ryan, thought about going back to bed and pretending none of this was real. But then something stirred. Something old. Something buried, but not dead. A memory, my first meeting, the dry dock. I wasn't drunk then, I was raw, fresh out of my first rehab, still swollen with shame but hopeful, still wondering if maybe, just maybe, this whole recovery thing could stick. That night I sat in the back, quiet, listening. No swagger, no spotlight, just a folding chair and a chance. And even before that, years earlier, the characters had played there. Acoustic set, fluorescent lighting. Half the crowd clapped. The other half cried. One guy came up after the set and said, "You sing like you're hurting." I was. He saw it before I did. And now, here I was. Years later. Same building, different man. Maybe not better, but broken enough to try again. I grabbed my keys and left. Dry dock. The parking lot was mostly empty. A few beat-up sedans. A rusted pickup with a Jesus sticker on the back window. Inside, nothing had changed. Same flickering lights. Same smell of old coffee and older pain. Same circle of chairs that dared you to tell the truth. Christina was already there, arms folded, eyes distant, legs crossed tight like she was holding everything in. She didn't say a word when I sat beside her. A man stood across the room. Neck tattoos, sunken eyes, voice steady like it had been rehearsed in silence. Just got out of prison, 25 years, vehicular manslaughter. I was drunk, killed a woman who had 2 kids. The room didn't gasp. It nodded. Because everyone there had done something they couldn't take back. I spent 10 years hating God, 15 begging for a chance. I don't know why I got out, but I'm here, I'm clean, and I'm not wasting it. Soft applause, a few amens. I didn't move. I just stared at the floor and thought about how close I'd come, how my kids could have been the ones sitting at a funeral, how I'd walked right up to the line over and over and still hadn't learned. I glanced at Christina, no tears, just silence. But in that moment, I knew if I didn't speak soon, I might never get another chance. A stranger with the truth. The chairs scraped across the floor. Coffee cups clinked in the trash. People murmured their goodbyes like old hymns. I was halfway to the door when I felt a presence beside me. Tall, still, intentional. "You got a minute?" He was older, black, leather jacket, gray beanie. His voice was calm, like it had been sharpened by years of fire. "Yeah," I said. "Name's Daryl. 16 years clean. You're not from around here." "Charleston." He nodded. "You looked like you were about to talk, then didn't. Didn't have the words." He paused. "Or maybe you were scared of what you'd hear come out of your own mouth." I said nothing. "You think anything's going to change?" he asked. "You got a plan, Charleston? Or are you just hoping guilt's going to do the heavy lifting this time?" I looked down. "You ever actually surrender?" he asked. "Or are you still playing dress up with this thing, saying all the right stuff so people won't ask the real questions?" I opened my mouth, closed it again. He nodded. "You stopped telling the truth. That's where it always starts to slip. Doesn't even have to be a big lie. Just the little ones you let slide because they're easier than facing yourself." Then he gave me a long look, the kind that sees everything. It's never too late to start from zero, but you gotta be willing to torch the version of yourself that keeps faking it. And with that, he walked away. The fight. The silence in the car was louder than Daryl's words. Christina stared out the window, I gripped the wheel like it was holding me together. Then she spoke. You really gonna just drive back like nothing happened? I didn't answer. You forgot your kids. You scared your mother. You embarrassed me. And now you want to play recovery warrior again? I swallowed hard. I said I was sorry. You're always sorry. That's your thing. Sorry and starting over. But nothing ever changes. My jaw clenched. She turned toward me. Your daughter cried, Joe? She cried because you broke her again. And you just keep doing it. You keep pulling people close and then blowing everything up. I felt the heat rise in my chest. You think I don't know that? She kept going. Ryan warned me. She said you'd charm the world and crush anyone who believes in you. And I still came. Shut up, I growled. She didn't. I bet you even told yourself this would be different, that this time you were really going to do it right. I veered off at the next exit. Pulling over, I said. Good, she said, grabbing her bag. I stopped at a church, screeched my tires in the parking lot, and slammed on the brakes. She yanked the door open and stepped out. You're not a man. You're a scared little boy hiding behind pain, she said. I shoved the door shut behind her and drove off. Didn't look back. The call. The phone rang. Unknown number. I answered out of reflex. Is this Joe? Yeah. Who's this? This is Christina's mother. I don't mean to intrude, but she just called me. She's outside a church. She's scared. She said you left her. My mouth went dry. We got into a fight. I know she can push. I know she's not perfect, but she didn't go on that trip for her. She went for you. Silence. She believes in you, Joe. Even now. You may not understand what that kind of faith costs, but I do. She said terrible things to me. And you haven't said terrible things to people you love? She asked. You've made mistakes, and so has she. But if you leave her out there now, you'll both carry it. For a long time. I rested my head on the steering wheel. I'm not saying this to guilt you. I'm saying it because we don't always get second chances. And when someone shows up for you, even in your mess, that matters. Okay, I whispered. Go get her, please. I pulled off the highway, took the next exit, and drove back. I was furious with myself, but I turned around, did what her mother asked, not because I wanted to, not because I felt bad, but because somewhere deep inside I knew leaving her like that was a line even I couldn't justify. When I pulled back into that church parking lot, Christina was still sitting on the curb, arms wrapped around her knees, hoodie pulled over her head, eyes swollen but dry. She didn't run to the car. She didn't yell. She just stood up, grabbed her bag, opened the door, and got in. No words. Fine by me. We got back on the highway. It was quiet. Too quiet. I hated it. I wanted noise. Something to drown out the boiling fury beneath my skin. I turned on the radio. Cranked it. Lil Wayne. Drop the World. The perfect soundtrack to everything I was feeling. I blasted it on repeat 3 times, then 5, then 10. The lyrics weren't just music, they were my mantra. I could die now, rebirth, mother fur, hop up in my spaceship and leave Earth, mother fur. Christina flinched every time I took a turn too fast. At one point, she reached for the volume. I slapped her hand away. Don't touch that. By the time we hit North Carolina, I was a storm behind the wheel, swerving in and out of lanes, gunning the gas, taking turns sharp enough to hear the tires scream. Someone in a gray SUV started riding my ass. Too close, way too close. You want some space? I growled. I picked up a full Gatorade bottle from the cooler, rolled down the window, and launched it. It hit their windshield dead center. They swerved, overcorrected, nearly lost control. Christina gasped, covering her mouth. I just laughed. Relax, I've got this. And I did. In my mind, I was in total control. Not drunk, not high, just full of resentment, full of venom, full of me. Because when you're an addict, sometimes the scariest version of you is the one who's stone cold sober and completely unhinged. Death by surrender. By the time we hit Goose Creek, the fire had burned out. I was no longer screaming inside, no longer blasting Lil Wayne, no longer white-knuckling the steering wheel like it owed me something. I was just empty and exhausted. Not reflective, not humbled, just done. I dropped Christina off at her place. No apology, no hug, just silence and a half-hearted, "Get some rest." She nodded and walked inside. She didn't slam the door. She didn't flip me off. That silence hurt worse. When I pulled into the driveway at home, Ryan was standing at the door. She didn't speak right away. Just opened the door and let me walk in like a soldier returning from a war. He started himself. She'd already heard everything, probably from Robert, maybe even from Christina's mother. I braced myself for an explosion, but instead she said, "Are you finally done?" I couldn't answer, because I didn't know. We didn't talk much that night. She made dinner. I picked at it. She went to bed early. I sat on the porch, watching the same stars I'd stared at 100 times before, thinking maybe this time they'd mean something different. They didn't. The next morning, I woke up at 6:15 a.m., put on the same hoodie I'd worn the day before, and drove to the 7 a.m. Goose Creek meeting. I knew Robert would be there. I walked in and sat in the back. Didn't grab coffee, didn't shake hands, didn't even nod at the familiar faces. Just sat there, waiting for judgment, waiting for something. But all Robert did was look over his glasses, nod once, and say, "Glad you made it back." And that was it. After the meeting ended, people lingered. Old-timers joked near the coffee pot. Newcomers hovered by the literature table like it might save their lives. I just sat there, waiting. Robert finally walked over, slow, heavy steps, same camo hat, same judgment-proof expression. He didn't sit, he didn't smile, he just said, "You ready to be honest yet?" I nodded. "Yeah, I think so." He pointed toward the corner of the room. "Step into my office." We sat down, side by side, in those cold metal chairs that somehow always feel harder when you're full of shame. I took a deep breath. "What have I been missing, man?" Robert didn't answer right away. He looked at me for a long time, not with anger, but with that quiet disappointment that cuts deeper than rage ever could. Then he said, "It's a first step problem." I blinked, but I already... He raised his hand. Don't give me the inventory. I'm telling you, you haven't fully conceded." I looked down. "To what?" "To your innermost self, Joe. That you're powerless. That you can't manage your own life. That you ain't special. That you don't get to skip steps because you sing good, or make people laugh, or used to sell paint. You haven't surrendered. You've just been negotiating." I swallowed hard. "So what now?" He leaned in. "Now you get honest, all the way. No more version of the truth that still lets you feel like you're in control. You call me every day, you write again, and you start back at step one. This time, you live it." I nodded, eyes welling. "All right." He stood up. "And Joe?" "Yeah?" "Next time you ask for help, try not to make everyone around you regret giving it." When I walked in the house after that 7 a.m. meeting, Ryan was in the kitchen, making coffee like she always did. Same mug, same quiet hands, same silence that somehow said more than yelling ever could. I stood there for a second, unsure of where to begin. "Meeting was good," I said, barely above a whisper. She didn't look up. "Robert say anything?" "Yeah." I cleared my throat. "He said I've been negotiating with God instead of surrendering." Ryan finally looked at me, eyes tired, but not hardened. "That sounds about right." I nodded, walked to the counter, poured myself a cup. She watched, and I realized she was measuring every movement, every tone, every breath, and she had every right to. We didn't talk about the trip, not yet. We didn't talk about Christina, or the drugs, or the Gatorade bottle. What we talked about instead was that day, today. "What's the plan?" she asked. "I'm going to call Robert every day. I'm going to work the steps. I'm going to be present." She stared at her mug for a moment. "You said that before?" I didn't flinch. "I know." Later that afternoon, I cleaned out the storage unit, did the dishes, texted Donna to update her on the Chucktown paint accounts. No big speeches, no self-pity, just actions. That night, I sat on the edge of the bed as she read a book and said, "You don't have to forgive me, but I hope someday you trust me again." She didn't say anything right away. Then she turned the page and said, "We'll see. And for now, That was enough. It was a few nights later. We'd fallen into a quiet rhythm. Me, cooking more, cleaning, her, watching, observing, waiting to see if it was real this time. That night, we were in bed, a movie playing low in the background, neither of us really watching. The dogs were curled up near Ryan's feet, and I was sipping chamomile tea like it was some kind of spiritual punishment. Eventually, she muted the TV. I looked at her. She stared straight ahead, then finally said, "You broke something, Joe?" My throat tightened. "I know. Not just with the kids or the studio. You broke something in me, too." She turned and faced me fully now. You know what the worst part was? I wasn't surprised. That hit harder than anything she could have screamed. I wanted to be, she said. I wanted to be shocked. I wanted to feel like this was out of character. But I wasn't. I saw it coming. I felt it. And I just waited. Because I love you. And because I thought maybe, just maybe, this time would be different. I tried to speak, but she held up her hand. Let me finish. I have sacrificed so much to be with you. I've held you while you were sick. I've defended you to people who told me to run. I've put off my dreams, my healing, my life, to help you try and fix yours. She swallowed hard. And I'll keep showing up as long as you stop expecting me to be the one holding it all together when you fall apart. I looked her in the eyes. I don't expect that anymore. Do you still want this? She asked. And she didn't mean the apartment, or the business, or the routine. She meant us, the real us, raw, unfiltered, damaged, honest. I nodded. I do. More than anything. She exhaled, eyes glistening but steady. Then show me. And in that moment, for the first time in what felt like forever, I didn't feel like I needed to say anything else. That Friday night, Ryan and I were in bed again. No drama, no explosions, just a slow return to normal. Or whatever version of normal we had left. She was scrolling through pictures of flowers on her phone, planning what she wanted to plant next spring. I was trying to work up the courage to FaceTime the kids. My parents had them for the weekend. I texted my mom. Can I call around 7:30? She replied right away. Yes, we're just finishing dinner. When the screen connected, my heart almost stopped. Savannah's face lit up first. Joey popped into frame a second later, still chewing something. Dad, Savannah shouted, look at my nails. She held her fingers up to the camera, hot pink and glittery. You like them? I smiled. Love them. You paint those yourself? No. Grandma took me to the salon. Joey got a haircut. Show him, Joey. Joey hesitated, then stepped into frame, shy at first. What's up, big guy? I asked. He cracked a grin. Hey. That one word meant the world. We didn't talk long, 15 minutes, maybe 20, but I stayed completely present. No checking texts, no drifting off, just listening, asking questions, laughing at their little stories like it was my job, and for the first time in what felt like years, they didn't look afraid to love me again. After the call, I sat back, blinking fast to keep from crying. Ryan walked in from the kitchen with a glass of water. They seemed happy to see you. I nodded. Yeah, I think they were. She sat beside me and handed me the glass. I like this version of you. I like it too, I said. I just don't know how to keep him here. That's what the steps are for, she said softly. The next morning, I called Robert. He picked up after one ring. What now? He grunted, half joking. I need to talk about the insanity, I said. You mean your insanity, or just the disease in general? Mine, I said. All of it. The rage, the delusions. The drive across 5 states like I was some outlaw in a country song. I mean, I was sober, Robert, and I acted like a lunatic. There was a pause, and then, that's what untreated alcoholism looks like. You don't need a drink to lose your mind. You just need to stay disconnected from God and believe your own bullshit long enough. He told me we'd go over step 2 again, not in a workbook way, but in a real-world, street-level, this is life or death way. You need to come to believe again, he said. that a power greater than yourself can restore you to sanity, because clearly you're still running on Joe Power, and Joe Power's got a bad track record, my friend. I laughed, not because it was funny, but because it was true. Chapter 19, Coming to Believe. I met Robert for coffee at this Greasy Spoon diner off Red Bank Road. Same spot we always met when it was time to get serious. He already had his coffee poured, black, no cream, no sugar, just like him. I sat down. He didn't say, "How are you?" Didn't ask if I wanted food. Didn't even look up from his legal pad. "You ready to stop playing God?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, almost too quickly. He looked up now. I said ready, not willing to say yes. There's a difference. He flipped his legal pad toward me. It had 3 columns drawn across the top. "Let's take a look at your track record. You're Joe. You're powerful. Tell me, what's your success rate when you're in control?" I stared at the pad. He clicked his pen twice. "Come on, this ain't a trick question. Just give me some bullet points." I started writing. Alienated my kids. Destroyed a business. Lied to the people I love. Had a spiritual meltdown. Sober. Almost killed a stranger with a Gatorade bottle. Burned bridges with people who wanted to help. Thought I was still the victim. Robert nodded, not unkindly. "All right, that's Joe Power. Now, write down what happened when you were not in control. When you surrendered. When you let God in. Even a little bit." I paused, then wrote, "Stayed sober for 6 months. Had peace I didn't earn. Reconnected with my kids. Started a business that actually worked. Felt useful. Got out of my own way. Helped a couple people." He leaned back. "You see the difference?" I nodded. "So what's the insane part?" I looked up. "That I keep going back to Joe Power." He smiled, just a little. "Exactly. That's step 2. We sat in silence for a bit. The waitress poured more coffee without asking. Then Robert leaned in again, this time more gently. "This ain't a belief that's supposed to be airtight, Joe. It's not doctrine. It's not dogma. It's just willingness. Willingness to believe that maybe, just maybe, God knows what he's doing more than you do." I nodded again. Not dramatic, not emotional, just real. "So I come to believe every day," he said, "sometimes more than once." The mornings started to shift. I wasn't waking up with dread anymore. Wasn't scrolling, wasn't spiraling. Instead, I'd swing my legs over the bed, sit upright, and do what Robert told me. Hit your knees. Talk to God before you talk to the world. Some mornings it was clumsy. Some mornings it was rushed. But every day I said the Serenity Prayer, the 3rd step prayer, and read On Awakening from the Big Book. And I'd ask, "God, help me stay sober today. Help me to be useful. Help me see what you want, not what I want." That part, that last line, it started sticking. Then, just after lunch one day, OB texted me, "Yo, the album's done. Both videos are edited. Streaming platform uploads begin Friday. I'm having 1,000 copies printed. We're submitting to Sirius XM FM stations, college radio. Get ready. This is going to blow up." My stomach dropped, but not in fear, in excitement. That old fire lit up again. The part of me that used to live for applause. The part that believed God would use my voice, but only if it got famous first. I stared at the screen. I read the message again, and all I could think was, is this a blessing or a test? I texted back, "Wow, I'm proud of it. Thanks for sticking it out with me. You ready for the next chapter?" I started to type, "Hell yeah," but deleted it. Typed, "Let me talk to my sponsor." I sat on the porch with my phone still in my hand, OB's text glowing like a green light I wasn't sure I should run. Inside, Ryan was folding laundry with the dogs scattered around her like sleepy sentinels. I stood in the doorway for a moment before walking in. "Hey," I said. She looked up, smiled slightly. "Hey, you okay?" I nodded, then hesitated. "OB finished the album." She paused, folded a shirt slowly. "That's good. It's all going up Friday. Videos too. He's making CDs, wants to pitch to stations. He thinks this might, take off." She didn't say anything at first, just folded the last shirt and placed it on the stack. then sat on the edge of the couch and looked at me, her voice soft but direct. Joe, can I say something without you getting defensive? I nodded. Go ahead. She took a deep breath. Every time the music starts to take off, you start to unravel. I sat down across from her. You think the music's the problem? No, she said quickly. I think you lose yourself in it. I think when people start saying how great you are, you stop listening to God. And when you start chasing the spotlight, you start hiding from the mirror. That hit hard, but it wasn't an accusation. It was a pattern she'd watched repeat over and over again, and still stayed. I'm not trying to keep you small, Joe, she continued. I know how gifted you are. I've seen what your songs do to people, but you keep saying you want to stay sober. And every time the world starts clapping, you relapse in some way, even if you don't drink. I looked at her, tears starting to well. So what do I do? She didn't answer right away. Then finally, I think you pray on it. Talk to Robert, and maybe, for once, let the music follow your recovery, not lead it. And that was the most loving thing she could have said. Not give it up, not choose me over it, but let God decide where this goes, not your ego. I stepped outside and hit call on Robert's contact. He picked up on the third ring. What now? What did you mess up this time? He was chuckling, and I understood why. OB finished the album. Okay. He's uploading it this week. Got CDs getting pressed, submitting to stations. He thinks it's going to take off. There was a pause. Then Robert said, And how does Joe feel about that? Excited, I said honestly. But I talked to Ryan. She's worried. Says I lose myself in the hype. She's right, Robert said without hesitation. But I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to help you see the truth so you can make decisions God would co-sign. I sat down on the porch step. So what do I do? Turn it down? Walk away from something I've worked on for years? No, he said. But you better decide who's holding the reins. Your ego or your higher power? I was quiet. He kept going. You want to release the album? Fine, just don't let it release you back into fantasy. Let it be what it is, not what you need it to be. If it helps people, great. If it flops, fine. Just stay sober and show up honest. I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. Okay. All right then. Now go call your kids. Don't make it about you. Let them know they matter more than anything on Spotify. So I did. I FaceTimed my mom's phone again, hoping they weren't too busy. It rang twice before Savannah answered, her smile immediate. Hi, Daddy. Hey, sweet girl. Joey climbed into the frame, mouth full of goldfish crackers. What's up, dude? Not much. We're watching Home Alone again. Classic, I said. You know I tried to booby trap the whole house once after watching that? They laughed. Then I said, I got some news. My album, the music I've been working on, it's done. It's coming out this week. They smiled, but didn't say much, so I kept it simple. I just wanted to share that with you. I'm proud of it, but not nearly as proud as I am of being your dad. Savannah grinned. Joey gave a little nod. Cool, he said. And for once, that was enough. Chapter 20. When the noise finds you. The morning of the release, I woke up like any other. No parade, no fireworks, just a serenity prayer, my knees on the floor, and the smell of Ryan making her earthy pour-over coffee. But still, there was a hum inside me, something buzzing in my chest. Not anxiety, not ego, just energy. By 10 a.m., Side Effects was live on all streaming platforms. Spotify, Apple Music, Pandora, YouTube, even Deezer, whatever the hell that is. The messages started pouring in. Old friends, new fans, musicians I hadn't heard from in years. This record's got fire. That Thunder video made me cry. Dude, bullets should be in a movie. And then an email from OB hit my inbox. Subject, big news from Big Noise. I opened it, heart pounding. OB's message was simple. Big Noise Records cast their official ballot to the Recording Academy, nominating you for Best New Rock Artist. I froze. Let the words sink in. Not this could happen. Not they're thinking about it. They did it. A real chance for a nomination. From a real label to the Recording Academy. I stood up from the couch, walked into the kitchen, and looked at Ryan, who was mid-sip, scrolling through her garden board on Pinterest. "Hey, babe," I said, voice shaking. "They me up for nomination for the Grammys. Best New Rock Artist." She lowered her mug, looked up, smiled. Not the jump up and down kind of smile. The holy shit, this might actually be happening kind of smile. Then she walked over, wrapped her arms around me, and whispered, "Just don't forget who you are." I stepped outside to breathe. I could feel the pull already, the subtle gravitational force of dreams coming true. But this time, I had tools. I had a sponsor. So I called Robert. "You get a Grammy yet?" he barked after picking up. "Funny, no, but I just got put in the running for a nomination." "And you're still sober?" "Yes." "Good. Now tell me what you're feeling, and try to use words that don't end in me or mine." I laughed, because he was right. Honestly, I'm shocked, grateful, terrified. Terrified of what? That this will pull me back in. Robert sighed on the other end, not out of frustration, but like a mechanic hearing an engine finally click into gear. "Listen, Joe, God doesn't give a damn about your Spotify numbers, but He does care what you do with the spotlight. If this is a calling, treat it like one. If it's a test, pass it. Stay right-sized. And don't forget, fame and validation are the exact same liar your disease used to be." I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. "So, what do I do?" "You pray. You ask God for direction. You share your story, not your ego. And if you forget, call me before you fall on your face." Just then, another call buzzed in. Unknown number. I checked the voicemail transcription preview that popped up. "Hi, Joe. This is Al Gomez with Big Noise Records. We are absolutely thrilled to be supporting you for Best New Rock Artist." I clicked answer immediately. "This is Joe." "Joe, this is Al Gomez. I just wanted to personally say, what a debut. This album is authentic. It's honest. It's what rock and roll is supposed to be." "Thank you so much, Al. That means the world." "No, thank you. You've got something we don't see a lot anymore. Heart. Real grit. We've already started outreach to Grammy voters and radio programmers. You might want to get a few suits dry cleaned." I laughed nervously. "I'll have to buy one first." "That's even better," he said. "Authenticity never goes out of style." As I hung up, I stood there for a moment, phone in my hand, wind brushing my face, and I prayed out loud, "God, if this is you, I'm listening. But don't let me use this gift to replace you again. Let me be a vessel, not a brand." The buzz lasted all week. I hit every meeting I could. North Charleston, Goose Creek, Mount Pleasant, James Island. I handed out CD after CD, slipping them into people's hands like little miracles. "This is fire, Joe. I'm proud of you." "Don't forget to send it to Jesus, too. He's got a few connections at Capitol Records." People joked. People cried. People asked for autographs. And I didn't let it get to my head, at least not too much. I kept telling folks, to get the actual nomination, I need as many votes as I can. So if you know anyone in the Academy, send them my way. It felt like a whirlwind, but it also felt good. Right. Until Thursday night when Donna called. "Hey, boss," she said. "I've got a dentist appointment first thing tomorrow. Think you can drop off that order to Jay's Auto in Somerville?" For a second, just a split second, I hesitated. The ego whispered, "You're doing interviews now. You're not a delivery guy." But the program, the prayer, the new spirit I'd been waking up with each day, that voice said, "Stay useful." So I replied, "Yeah, no problem. Text me the address. I'll load up tonight." I hung up and turned to Ryan. She was at the table flipping through a gardening catalog. "Jay's Auto in the morning," I said. "Delivery run." She looked up and smiled. "That's the guy who always tries to get a discount, right?" "Yep." She laughed. "Well, Rockstar, don't forget your steel toes." The next morning, I was loading cases of clear coat and tape rolls into the Kia Soul. CDs in one seat, paint in the other. One hand holding dreams, the other still doing the work. And you know what? It felt exactly right. The sun was already high by 9 a.m., Charleston humidity creeping into the seams of the Kia Soul. I was at a red light just past Rivers Avenue when it happened. Thunder came on 98 Rock, my voice spilling out of the speakers like something sacred. I turned it up, couldn't help but smile. It wasn't a playlist, it wasn't a friend playing it in a parking lot. It was the radio, the airwaves, the city. I had made it. And then BAM. The sound was indescribable. Metal on metal, glass tremors. The kind of thud that doesn't echo, it just consumes. The F-350 slammed into the back of me doing at least 50. I never saw it coming. Instant lockjaw, whiplash, chest crushed into the steering wheel, chin slammed forward. I froze. Everything went quiet, except for my own damn voice, still singing through cracked speakers. I have plenty of thunder with me crashing down on you, yeah. I couldn't breathe. Not from panic, from the sheer suddenness of it all. After a minute, I peeled myself away from the wheel. The Kia wasn't totaled, but it was limping. I got out, slow and stiff, and saw the driver of the truck, a kid, early 20s maybe, still gripping his phone, white as a sheet. I didn't see you, man, I didn't see you, he said over and over. Of course you didn't. Nobody ever does. Until they hit you. I didn't call an ambulance. I should have. But my first thought was Donna still needed to make that drop. Priorities of a recovering paint guy rock star. I filed the report with the officer who showed up. He took one look at the truck and said, "You're lucky, man." No joke. I nodded. "Yeah, I've been hearing that a lot lately." Back in the car, body stiff, I called Jay. "Hey, man, Don'll bring your stuff later. Got into a wreck." "Damn, Joe. You okay?" "I think so. Just a little banged up." "Take care of yourself. We're good." I hung up, turned off the radio, and just sat there for a moment, hearing silence. But somewhere inside that silence, like a whisper from the dashboard, I felt it. Don't forget what matters. After I hung up with Jay, the adrenaline started wearing off, and that's when the real pain crept in. It didn't roar. It tightened, like a python, wrapping around my spine, my ribs, the base of my skull. I made it back to the house, barely able to turn the wheel, wincing every time I moved. Ryan was already standing at the front door, barefoot in sweatpants, phone in hand. "Oh my God," she said as I stepped out of the car. But stepped wasn't even the right word. I rolled out, hunched, holding my side, dragging my left leg just a little. "I'm okay," I tried to say, but I couldn't even stand upright. "You are not okay," she said, tears already forming. "You're walking like you just got off a battlefield." She helped me inside, one arm around my waist. Everything throbbed, neck, back, chest, ego. We got inside, and I collapsed onto the couch like a marionette with cut strings. Ryan handed me water and started searching the internet like a woman on a mission. "What's the name of that doctor Michelle mentioned?" I groaned. "I don't know, but Google spine specialist near us, top rated." She nodded. Within minutes, she found a listing. Dr. Highsmith, brain and spine specialist, 5 stars, over 700 reviews, accepting new patients. "That's our guy," she said. She dialed the number. The receptionist said doctor. Highsmith could see me in 2 days, but if pain worsened, I should go to ER. Ryan gave her the rundown like she was my publicist. He was rear-ended by a truck. He didn't go to the ER because he's stubborn. He's got a high pain tolerance but low self-preservation instincts. I grinned through the pain. "She's not wrong," I mumbled. Appointment set for Monday. I lay there on the couch, ice on my chest, heating pad on my lower back, neck brace that looked like it was made for an 80-year-old man recovering from a rodeo. And right there, in that moment of complete stillness, with Ryan adjusting the pillows around me, I realized something. I was still alive. And if I could stay sober and humble this time, I might get to live. Chapter 21. Fractured. By the time I stepped into Dr. Highsmith's office, I already knew something was wrong. I could barely turn my neck. The stiffness wasn't just muscular. It was deep, radiating, crawling. I wasn't healing. I was breaking. Ryan sat beside me in the waiting room, her hands folded, bouncing one leg. The only sign she was anxious. I appreciated that about her. Even when her stomach was doing flips, she wore armor for both of us. We went back for the scans, MRIs, X-rays, neurotests. I was on the table longer than I expected. The tech was quiet. That's when you know something's up. 30 minutes later, Dr. Highsmith came in. He wasn't grim. He wasn't panicked. He was just clear. "Joe, we need to talk." He pulled up my scans and pointed. "This here, cervical spine, C6 and C7, both discs are blown, not bulging, blown. You've got nerve impingement that, if left untreated, will lead to permanent weakness and possible loss of coordination." He let that sink in. "You're probably already feeling it in your arms and hands." I nodded slowly, jaw tight. I had been. I just chalked it up to tension. "And that's not all," he continued, scrolling down the screen. "L4 and L5 in your lower back. Full disc degeneration. You'll need replacement surgery there too. But one thing at a time. We start with your neck, and we don't wait." I couldn't speak at first. My ears rang. My throat closed. All I could think was, I was just handing out CDs last week. I was going to win a Grammy. How the hell did I end up back here? Ryan grabbed my hand, her grip firm. "Okay," I finally said. "What's the timeline?" "We'll get you scheduled for surgery in 3 weeks. Cervical fusion. It's invasive, but it's necessary. Then we'll look at your lumbar spine after that heals." The car ride home was silent. No music, no small talk. I stared out the window, watching the world move without me. Every bump in the road lit my spine on fire. At home, Ryan helped me undress, helped me lay down, helped me breathe. And later that night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I whispered, "God, I don't know why this is happening, but please don't let it be for nothing." I stared at my phone on the nightstand for a long time. Neck stiff in the brace, back on fire, tears fighting to surface, but I wasn't even sure what for. Not pity, not pain, just this ache, this pressure inside that felt like it could cave me in if I didn't speak. I finally grabbed the phone, opened Robert's contact, and hit call. He answered on the second ring. "Yo!" My voice cracked a little. "Robert, can you take me to a meeting tonight?" He didn't respond right away. "What's going on?" I exhaled, my chest tight with both gratitude and pain. "I'm wrecked. Physically. I can't stand up straight. Surgery's coming. I'm hurting like hell. But I don't want to drink. I want to tell the group that. I want to say it out loud." He let that sit for a second, then, "I'll be there in 25. Don't dress fancy. It's just us. See you later. Bye." That thick southern drawl and his signature sign-off got me every time, but I tried not to laugh. And that was it. No lecture. No, "You're strong." Just action. Brotherly, simple, real. That phone call was the first time in a long time I didn't feel like a fraud. I felt like a man in recovery. Not in control, but in truth. And sometimes that's stronger. The metal chair was cold against my back brace. My neck was locked in place. My hands trembled a little as I adjusted the mic. The room was quiet. Not the kind of quiet you get when people are bored. The kind where everybody's holding space, waiting, because they know what it cost you just to show up. I cleared my throat, slow. "Hey, I'm Joe, and I'm an alcoholic." A few murmurs of, "Hey, Joe." Some of you know me. Some of you have no idea who I am. Which is probably better, because I've done a whole lot of damage in my life trying to get people to know my name. A few chuckles. But the kind that said, "We get it." I paused. Last week, my song came on the radio. I was at a red light, listening to my own voice, thinking I was finally getting somewhere, and then bam! A truck slammed into me going about 60 miles an hour. Out of nowhere. I looked up, careful not to move my neck. That moment, my whole body locked up. I felt everything in me freeze. And here's the thing. The car wasn't totaled, but I was. Dead silence. Went to the doctor. C6 and C7 are blown out. Gotta have neck surgery. L4 and L5 are shot too. Lower back's wrecked. One surgery at a time, they said. I can't even walk upright right now. I felt tears pushing behind my eyes, but I kept going. And here's the miracle I wanted to share. I don't want to drink. As broken as I am, as scared as I am, as ashamed as I am that this is what success looks like for me, I don't want to drink. A few heads nodded, a few eyes welled. I've relapsed over far less, Hell, I've relapsed over someone cutting me off in traffic. But today I called my sponsor. I asked for a ride. I asked to be here because I know for a fact that if I keep this pain to myself, it'll grow teeth. I looked down, hands gripped on my knees. I just wanted to say thank you for being here, for listening, for making it okay to be hurt and not have to hide it behind a bottle. I took a breath. That's all I got. And as I backed away from the mic, slow and stiff and trembling, the whole room clapped. Not loud, just long, because they knew the weight of what I just gave them. And I didn't need to be a rock star anymore. I just needed to stay sober. Chapter 22. Spotlights. The house was wrapped in silence when I got home. Not the kind of silence that screams, but the kind that soothes. Lamps dimmed low. Chamomile steam curled above Ryan's mug. The dogs curled into themselves like commas on the rug, tails thumping once when I came through the door. I limped in, sore from the meeting, but somehow lighter, like some weight had peeled off me and stayed behind in that folding chair circle where I'd laid it down. Ryan looked up from her spot on the couch. "How'd it go?" she asked, her voice like warm linen. I exhaled as I lowered myself beside her, every joint cracking like the house settling. I told them the truth. She smiled, that soft, knowing kind of smile. I bet they needed to hear it. I looked at her, the flicker of the lamp catching in her eyes. I needed to say it. She reached for my hand, laid hers over mine like a promise. "I'm proud of you." She meant it, and I felt it. In that way you only feel when someone's seen you at your absolute worst and stayed anyway. She took a sip from her mug, then glanced at the screen of her phone. "I start Thursday," she said casually, but with a little lift in her voice. "Start what?" "Cleaning by Helen, Mount Pleasant. I met her through one of the garden ladies. Her niece had to quit last minute. I interviewed the same day. She said I was the only one who showed up early and didn't complain about baseboards." She grinned. "Pays better than I expected, and they don't mind if I keep my earbuds in." My heart swelled in that quiet, aching way, not because she got the job, but because she took it without fanfare. Like always, doing what needed to be done while I was still out here trying to get my soul to stand up straight. "That's amazing," I said, squeezing her hand. "You deserve something good." She shrugged. "It's not glamorous, but it's clean, simple, peaceful. Nobody yelling, nobody judging, nobody asking me to save them." Her words hung there a moment, not accusatory, not sharp, just true. And still, she was here. Just then, my phone buzzed. Then again, and again. A rhythm, a pulse. Emails, texts, pings. I glanced down at the screen. The first notification made my throat tighten. "Hi, Joe. I'm with Channel 2 News. We saw the press from Big Noise and heard you were nominated for Best New Rock Artist. Would love to do a segment with you." Then another. "Hi, Joe. I work with the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs. We're hosting a charity benefit next week at the Gaillard Center and would love to have you perform or speak. We're coordinating with Fox 24 as well. Let us know." I sat back, let it wash over me. The noise, the names, the neon thread of a dream I thought I'd buried. "Ryan," I said quietly. She turned to me. "They want me to be on Channel 2. Fox 24. They want me to speak at the Gaillard." Her eyes widened, not with shock, but with recognition, like something sacred had been spoken back into existence. She didn't jump. She didn't squeal. She just leaned in and whispered, "I know this means a lot, but you have to stay spiritually fit for it. This is going to test everything you just shared in that meeting." I nodded, heart thudding. "I'm scared it'll go to my head." "Then let me keep your head right here." She kissed my temple, rested her hand over my chest. "And remember what Robert said. If it's from God, it won't take you away from him." The phone buzzed again. Another opportunity, another open door. But this time, I didn't answer. I didn't scramble or strategize. I turned it over, face down. I pulled Ryan closer, let my breath slow, let the moment hold me. Still, grateful, not chasing, just being. Homeless to hope. The Gaillard Center never looked more radiant, a cathedral of light and purpose. golden chandeliers glinting off rows of black suits and sequined gowns. Channel 2 cameras to my left, Fox 24 to the right, photographers orbiting like satellites, and in the middle of it all, me, Joe Gallagher. 5 o'clock shadow, covered in tattoos, tie a little loose, still limping from injury, still severely damaged, but upright, and somehow invited. The mayor of Charleston had asked me to speak and perform for the Homeless to Hope Foundation, a nonprofit dedicated to transitioning people from shelters to sustainable lives. This wasn't just a benefit, it was Charleston's soul made tangible. As I stepped on stage, the lights weren't blinding. They were warm, welcoming, and for the first time in a long time, they felt right. I adjusted the mic, felt the weight of 500 eyes, and said, "A couple of years ago, I was the guy nobody wanted to hire, much less hand a microphone to. I was addicted, broken, spiritually bankrupt. And now I'm here not because I'm special, but because I said yes to grace, because someone said yes to giving me a shot, even when I didn't deserve one." The room was still, hushed, not out of politeness but reverence. Then I played Bullets and Thunder, just me and my guitar. No lights show, no backing track, just raw chords and the crack in my voice where the pain lived. People cried, people stood, not for me, for the version of themselves that still needed to be reminded. It's never too late. When the mayor returned to the podium, he looked directly at me. Joe Gallagher has reminded us tonight what Charleston is really about: resilience, redemption, and reaching back to help the next soul up. Then he announced, "With Joe's help and with every donor in this room, we're proud to say we've raised $75,000 tonight for the Homeless to Hope Foundation." Applause erupted. Flashbulbs popped. But all I felt was stillness. The next morning, the footage aired. Channel 2, Fox 24, Post and Courier. Clips of me shaking hands with the mayor. Performing. Speaking. They called me a rising star, a Grammy contender, a Charleston comeback story. But while the world buzzed, I was thinking about something else. Cervical surgery, C6 and C7, days away. Lumbar after that. More blades, more screws, more pain. And the vote for Best New Rock Artist, it would open the same week they cut into my spine. And weirdly, that timing felt divine. Because for the first time, I wasn't running toward fame. I was walking, slowly, humbly, toward healing. Chapter 23, Under the Knife Over the Fear. The house was quiet, not peaceful, hollow, no music, no distractions. Just the slow, rhythmic ticking of the ceiling fan above our bed, each turn like the sweep of a second hand counting down towards something irreversible. Tomorrow, they'd open my neck. C6 and C7, vertebrae I'd barely thought about until they became a threat, would be carved out like rotted beams, replaced by titanium. Screwed, sealed, not fixed, fused. I watched those surgeries on YouTube with the sound off, squirming in my seat, wondering how anyone could survive it. Now it was my name on the wristband. Ryan sat across from me on the floor, cross-legged in her pajama pants, palms pressed gently to my knee like she was holding me together with fingertips alone. Her eyes shimmered in the lamplight, glassy but anchored. "You ready?" she asked. I shook my head, jaw tight. "I'm terrified." She gave me a soft, unwavering squeeze. "Good. That's how you know it's real. Courage isn't about not being scared. It's about walking in anyway." I reached for my phone, texted Robert. "You up?" 10:17 p.m. Reply came 10 seconds later. "Always." I called. He didn't say hello. Didn't need to. "You praying, boy?" My voice cracked. "I'm trying, but all I see is metal. Screws. I keep picturing them sawing me open like a junkyard project. It's the one fear I've never shaken. Being cut open." There was a pause. When he spoke again, his voice was lower. Not the gruff bark I was used to, but something gentler, older, wiser. "Joe, this ain't punishment. It's repair. Let the men do their job. Let God do his." Then he prayed. No fancy words. No preacher voice. Just grit and grace. God, thank you for this knucklehead. Thank you for his fight, his fear, his fire. Watch over him while they work, and when he can't hold on, hold him. After we hung up, Ryan reached for my hand. We moved to the edge of the bed, fingers laced. Your turn, she whispered. I closed my eyes. My voice came out quiet, shaky. God, if I wake up tomorrow, let me be better. Not just healed, better. More grateful, more useful, more here. And if I don't wake up, please, let my kids know I tried. Let them know I never stopped loving them. Let Ryan have peace, and God, don't let me forget what you already did for me. We sat in silence. Not the awkward kind, the holy kind. The kind that makes the walls breathe and the air feel thicker with meaning. Hands held, hearts surrendered, not knowing what the morning would bring, but trusting somehow that this wasn't where the story ended. The lights at the hospital were cruel, fluorescent, humming like an old hymn played on broken speakers. Ryan held my hand like it was a lifeline as the nurse wheeled me through the swinging doors toward the surgical wing. I blew her a kiss, half whispered, if they mess this up, just promise me one thing. Delete my browser history. She rolled her eyes. You're a child. You love it. I winked. She smiled. In the staging area, the air was cold and sharp. A nurse named Dana walked in, gloves snapping. Southern drawl, no nonsense. You allergic to anything, Joe? Just debt and country radio. She cackled. We're gonna get along just fine. Another nurse wheeled over a tray. We're giving you a little something to relax? Make it whatever you gave Elvis. That's what he said too, she shot back. Then in walked Doctor Highsmith. Crisp coat. Calm gaze. Hands like a piano tuner. You ready? Born ready, I said, reaching under the blanket. Got something for you. I handed him a signed copy of Side Effects. Sticky note on the front. Doc, if I can still sing after this, you get producer credit. Joe. He grinned. Man, I've gotten fruit baskets and bottles of wine, but this is a first. The OR doors opened. White walls, chrome arms, soft beeps, and masked faces. It looked like a spaceship. Y'all ready to make me bionic? They laughed. The anesthesiologist leaned in. Okay, Joe, deep breaths. Count backward for me. I smirked beneath the mask. If I see a bright light, I'm moonwalking straight into it. Black. Then light. Blurred shapes. Voices like underwater echoes. Pressure in my neck, dull but heavy, like a car battery had been bolted inside my throat. He's waking up. Ryan's voice, like a lighthouse cutting through fog. Then a nurse. Joe, how you feeling? I cracked one eye. Am I famous yet? Laughter. We gave you a new neck, not a record deal. Damn, I croaked. Within an hour, I had the staff laughing again. Told one nurse she looked like Florence Nightingale if she had Amazon Prime. Told another I couldn't feel my dignity, might have left it in the OR. Dr. Highsmith walked in, mid-joke, arms crossed, grinning. You know what that means, right? I looked at him. What? Surgery was a success. And just like that, the fear that had wrapped around me like a vice for weeks began to loosen. Not gone, but finally fading. Chapter 24. Recovery with no mute button. Physical recovery at home was brutal. Not with pain or blood or cinematic breakdowns, but in the quiet, in the stillness that stretched out like an empty hallway with no end. The hours didn't pass. They hung, thick and heavy like soaked blankets. Every move was a production. Every step a negotiation with gravity. Brushing my teeth felt like trying to write cursive with a broken wrist. I couldn't turn my head, couldn't lift my arms, could barely sleep. But I wasn't alone. Robert showed up first, bag of black coffee in one hand, stubborn hope in the other. He blew through the front door like a storm wearing flannel and said, All right, living room's the new clubhouse. Let's get to work. Then came Dan M., big book in hand, smile like an inside joke from God. His copy looked like it had survived a hurricane in college. Then John K. strolled in with that wild grin, tossing out one-liners like candy at a parade, and Mike M., steady, quiet, the anchor in the room. They didn't come with pity. They came with power and presence. They read to me. They prayed with me. They laughed until my stitches ached. And I cried, not from pain, but from being reminded I wasn't alone in this world. Then Ryan showed me a text. Her hands were trembling slightly. Ryan, I can't stay in this apartment anymore. I'm losing it. I need out. Donna, Ryan's face looked like someone had just handed her a baby made of glass and gasoline. What do we do? She whispered. We just got you home. We had 3 bedrooms. Donna and Taylor were struggling, and even though Ryan was already stretched thinner than a dollar store paper towel, her heart still had room, even if her spirit didn't. Then came the guilt texts, the phone calls. You said we could stay if things got bad. You said family comes first. It's not like we're strangers. And Ryan, my wife, my backbone, my burning candle in a blackout, still looked at me, this bruised up, half-healed man in a recliner with a neck brace, and whispered, I'll make it work. That's who she is. Dan offered his truck. I'll help with the move, he said, then leaned in and muttered, but they better not screw up your healing. I gave a tired smile. Peace and quiet left the building yesterday. Then the already small house got filled and got smaller. Furniture screeched across the tile, boxes stacked like obstacles in a maze. The dogs barked at everything and nothing. And suddenly, I was a man in recovery, living in a house full of women and noise and chaos, the kind that doesn't knock before it moves in. But every time I felt the urge to scream into a pillow, I remembered, this is life, unfiltered, loud, complicated, and I hadn't picked up a drink. The last straw. It was day 5, the kind of day where even breathing felt like labor. I was drifting into that familiar pain pill haze, neck brace crooked, dogs curled at my feet, the world finally still. And then, in this next scene, we follow the fate of 4 women who escaped a cult. The TV blared like the gates of hell had opened through surround sound. Donna, YouTube, maximum volume. Ryan stepped out of the bedroom like a ghost floating on the edge of eruption. She walked to the TV and hit pause. Didn't say a word. Donna turned, eyes wide. What are you doing? Ryan's voice was calm, but it had teeth. Joe just fell asleep. He just had spinal surgery. Donna rolled her eyes. Well, he's not the only one in this house, Ryan. I need my time too. What, you expect me to sit in silence all day? Ryan didn't respond. She just turned toward the kitchen, and then she saw it. Dog shit. Middle of the tile, right where the light hit it like a spotlight. She turned back around. Mom. Oh yeah, Donna called lazily. Your dog did that like an hour ago. I'm not cleaning it. Not my job. Ryan blinked. A slow inhale. Then, boom. Mom, are you serious right now? Donna flinched. I'm taking care of a man who just had his neck opened with power tools. I'm cooking. I'm cleaning. I'm working. I'm walking on eggshells trying not to upset anyone. And you can't even turn down the TV or pick up dog crap? Donna opened her mouth, but Ryan was already rolling. You guilted your way in here, and now you act like I owe you something, like this house revolves around your emotional state. It doesn't. Not anymore. Her voice cracked. We let you in. We bent over backwards to make space, and you're leaving dog shit in the kitchen like we're your maids and watching cult documentaries like you're on vacation. Silence. Donna crossed her arms. Fine, I'll go for a walk. Good. Ryan turned and stormed back into the bedroom, heart racing like a war drum. She sat on the edge of the bed, shoulders shaking. Not from rage anymore, from release. I opened my eyes, half-lidded from painkillers. You okay? She looked over, red-eyed and raw. I don't know, Joe, but I'm finally starting to say how I feel. I reached for her hand. It's about damn time. Sisters in the fire. Later that night, the house quieted. I was asleep again, breathing slow and steady like a metronome. Ryan stood by the sink, rinsing out a coffee mug that wasn't hers. Her hands trembled just slightly, not from fear, but the adrenaline of finally letting go. Taylor walked in, hoodie up, no makeup, face soft. She sat at the island. You okay? Ryan sighed. Yeah. Number, I don't know. She tossed the towel aside. You saw what happened. Taylor gave a little shrug. It's Mom. Silence. Then Ryan said it, the sentence she'd been holding for years. I love her, but I can't keep doing this. Taylor looked up. The noise or the guilt? Ryan's voice cracked. Both. She slumped against the counter. Joe just had his damn neck cut open. He can't move. I'm trying to keep this house afloat, run the errands, take care of the dogs, and she's blasting YouTube conspiracy theories like she's at a slumber party. Taylor half smiled, sad and knowing. She never grew up. Ryan nodded. She stopped evolving after the accident. It's like she's emotionally frozen. I have to remember it was a brain injury. Just because she looks like she's in her 50s, she wasn't even 20 when she got in that accident. I'm pretty sure that's where her maturity level is. Taylor's voice softened. She's stuck in that version of herself. Tantrums, manipulation, passive-aggressive guilt. Ryan sat next to her. And I've been parenting a woman who never became one. Taylor looked down. But she's still our mom. Ryan wiped her face. And I'm still trying to be everything for everyone. And I can't do it anymore. It's killing me. They sat in the hum of the fridge, the occasional dog snore breaking the silence. Taylor reached across the island. So, what do we do? Ryan looked toward the bedroom. We let her stay, but there will be rules, boundaries. And if she breaks them, she's gone. Taylor nodded. I'll back you. Ryan exhaled. I need you to, because I can't hold all of this by myself anymore. Taylor smiled faintly. You've been holding it long enough. They both knew Ryan would never abandon her mom or anyone for that matter. Chapter 25. The fall. Recovery from cervical surgery wasn't just pain. It was purgatory. My body sat still, frozen beneath the weight of stitches and screws, but my spirit howled like a dog chained too long in the yard. There were no violins, no dramatic montages, just silence, just time, stretching like old taffy across days that refused to end. Even breathing felt like betrayal. Every small movement was an orchestra of discomfort. I couldn't lift my arms over my head or turn my neck without feeling like I was being punished for something ancient. Brushing my teeth became a production. Putting on socks, an Olympic sport. So I leaned into the only thing that still felt like medicine, the work. Meetings. Step 4. Then 5. And when I got to 6 and 7, I wasn't just asking God to remove my defects. I was on my knees, whispering through gritted teeth, please take them before they take me. But the pain persisted, and so did the pills. I didn't abuse them. I didn't lie to get more, but I took them. Because pretending to be stronger than the meds wouldn't heal what was broken. And then came the second surgery. Back surgery. They warned me. There's a chance you won't walk again. I nodded like I understood. But I didn't. Not until I woke up with legs that felt like shadows. Not until I had to relearn standing, then walking, then pretending like the tears in my eyes were from joy. 8 weeks of crawling back to human. 8 weeks of wrestling not just with pain, but with meaning. And when I finally moved without the crutches, I wasn't chasing a stage, I wasn't dreaming of applause, I just wanted to go to the grocery store and not break into a sweat. 2 weeks later, a friend texted me, live music at KC Mulligan's tonight, come out, you need it. I didn't plan to drink, didn't want to, I just wanted to hear guitars again. Feel bass in my bones. Pretend I wasn't fragile. Tyler Boone was performing and promoting his new bourbon, Boone's Bourbon. The irony wasn't lost on me. I stood in the corner like a ghost at his own funeral. The Grammy nod had never come. Not because the music wasn't good, it was, but life got loud. Too many surgeries, too many pills, too many days spent trying to remember how to be proud of anything, and I couldn't promote adequately to gain the nomination. My hands didn't play the way they used to. My voice cracked where it once soared. And now, here I was, watching another artist raise a glass while I clung to the memory of who I thought I'd become. That's when I saw him. Rob the drunk, they called him, a regular drunk again and trying to climb into his truck. Slurring, swaying, lost. I couldn't let him drive. I wasn't on the 12th step, but I knew I had a responsibility. Hey man, give me your keys. I'll get you home. He handed them over. We drove a mile down the road to a trailer park that looked like it had been forgotten by time. He fumbled with the door, then it opened, and Vince exploded into the porch light. Who the hell is this? I held up my hands. Just dropping him off. I'm a friend. Vince wasn't buying it. His voice was sharp, wild. He offered me a shot. I said no. They started yelling at each other, Rob and Vince, like twin devils, playing ping pong with their rage. My chest tightened. There was Coke on the counter, a bottle of Boone's nearby. Riddled with fear, I prepared for violence, took the burning bourbon down, not to celebrate, to survive. Then Vince got in my face, shoved me, hard. Put your phone, keys, and wallet on the counter. My heart was a jackhammer. I saw no exits, no allies. Robert vanished. Vince was vibrating with code-red aggression, so I did the only thing I could think of. I reached in my pocket, pulled a 2-inch blade that I've never carried before that day, gripped it in my palm, finger on the blade. Blood trickled down my wrist and poured onto the floor, just enough to give a warning. I'm not helpless. Then I cut Vince on the bicep, not deep, a paper cut. Enough to say, back off. You don't want to see this side of me. I'm practically crippled, but I'm capable of hurting you. You might kill me, but you're going to get hurt. Then I snapped. I stripped him, not out of rage, but out of desperation. Held the knife, trembling, waiting for Robert to come back with a shotgun. He never did. Blue lights, guns drawn. My knees hit, smeared my own blood on the floor. Face pressed to the tile, cuffs cold around my wrists. Attempted murder, they said. I blinked. If I wanted him dead, wouldn't I have stabbed him in the neck? Not a great defense. I tried to pull rank. Call the mayor. He knows me. Tell him Joe Gallagher called. They did, and when the officer came back, he shook his head. He says he doesn't know who you are. And just like that, I became a ghost again. The curtain dropped, and the applause from just a few weeks prior, it vanished. Chapter 26, From Headlines to Hell. Just weeks ago, I was on Channel 2. Suit pressed, guitar tuned, heart full. Sitting beside the mayor of a thriving city, shaking hands, smiling wide. They called me a Grammy hopeful, a Charleston redemption story. I had just helped raise $75,000 for the Homeless to Hope Foundation. They rolled B-roll of me, singing at recovery centers, speaking to kids, laughing with the mayor, hugging volunteers. They framed me in light, in music, in hope. And now, that same station, same anchor, same smile. Only now my face was beneath a headline that punched the breath from my lungs. Singer-songwriter charged with attempted murder and drunken altercation. No context, no nuance, no mention of the 2 spinal surgeries that nearly killed me. No mention that I had been trying to help a drunk man get home. No mention that I was clean, barely hanging on, but clean. Just a mugshot. Blood crusted under my nose, eyes wide like an animal that just realized the cage door closed behind him. The police report read like fiction written by someone who hated me. They skipped the part where I offered to drive, skipped the part where I was cornered, where my fight or flight button shattered from panic, where I bled from the palms trying not to use the blade I carried for safety. They didn't want that version. They wanted the headline, the archetype, the relapse. Local musician loses it. By the time you're explaining, you've already lost. Jail is a different kind of hell. The light doesn't change, the cold never leaves, and the silence, the deep, aching kind, settles into your bones and sings you to sleep with regret. I laid on concrete with a neck brace and a broken back. No mattress, no meds, just steel and shame. Each time I shifted, lightning danced up my spine. The pressure was unbearable, my body swollen from surgery, bruised from the arrest, fragile as glass in a box of rocks. The painkillers had worn off days ago, and in here, there were no refills, no compassion, just a hard slab and the hum of fluorescent lights that never dimmed. I told the nurse I'd had spinal surgery, twice. Told her I couldn't feel my legs some mornings. She didn't blink, just handed me a blanket thin as tissue paper. I used to dream of arenas, now I was praying for ibuprofen. And at night, I lay there, listening to the teeth grinding, the prayer mumbling, the rage punching, the thud of skulls against steel, the sound of men trying not to become ghosts. There's no redemption arc in county jail, only waiting, only time. I counted the ceiling tiles, named them after songs I hadn't finished, thought about Ryan's face, about the dogs, about my dad watching the news. I wondered if Savannah or Joey saw it, if they recognized the man behind the mugshot, or if they had long since stopped looking. All I could think about was my guitar at home, in its case sitting untouched. Just like me. My father, God bless him, posted the $50,000 bond, didn't have it, did it anyway. He coordinated it with Ryan. My father gave me stern warning. Never again. He basically said, I still love you, but this breaks my heart. And that thought wrecked me more than any sentence could have. Chucktown Paint collapsed like it had been built on matchsticks. Distributors pulled out. Suppliers cut ties. No one wanted to work with the guy in the headlines. I stood in that warehouse, once filled with orders, color, hope, and felt the silence echo. My account left barren. The phones didn't ring. The echo of success faded like the tail end of a song no one requested. I had built it from the ground up. Now I watched it rot from the roof down. And through it all, Donna tried to keep us alive. She called every shop, reassured the owners, told them I was innocent, that I was healing, that I'd be back. She delivered paint with a forced smile and a heartbreaking under pressure. She held it together better than anyone expected, but I knew the truth. Every order was a prayer, every returned call, a miracle, every invoice, a battle. She didn't owe me that fight, but she fought it anyway. And still, it wasn't enough. I called Robert Goings, injury lawyer, heavy hitter, told him everything. He nodded like he'd seen worse, said he'd make some calls. The insurance company came back with an offer, $13,000. 13 grand for a shattered spine, a fused neck, 4 months of physical therapy, a destroyed career, a reputation torn up like confetti. My medical bills alone were $280,000. 13 grand wouldn't have covered the ER visit. I didn't scream, didn't argue, I just broke. And in the quiet of that breaking, the old voice came back, the one that always sounds like an old friend. Drink dot star. So I did. I told myself I had a right to, told myself God had failed me, told myself the program was a joke. No meetings, no calls to Robert, no prayer, no journal, no inventory, just silence and whiskey. Just a man with a bottle and a long list of reasons. I stopped believing in second chances, stopped believing in healing, stopped believing in myself. I said, no more sponsors, no more steps, no more false hope. The world burned me down, and I'm allowed to stay in the ashes. And that became my gospel for the next 4 years. Chapter 27, The Hustle Underground. No one would hire me. Didn't matter what I could do. Didn't matter how clean I was that week. Didn't matter how convincing my tone or how rehearsed my redemption story sounded. My name had already been carved into the digital tombstone of the internet. Bold font headlines like Charleston musician arrested, attempted murder charge for local Grammy hopeful. Google didn't forgive. I wasn't just unemployed, I was radioactive. No HR rep wants to take a gamble on a guy whose mugshot has been viewed 10,000 times. No label wants to touch a redemption arc that's still burning in the middle. So I did what I've always done when cornered by circumstance. I made something up. I built Atlas Star Records out of thin air. No office, no employees, no budget. Just me, a borrowed laptop, and a bruised belief that if I couldn't be the star, maybe I could help someone else become one. I went fishing in the corners of the internet. SoundCloud, Reddit, DMs from hungry dreamers. Kids in Serbia, MCs in Queens, A&B vocalists in Florida, garage bands in Birmingham, bedroom producers in England. All of them broke, all of them brilliant, all of them aching for a shot. So I became their one-man label, offered them coaching, taught them how to release music on Spotify, how to run low-budget ads, how to brand like the pros. They'd PayPal me small fees. Sometimes I'd mark it up enough to buy groceries. Most of the time, I did it for free, just so I could say I was still in the game. I wasn't collecting royalties. I wasn't chasing billboard. I was surviving by helping others chase the dream that used to keep me alive. But the music hustle didn't pay like it used to, so I pivoted. Started designing liquor bottle labels for underground rappers, white labeled cigars for YouTubers with delusions of grandeur. I didn't know a damn thing about the legal side. No FDA regulations, no TTB applications, no compliance knowledge. But I had vision, and I had grind, and I knew if I could just make it look real enough, bold enough, pretty enough, someone would bite. And they did. Liquor stores, smoke shops, pop up venues with bare bulbs and bass heavy speakers. They didn't ask questions, they bought the bottles. And when the word got out, the phone started ringing. Yo, you got someone who can make my own tequila brand? Can you put my face on a bottle like you did for Dude in Tampa? They weren't asking for record deals. They were asking for legitimacy, and I gave it to them, one bootleg blueprint at a time. That's when I met Jason Hutton, a graphic designer who built empires with pixels, the man behind 50 Cent's merchandise lines on the Final Lap Tour, Snoop's 30-year doggy-style anniversary branding. He didn't mentor me, he baptized me, showed me how branding was never about logos, it was about how it felt, how it made your pulse shift, how it made people believe something before they even opened the cap. I studied everything he did, every stroke, every texture, every shade of black, and finally I got good. But there was a ticking clock under everything I touched, because the truth was, nothing I was doing was legal. No permits, no tax ID, no TTB approvals, no FDA sign-offs. If someone wanted to shut me down, they could, with one phone call. So I got smart, started reading the fine print, learning how to build from the basement up the right way, how to register trademarks, secure UPC codes, design compliant nutrition panels, file federal paperwork, talk to licensed co-packers, build real infrastructure from the bones of bootleg hustle. Because I didn't want to be another guy selling dreams out of a duffel bag. I wanted to be a boss, not in the Instagram sense, in the blueprint sense. Because if I could figure this out, if I could master the language of compliance, of branding, of logistics and law and creativity, then maybe I could do more than make records. Maybe I could build empires. Maybe I could leave something that lasted. Chapter 28, The Great Undoing. Then came COVID, and with it, the last fragile thread of connection I had to my children snapped. My parents, who had served as the only bridge between me and my kids, taking them out for ice cream, slipping me phone calls on birthdays, arranging porch visits under Amy's careful watch, were no longer allowed to see them, not during a global health crisis, not with everyone on edge, and without them, I had no access. No loophole, no workaround. The video calls dried up. The birthday texts got shorter. The porch visits disappeared. One day, I was sending emojis and getting back exclamation marks. The next, nothing. Just silence. And the silence became a wall I didn't know how to climb. Then came the whispers. That turned into statements. The thing I knew was always waiting to be used against me finally was, "Their father's a felon." Amy heard it, believed it, maybe always expected it, and that was it, the final nail in the coffin. She cut the cord, clean, no drama, just absence. I don't blame her, not entirely. How could she risk it? Even I didn't trust myself at that point, because by then, I was already gone. Drinking wasn't something I slipped back into. I dove. No apology, no hesitation. No recovery lingo to cushion the fall. I let the bottle take me under like an old lover, welcoming me home with open arms and zero expectations. Oblivion became the only place I felt safe. It didn't ask me to prove anything, didn't require a resume, didn't care about the headlines, the court dates, the missing children, or the failed businesses. It just said, "Stay here. This is easier." And I listened. Ryan. She stopped trying. There were no more interventions in the kitchen, no more tears soaking her pillow, no more ultimatums wrapped in love and fear. She just moved through the house like smoke, quiet, untraceable. We weren't married, we weren't roommates, we were co-hosts of a silent funeral that never ended. She cooked, cleaned, took care of the dogs. I drank, slept, scrolled. We passed each other in the hallway like ghosts. Not even resentment hung in the air anymore, just resignation. It was as if she had silently decided, I'm letting you hit bottom now because nothing else has worked. And honestly, that's exactly what I needed. But I didn't know it then. Most days I couldn't feel my legs. Some days I couldn't feel my hands. And on the worst days, I couldn't feel my own heartbeat. The whole world was in lockdown, but I'd been in isolation long before the rest of them. COVID just made my internal exile external. Everyone else was missing coffee shops and office chatter. I was missing my kids' voices. Atlas Star Records kept running, barely, on fumes, on fantasy. From the outside, it looked like I had figured something out. Cool branding, bootleg bourbon bottles with custom labels, a handful of rappers with dollar store dreams and TikTok filters, posing like they'd made it. But behind the curtain, it was all collapse, emails ignored, PayPal accounts frozen, designs done half drunk with Spotify in the background, and a half empty bottle by the keyboard. It was motion without meaning. There was no joy, no connection, no spark, just more screen time, more whiskey, more broken promises to myself. And no kids, not even the sound of them. Just a grown man in a rented house, aging in slow motion, and dying a little more every time he opened a drawer and found an old Father's Day card with a crayon heart drawn next to the words, "We miss you, Daddy?" And I'd stare at it, too numb to cry, too drunk to remember what they sounded like when they laughed, too ashamed to ask if they still did. Chapter 29, Striped and Scraped. Ryan was drowning, and I knew it, not in metaphor, in real time. The rent was overdue. The fridge echoed back when she opened it. Credit cards were maxed. Hope was running on fumes. And me? I was drinking, designing, and unraveling. So one night, with a hangover headache pulsing and shame clawing at my throat, I made a decision. I was going to get a job, not just to bring in money, but to learn something, to grow, to be useful again. If I couldn't save the world, maybe I could at least save my marriage, or whatever was left of it. That's how I ended up at Striped Pig Distillery in North Charleston. It wasn't glamorous. It was gritty, the kind of place with more duct tape than decor. But it had charm, and the owner? She seemed decent. We talked for over an hour about music, redemption, branding, my criminal record, my spine surgeries, all of it. I didn't hold anything back. I told her I wanted to learn the spirits business, for myself, for the artists I worked with, for the long game. She offered me a gig, off the books, $500 a week, no benefits, no contract, just a handshake and a prayer. I took it, and I worked. I worked like the old me, the before it all fell apart me, 80 hours a week, hauling cases, hosting tastings, booking events, mopping floors, making deliveries in a car with no air conditioning. In 6 months, I brought in 90 new accounts, 90, bars, shops, restaurants. Everywhere I went, I sold that spirit like it was my own. And I was learning TTB approvals, recipe development, proofing, label compliance, distributor negotiations, marketing. It was the education I had prayed for, but couldn't afford to buy. I gave her everything I had. And when I had nothing left, I gave her more. I launched an open mic night in the distillery speakeasy, on my own time, for free. Designed the flyers, booked the talent, ran the sound, lit the candles, created the vibe. By the 5th week, 40 people, real musicians, energy, buzz. People were posting, buying drinks, asking about private events. The room, once forgotten, had come alive. I should have been proud, but instead, I was tired and broke. So I asked for a raise, politely, respectfully. She didn't even hesitate. No. Not because I wasn't producing, not because I wasn't worth it, but because, in her words, you're getting a chance. That's the raise. Meanwhile, she wanted $50,000 to help one of my artists get a spirits brand licensed. $50,000! I did the math. If I stayed on her payroll, it would take me 2 years to make that kind of money, if I didn't spend a dime. And I couldn't afford to wait. So that night, during open mic, I had a quiet conversation with one of the artists and their parents. I offered branding services, marketing help, label design, just enough to maybe afford groceries again. And then she got on the mic in front of the crowd I brought in the room I revived. "We have to ask Joe to step down," she said. "He's been violating the trust of this venue." It hit like a sucker punch. My stomach twisted. My face went numb. She spoke like I was a thief, like I had stolen from the till or set fire to the walls. But all I had done was try to survive. I didn't argue, didn't defend. I just walked over to the wall and peeled down every flyer I'd hung with my own hands, pulled my t-shirts off the merch rack, deleted every social post, cut the mic cord with my teeth. Then I left. And the next morning, I got to work. I started calling every account I had personally landed. Bars, managers, store owners. "This is Joe. I'm no longer affiliated with Striped Pig." One by one, they dropped. And if she wanted a war, she had picked the wrong general. Chapter 30. Moonshine and Mirage. The week after I left Striped Pig with my pride in one hand and the mic cord in the other, my phone lit up. It was Cat Daddy, one of the other outside reps. Sharp dresser, big smile, always working a side hustle, always pulling me aside between staff meetings like, "Man, we're building her empire and getting paid in peanuts." I figured it was just talk, frustrated loyalty disguised as friendship. But this time, his voice carried something different. Opportunity. "You got talent, bro," he said. "That lady didn't know what she had, but I do." I chuckled, waiting for the punchline. Instead, he dropped the line that flipped the switch in my chest. "I got a distillery in Alabama. Building's done. License approved. All I need is the rest. Recipes, labels, a brand with teeth. You help me get it off the ground, I'll make you president." He wasn't kidding, said I could bring my artist's liquor brands to life, legally. Full control, my own sandbox. He had a 6-bedroom house in Cullman, Alabama, said he'd put me up, feed me, cover gas. Once we were in stores, I'd get paid. Real money, real equity. It sounded too good to be true, because it was, but I didn't have much left to lose. And hunger makes every mirage look like a fountain. So I packed a bag and told Ryan I'd be back in 2 weeks. 2 weeks turned into 10 months. 10 months of bouncing back and forth between Charleston and Cullman. No paycheck, no contract, no written promises, just sweat and spreadsheets and a vision bigger than my bank account. I built that brand from scratch. 10 flavors of moonshine. 10 identities. Perfect peach. Granny's apple pie. Angry beaver cinnamon. Crazy coconut. Each one a southern song in a mason jar. I wrote the stories, designed the labels, sourced ingredients, tested ratios, dialed in proofs, studied flavor science, filed compliance paperwork, registered trademarks, drafted SOPs. I met with the Alabama ABC board, buttoned up, stone sober, charm turned all the way up. I shook hands, made connections, secured approvals. I knocked on the doors of local stores, liquor shops, bars, gas stations, sold the dream, built the hype. I even coded the website from scratch, ran the social media, shot the photography, turned that backwoods warehouse into something worth talking about. By the time the grand opening came around, I had that place glowing. I wrote the press release, got the Chamber of Commerce out, scheduled a ribbon cutting, booked a performer, packed the parking lot. We had tasting tables, people taking selfies with the labels, influencers posting reels. Customers said it felt like something out of Nashville. And finally, after 10 months of free labor, he started paying me $1,000 a week, 7 weeks of validation, 7 weeks where I told Ryan, I think this might actually work. 7 weeks where I walked into that distillery like a man who'd built his own ladder out of the pit. But I should have known better, because week 8, no check. Week 9, radio silence. Calls went to voicemail. Meetings got canceled. Excuses showed up in texts like bad poetry. Cash flow's tight, we're figuring it out. You know how it is. But I knew what it really was. It wasn't the business, it was her, his daughter, the one who was supposed to be in recovery, the one who'd been staying dry for 2 years, until I showed up. We didn't hook up, we didn't even flirt, but we got too close. 2 broken bottles orbiting the same flame. Late night war stories, shared drinks, trauma bonding over glass and gravel, and to her father, the man who once called me his partner, that was enough. Enough to push me out. No contract, no severance, no equity, Just a handshake erased by silence. 10 months, 10,000 miles, 10 flavors, all on my conscience. And when the time came, he kept the recipes, kept the labels, kept the story, and left me with the silence. I drove back to Charleston with an empty gas tank, a Honda with an overdue car payment, and a full heart cracked wide open. Not because I'd lost a job, but because I had finally found a dream that felt like mine again, only to watch it get sold without my name on the deed. Moonshine and mirage, that's all it ever was. But for a second, it felt like heaven. And for a man like me, that's the most dangerous kind of hell. Chapter 31. White lines, no direction. I left Alabama with 2 quarts of moonshine sloshing in the passenger seat and a trunk full of sour clothes that smelled like 10 months of unpaid overtime and broken promises. 8 hours ahead, 3 state lines, 0 direction, no plan, no job, no paycheck, no dignity, just one mission: disappear. If the road swallowed me whole somewhere along the way, all the better. I didn't pack a playlist, didn't call a soul, didn't even check the tires. I just turned the key, floored the gas, and let the hum of the highway become the only pulse I could trust. There was no soundtrack to this fall, just the occasional slosh of high-proof regret as I raised a mason jar of painkiller to my lips, burned like truth, tasted like failure. And it worked. I wasn't driving toward Charleston, I was driving toward nothing, a limbo between what I'd built and what I'd just lost. I had given Cat Daddy everything, my concepts, my sweat, my vision, my soul. And once it caught fire, he snuffed me out like a cigarette he'd smoked too close to the filter, all because his daughter and I were trauma twins, 2 alcoholics orbiting each other in a distillery full of denial. It wasn't love, it wasn't lust, it was gravity, a quiet recognition of shared wreckage. But that was all it took. Suddenly, I was the threat, not the guy who had handcrafted a real brand, built the brand from the dirt up, met with the Alabama ABC board on their behalf, got approvals, buzz, orders, a crowd. Number I was the liability. Somewhere outside Atlanta, the skyline blurred. The white lines on the road started curling inward like they were trying to hold me. I couldn't feel my fingertips. Couldn't tell if the wheel was steady or if I was just willing it into place, and I prayed, not for safety, but for invisibility. I prayed no blue lights would appear, not because I feared jail, but because I wasn't sure I could pass the breathalyzer or the psych eval. I didn't want to kill anyone, but truthfully, I wasn't too worried if I didn't make it. By the time I hit Columbia, I had drifted in and out of consciousness enough to realize I was still somehow alive. The sun had dipped behind the pines. The sky looked like an old bruise, violet and tired. I was still in my lane, still breathing, still bleeding invisibly. By the time Charleston came into view, I hadn't spoken a single word in 7 hours. My voice was gone. My identity was gone. My hope was on life support. It was just me and the ghost in the back seat, me and the rotting laundry in the trunk, me and the jars, those 2 quarts of betrayal in a glass disguise. And God, if he was still there at all, was riding silent. Chapter 32. No welcome mat. I got back to Charleston late, the kind of late that feels like a confession. Fog clung to the road, moonshine still humming in my bloodstream, clothes soaked in sweat, grime, and shame. I was dry heaving, tasting blood, dehydrated, and sick. The second I stepped inside, I felt it, the chill of everything I'd broken. Ryan was in the bedroom doorway, arms folded, her posture saying more than words ever could. No, hey, no, you're back. She didn't ask if I was okay, didn't act surprised. She just looked at me like someone might look at a stranger who used to be family. And in a way, I was. Her birthday had been a week ago. I didn't call hoping she was having a good day. I called to pick a fight. Half-cocked. Didn't even remember what I said. Not because I didn't love her, but because I was a monster. And I couldn't bear to hear her voice. Couldn't stand to look into the eyes of someone I was actively breaking again. By then, we weren't partners. We weren't even friends. We were 2 ghosts sharing a space built for the living. She still loved me, but it was a funeral kind of love. A eulogy said in present tense, because grief doesn't know when to shut off. Before I could even sit down, she cut the silence like a scalpel. So, Cat Daddy says you were having an affair with Hannah. Just like that. No build-up, no warning, just truth, weaponized. I froze mid-step, keys still in my hand. My chest caved in, heart racing to catch up with my brain. I hadn't expected that, and I sure wasn't ready for it. It wasn't like that, I said quickly. There was nothing going on. She was just another broken person in a house full of denial. I wasn't trying to be close to her. We saw each other's mess. That's it, and she had 2 kids. Ryan didn't yell. She didn't cry. She just stood there, letting my words fall like bricks around us. I couldn't tell if she believed me or if she'd stopped caring enough to ask more questions. And that scared me more than anything, because anger I could handle. But indifference? That was a slow death. She finally spoke, voice low and hoarse from holding in too much for too long. I'm too tired to wonder anymore. Just don't bring this house down with you. Then she turned off the kitchen light and walked away. But I didn't move. I stood in the dark like a trespasser, unsure if I should even breathe too loud. I walked into the bathroom and caught my reflection. I looked like a man who had been sleeping in sin, eyes bloodshot, face bloated from travel, skin grayed with guilt and road dust. I turned on the faucet just to hear something real. The water echoed in the silence like judgment. Ryan's perfume still hung faintly in the air, lavender and something soft, and for some reason that hit me harder than her words, because it reminded me this wasn't just a place to crash. This was her sanctuary, and I had turned it into a place of suspicion. I toweled off and walked to the edge of the bed, but I didn't dare get in. She was already curled up, back to me, not asleep, just finished for the night. So I lay on the floor beside the bed. No pillow, no blanket, just rough carpet and consequences. And as I stared up at the ceiling, the moonlight tracing lines across the paint, I realized something. There's no sound louder than the absence of forgiveness, and no bed colder than the one beside a woman who's done hoping you'll change. Chapter 33, The Last Fall. Silence was deafening and certainly not peaceful. Not the kind of silence you earn at the end of a long day. This was the kind of quiet that vibrates beneath the floorboards, like the whole place is holding its breath, waiting for something to break. I stood in the kitchen, bottle of 100 proof moonshine in hand. I didn't sneak it, didn't hide in the bathroom, didn't pretend it was something else. I drank it in the open, big, loud gulps, like a dare, like a threat, like I wanted the world to see me fall. Ryan stood near the hallway, watching, but not with panic, not even with anger. She looked at me like a person watching a building burn from the outside, already knowing what's inside can't be saved. I don't care what you do anymore, she said. Calm, dead calm. And that should have wrecked me. It should have snapped something awake inside, but instead, I laughed. That brittle, hollow laugh that never touches your eyes. I grabbed my keys off the counter, already halfway gone in my head. This is the last time you'll ever see me, I muttered. She stepped toward me. Her voice cracked. Go kill yourself, she said. But I'm not letting you kill someone else. She reached for the keys, and that was it. I snapped, kicked the bedroom door hard enough to rattle the hinges, tore the keys out of her hand, took my phone and hurled it across the room like it was a cannonball. It hit the big framed photo of a sentimental sea biscuit. Glass shattered. The sound was sharp, violent. It echoed like a gunshot. Ryan screamed, didn't flinch. She darted over to the table, picked up the house phone, and dialed 911. Put it on speaker. Set it down. I need help, she said to the operator. He's not safe, and I'm not safe with him here. I don't remember what happened after that, because I wasn't there anymore. Not really. Some ghost version of me took the wheel, all rage and ruin and fog. The Joe who made promises died somewhere between the couch and the cabinet. 2 minutes down the road. Flashing lights, red and blue. Game over. DUI. Reckless driving. Domestic violence. 2nd degree. I didn't fight. Didn't talk. Didn't beg. I let the cuffs close around my wrists like they belonged there. This wasn't my first time in the back of a cop car, but this time, it felt final. Because this time, there was nothing left to protect. Nothing left to lose. No one's coming. The jail phone was cold against my face, a metal lifeline to a world that had every right to move on. I called Ryan's number every day, 3 times, 4, voicemail each time. By day 5, I gave in. Called my father. He answered. His voice wasn't angry. It was worse. It was calm. Ryan doesn't want you back at the house. He let the words settle. She doesn't want me to bail you out this time either. Silence. She's done, Joe. We all are. My chest tightened. My mouth opened. Nothing came out. He kept going. Your bond's 10 grand. You're not getting out. The prosecutor wants 30 years for the attempted murder. And now this. 30 years. Like someone casually ordering a lifetime at a diner. You were on such a good path, Joe. Whatever you were doing before, that was working. Maybe try going back to that. I wanted to scream, but I didn't have the energy. Because he wasn't yelling. He wasn't blaming. He was simply done. I hung up the phone and sat back down on the cold bench in my cell. Concrete walls, steel toilet, no window. My tray of food was still untouched. Same bologna sandwich, same mystery meat. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. I wasn't angry, wasn't plotting, wasn't even dreaming of revenge or redemption. There were no plans, no clever angles, no manipulations left in my tank, just me. And the echo of everything I'd ignored for years. I wasn't special, wasn't some misunderstood genius or secret saint. I was just another alcoholic with a rap sheet and a wasted gift. And this time, nobody was coming. Not to fix it, not to bail me out, not to remind me who I used to be. I was alone, and for once I couldn't run from it. Chapter 34. No more free rides. I finally got through to my lawyer. His voice crackled through the receiver like a flare in the dark. Somehow, against the odds, against the weight of the charges, against the man I'd become, he got me out. He talked to Ryan. And by what could only be called divine intervention, or maybe just the last flicker of compassion in a woman who'd seen too much, she agreed to let me come back. But not without conditions. Clear. Concrete. No wiggle room. I had to return to the rooms. I had to complete 26 weeks of PTI. I had to stay sober for a full year. No slip-ups, no relapses painted in poetry, no almosts, no guilt trips, no gaslighting, no grand apologies wrapped in broken promises. Just results, just action. If I did all of it, the charges would be dropped. That was the carrot. And there was one other thing waiting for me on the other side of those steel doors. The attempted murder charge, dismissed, self-defense. The truth finally surfaced, clawing its way out of the mud. But truth doesn't erase a mugshot. It doesn't delete a Google search. It doesn't make the stares go away when people recognize you from their phone screens instead of their memories. My name was still radioactive, my reputation, ashes. And Ryan? She wasn't waiting at the door. There was no teary reunion, no warm meal or welcome home sign, just a woman worn thin, a mattress on the floor, and a look in her eyes that said, "You can stay, but I'm not picking up the pieces anymore." She didn't hug me, didn't smile. She just handed me the rules like a parole officer with a wedding ring. "I'm not going to fight you," she said. "I'm not going to fix you. I'm not going to lose myself trying to drag you back from the edge again." She looked me dead in the eyes. "If you want this life, if you want me, you're going to have to change, and stay changed." There was no fire in her voice, just finality, and I knew right then. This wasn't about proving anything to the court. This wasn't about erasing the past or earning forgiveness like a reward. This time, it had to be about becoming the man I kept promising I already was. No more borrowed hope, no more emotional "I owe us," no more leaning on potential like it was enough. It had to be me, not the performer, not the poet, not the painter of grand visions, just Joe, clean, consistent, committed. For once, it had to start with who I was, not what I'd done, and not who I could convince people I might become. Chapter 35. The last walk of shame. The smell hit me before the door did. Stale coffee, pine sol, a cocktail of mildew, regret, and the faintest trace of hope. The kind of hope that doesn't speak loudly, but sits quietly in the corner, waiting to be noticed. It had been over 2 years since I walked into the Goose Creek group, and nothing had changed. The dent in the sheetrock near the bathroom door was still there, the broken air conditioner, the crusty literature table with its bent pamphlets, a box of half-used tissues, and a stack of dull pencils no one sharpened, because no one dared throw them out. Even the sign-up sheet looked like it had been photocopied from the past, and the faces. Dan M. still had that same slow smirk, like he'd already seen how my story ended, and had made peace with it. Black Bob still had that same worn leather big book, tucked under his arm like scripture. Raffy was mid-laugh when he caught sight of me. His smile faltered, just for a second. Johnny O looked up, scanned me once, then gave a small nod. Nothing more, nothing less. They all recognized me, and I felt the recognition crawl up my spine like static. I took a seat in the back, disheveled, 60 pounds heavier, eyes dull and sunken, like busted streetlights flickering on borrowed time. I looked like someone who'd seen hell and hadn't earned the return trip. They passed the basket, then came the chips. Anyone here picking up a white chip tonight? For the first time or the first time again? I held my breath, waited for someone else to move, prayed, begged, nothing. So I stood, and every step felt like dragging a coffin filled with every broken promise I'd ever made to the people who still loved me. I didn't make eye contact, not with Dan, not with Raffy, not even with Robert, especially not Robert. I walked to the front like a man returning to his own grave, took the chip like it was hot, walked back to my seat like a ghost in handcuffs. After the meeting, Robert walked over. Didn't say much, just a nod, a pat on the back. No lecture, no sponsorship offer, just a gesture. The kind that says, I still care, but I've stopped hoping. And I got it. We'd been too close. Too many broken promises. Too much love turned obligation. I needed someone new. That's when I saw him, Roy. Big presence, quiet, kind eyes behind heavy lids. I'd seen him share a few times before. I knew he sponsored a lot of guys. Never spoke much, but when he spoke, people leaned in. He raised his hand during announcements when they asked who was available to sponsor, and something in my gut, maybe something holy, whispered, him. After the meeting, I approached him, still holding that white chip like it was burning a hole through my palm. Hey man, I said. I'm Joe. I was wondering if you were taking on any new guys. He didn't hesitate, didn't ask for credentials, didn't size me up. He just nodded and asked, I've seen you around before. You ready to be honest? I paused, swallowed, then nodded back. I've never been more ready. And right then, I felt something shift. Not everything, not the world. Just something small and buried. Like maybe the ground beneath me wasn't quicksand anymore. Maybe, just maybe, it was starting to feel like earth again. Chapter 36. Getting out of my own way. Roy wasn't like Robert. Robert had been all fire and brimstone, a no-nonsense drill sergeant in a Confederate hat. He barked truth like bullets, tore through denial like paper. Roy was quieter, still, but not soft. He had a presence, the kind that didn't have to say much to fill a room, like a lighthouse that didn't blink. No matter how choppy my seas were, he didn't move. Our first real conversation was outside the Goose Creek group. He was leaning against the faded tailgate of his blue pickup, big book under his arm. His eyes scanned me the way a mechanic looks at an engine that's been through a fire. You got a lot of God talk in you, he said, but that ain't gonna save you. I nodded like I understood, but I didn't, not yet. You've tried surrender, he continued, chuckling. Sure, but have you ever tried service? That word, service, hit like a wrench to the ribs. The next day, he handed me a torn scrap of paper. No explanation, no pep talk, just 5 lines in thick, blocky pen. Call one newcomer every day. Read at least 1 page of approved literature every day. Ask your wife if there is anything you can do for her without expecting a thank you. Find one person worse off than you and help them. Say the 3rd step prayer like you mean it, not like you're reading a menu. He looked at me, then pointed to the list. If you want to stop thinking about drinking, he said, you've got to stop thinking about yourself. That landed hard because I realized I had never truly done that. That first week, it was rough. Calling a newcomer felt like being a fraud. Hey man, it's Joe. Just checking in to say, I don't know what I'm doing either. But somehow that honesty worked, and it helped. Chairing meetings again felt like walking into a room naked. I had a reputation, and it wasn't good, But Roy told me to show up early, make the coffee, stack the chairs, and earn my seat back. So I did. Week after week, no fanfare, no applause, just quiet consistency. The hardest one? Asking Ryan if there was anything I could do, and meaning it. Not as a grand gesture, not as a stepping stone to reconciliation, just service. She looked at me like I was a stranger who had borrowed my face. Then she said, "You can start by folding the laundry and not screwing it up." So I folded the laundry, and I didn't screw it up. Helping someone worse off than me? Roy introduced me to a guy named Terrence, fresh out of jail, no license, no job, shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. I picked him up for meetings, bought him coffee, drove in silence most days, didn't give advice, didn't try to fix him, just showed up. And weirdly, it gave me peace. Like real peace. Not the kind you get from a speaker tape or a 3-day streak. Every time the cravings came back, every time self-pity whispered in my ear, every time I felt like slamming the door on grace, I went back to the list. And somehow, every time, it worked. Not because the list was magic, but because for the first time in a long time, I wasn't the center of the story. I was just one broken man trying to keep another one from falling apart. And in doing that, I started to come back together myself. Chapter 37, The Death of Rockstar. Joe. One morning, Roy sat me down at a folding table outside the Goose Creek clubhouse. His coffee was black and silent, his stare even quieter. He didn't ask how I was, didn't ask what I thought about step 5. He just said something that didn't sound like advice. It sounded like a prescription. You need to get through the steps as quickly as possible. You need to get to amends as quickly as possible. And you need to start sponsoring guys as soon as you've cleared the wreckage. No breaks, no opinions, no detours. Pretend like this is your first time. Because in every way that mattered, it was. The Joe who thought he was a genius with a God complex, dead. The Joe who thought his talent made him special, immune to gravity, immune to consequence, gone. The rock star, buried without a set list. This wasn't reinvention, it was resurrection. And not the kind you brag about, the kind that happens in silence, brick by painful brick. I stopped chasing job leads, stopped worrying about reputation, because the only job I had now was simple: wake up, be grateful, stay sober, serve others. I started every morning with my feet on the floor and the third step prayer in my mouth, not as a chant, but as a plea. I hit meetings like they were oxygen tanks. I called Roy every day, read the big book like it held the antidote, called newcomers, was available. And something strange started happening. I didn't hate myself, not all at once, but enough to notice, enough to breathe. I started working out again, nothing fancy, just in the backyard, push-ups, sit-ups, 2-mile walks with a brace still on my back. Every drop of sweat felt like a confession. Every ache was penance. Every pound I lost was ego bleeding out through the pores. When it came time to walk into the solicitor's office, I didn't dress it up. No jokes, no charm, just the truth. I sat across the desk from a woman who had every reason to doubt me, and I said, "I'm ready. I want PTI. I want to make this right." She slid the paperwork across the desk, laid it out like scripture: mandatory drug screens, weekly classes, court-approved humility, 26 weeks. If I completed it clean and sober, the DUI gone, the DV2 gone, but not forgotten. Because I didn't want to forget, I needed the scar. I needed to feel the burn of every name I hurt, every night I couldn't remember, every promise I broke. I didn't want to be one of those guys who turned his life around and pretended he hadn't once been the villain in someone else's story. I wanted to carry the truth with me, not as shame, but as ballast. Because the man who sat in that courtroom wasn't Rockstar Joe. He was just Joe, broken, rebuilding, and for the first time in years, willing to do whatever it took to stay that way. Chapter 38, The Long Climb Back. Over the next 90 days, I didn't just do 90 and 90. I did over 180 meetings, sometimes 2 a day, sometimes 3. Sometimes I showed up just to sit in the back and breathe air that didn't smell like my own destruction. It wasn't about a number, it was about survival, desperation, willingness. It was about dragging myself into the rooms, even when my skin didn't feel like it fit, when my chest felt like it was being crushed under the weight of shame and memory, I threw myself into group service, not to be seen, but to stay alive. I made coffee. I cleaned ashtrays. I wiped the counters. I swept floors, scrubbed out coffee pots that hadn't been fully cleaned since the Clinton administration. I chaired meetings, not because I had wisdom, but because Roy said, "Earn your seat back." I gave rides to guys who were still twitching from detox, who spoke in half sentences and stared out windows like they weren't sure they wanted to live. And I sat beside them in silence because I knew that feeling. I had memorized it. And when I spoke, it wasn't to hear my own voice. It was only if I had something a newcomer might need to hear. Roy had made it clear, only speak when it's your experience, only if it's rooted in the book. Otherwise, shut up and listen. So I listened, and the weight started falling off. Not just the pounds, though those came off too. Week after week, I saw my face come back in the mirror, but the real weight. The rage, the shame, the performance, the layers of persona I'd worn like armor, I peeled them off one by one until all that was left was a man, flawed, fragile, but real. Robert still broke my balls. That part never changed. "Look at you, Joe," he'd say. "You're almost looking like a human being again." But underneath the sarcasm, there was something different now. Respect, a quiet acknowledgement, and for the first time, I'd earned it. Donna wouldn't talk to me, and I understood. She was protective of Ryan, fierce. She had watched me unravel too many times to believe in another comeback, so I didn't try to explain, didn't beg for her blessing. I let her be mad, let her feel it all. Because for once, I didn't need to be understood. I just needed to stay sober. Ryan, she was still living with shadows. Her healing didn't come with monologues. It came in the form of gardening, long baths, slow mornings. I'd pass the bathroom and hear meditation music playing softly, candlelight flickering under the door, and I knew she wasn't ready. So I didn't push. No grand speeches, no pleas for forgiveness, just acts of service, washing dishes, folding laundry, vacuuming before she asked, and every now and then I'd leave a note, just a quiet "thank you." No pressure, no expectations. It wasn't romantic, it wasn't dramatic, it was steady, and steady was something we hadn't had in years. And maybe, just maybe, that was finally enough. Holy ground. Roy gave me instructions when it came time for my fourth step. "Don't do it at home," he said. "Go somewhere still, somewhere God doesn't have to shout to be heard." He told me about Mepkin Abbey, a monastery tucked away under a cathedral of moss-draped oaks. He drew me a map, didn't give me a pep talk, just pointed to the space where I might finally meet myself. One Wednesday morning, I packed a lunch, my big book, a fresh legal pad, and a dozen sharpened pencils. No music, no phone, just silence, just me. When I arrived, it felt like I'd stepped through a portal. The grounds were manicured with reverence, soft green hills, stone paths kissed by wildflowers, oaks whispering their secrets to the wind. I found a quiet bench behind the cemetery, sat down, opened the notebook, and got to work. Resentment list first, name after name. Amy, my father, myself, the music industry, God, Robert, even my kids, not for what they'd done, but for how deeply I felt I'd failed them. Cause, effect, my part, column after column. Some pages blurred with tears, others stayed blank because I wasn't ready to write the truth. 6 hours later, I looked up and saw a monk in the distance, walking slowly across the grass, his robe moving like scripture in the breeze. And I thought, this is what peace looks like. Not silence, not stillness, but full surrender. That night, Roy and I met behind the Goose Creek Clubhouse. 2 folding chairs by the dumpsters, a flickering yellow light humming above us like a broken halo. I handed him the notebook. He didn't open it, just looked at me. "So," he said, "what did you find out about yourself?" I took a breath, then said, "I'm the common denominator in every disaster I've ever survived." He smiled. "Good, that's where we start." We didn't burn the pages, didn't bury the book. We kept it, because that fourth step didn't erase the pain. It rewired the narrative. It didn't fix me. It freed me, not from my past, but from the illusion that I could keep outrunning it. And that day, alone, broken, forgiven, I felt the war inside me begin to end. A birthday without fireworks. My 43rd birthday didn't come with fanfare. No Facebook post avalanche, no surprise party, no shot glasses clinking, just Ryan. And her eyes looked different. Still cautious, still guarded, but softer, less afraid. She made a dinner reservation in Mount Pleasant, a little place tucked off the main road, all wood tones and warm light, where the windows glowed with the last breath of golden hour. I opened her car door. She smiled, not out of duty, but because she wanted to. And I noticed the food was great, but what mattered was the quiet, the comfort. There were no emotional grenades between us, no tightrope walk through unspoken things. She asked me about Mepkin, about Roy, about how I was really doing, and I told her all of it, and she listened, really listened. Halfway through dessert, she looked at me and said, "You feel peaceful, like your body's not trying to outrun something anymore." I didn't know what to say, so I just said, "Thank you," because anything more would have cheapened the sacred. We laughed a lot that night about old road trips, about Donna, about the time I nearly set the kitchen on fire trying to fix the dryer, and for one perfect moment she reached across the table and held my hand. Not long, but long enough. When we got back in the car, she leaned over and whispered, "Happy birthday, Joe. You're finally becoming the man I always saw inside you." Gratitude doesn't always shout. We pulled into the driveway just after 9:30. The porch light flickered to life. Same chipped siding, same creaky front step. But something was different. Not in the walls, in me. Ryan went to take a bath. I heard the water run. Chimes playing softly behind the door. I didn't ask to join. Didn't hover. I grabbed a bottle of water, turned off the kitchen light, and stepped out onto the back patio. The dogs were curled up. The wind carried jasmine through the air like an offering. The stars weren't bright, but they were there, steady, unbothered. And I whispered to the sky, "Thank you." Not a speech, not a bargain, just thank you. For the meeting I didn't want to go to, for the sponsor I didn't deserve, for the woman who hadn't given up on me even when she should have, and for the chance, at 43 years old, to finally live like I belonged here. I went inside, knelt at the foot of the bed, said the third step prayer, the serenity prayer, and then my own God, I don't know what tomorrow looks like, but tonight I'm okay, and that's enough. Chapter 39. A New Kind of Recipe. By now, I'd finished step 5 with Roy, and I was neck deep in 6 and 7, praying for the humility to let go of the very defects that once made me feel invincible. But no matter how clean my spirit felt, the world still demanded rent, bills stacked like paper tombstones. And Ryan, God bless her, was still carrying the lion's share. I could feel it in her shoulders, in the tight way she folded laundry, in the silence between our conversations. And though I was showing up with honesty and integrity every day, the world doesn't clap for that. There's no medal for keeping your word, no paycheck for staying sober. I was still enrolled in PTI, still knocking out weekly classes, court check-ins, surprise drug screenings, still making that coffee-stained binder of requirements look like scripture. But there was one more box to check before I could close that chapter: 40 hours of community service. So I got to work. Mornings at the food bank, stacking boxes, sorting dented cans, breaking down cardboard like it owed me something. Evenings at the American Legion, organizing chairs for bingo night, walking old vets to their cars, thanking them for service they probably never got thanked for enough. Every small act felt like a drop of water on a drought inside me, a soft, slow resurrection. But the truth? Nobody would hire me. Even with the attempted murder charge expunged, that record followed me like a ghost that screamed every time someone Googled my name. I was good with people, great with branding, knew how to sell anything from automotive paint to moonshine. Didn't matter. I was untouchable. Too much risk, too much baggage. Then one Saturday night, at an eating meeting over at Goose Creek, something happened. Something small, something holy. I brought food, nothing fancy, just a couple foil trays of spaghetti and meatballs. But the meatballs were hand-rolled, the way my grandmother used to make them. And the sauce? That was my soul in a pot. A recipe whispered down through generations. Crushed tomatoes, fresh herbs, olive oil like liquid gold, a pinch of something sacred. I set it all up on the folding table beside a tray of store-bought cookies and a tub of lukewarm potato salad. Didn't think twice. And then came Max. Newcomer. 20-something. Clean cut but covered in half-finished tattoos, like he'd quit the needle halfway through his own story. He came back for seconds, then thirds, and after his fourth meatball, he looked up at me, eyes wide and weirdly sincere. Bro, I don't know what the hell is in that sauce, he said, but I've never had anything like it, ever. You should sell this. I laughed, because of course I laughed, but he didn't. He shook his head and said, I'm broke, and I'd still buy it. He wasn't buttering me up. He didn't even know my story. He was just telling me his truth, and something in that moment shifted. Not a full-blown light bulb, but a flicker, a spark, a whisper that said, what if? I'd failed at so many things. Music, business, marriage, fatherhood. But maybe the path forward wasn't in reinvention. Maybe it was in simplicity. Maybe it was in a sauce that tasted like home. Because in a world that kept reminding me of what I'd done wrong, this sauce, it reminded me of something I'd done right. And maybe, just maybe, it could become something more than a meal. Maybe it could be a new kind of recipe for healing, for connection, for redemption. And for once in my life, that felt worth cooking up. Chapter 40, New Havens. After that Saturday night eating meeting, I couldn't shake what Max said. You could totally sell this? The idea haunted me, simple, unpolished, but sticky. It didn't sound like a business pitch. It sounded like a door creaking open inside a house I thought was condemned. So I leaned in. I buried myself in research like a man possessed. How to sterilize and seal glass jars safely. What kind of pH balance a tomato sauce needs to be shelf-stable. State and federal labeling laws. How to register with DHEC. What kind of insurance you need to not lose everything over a mislabeled lid. It felt like building a Ferrari in a janitor's closet, but every step made my hands feel more real, more connected to something that wasn't shame. I wasn't just making sauce. I was building a life raft out of garlic, tomatoes, and pure desperation. I still had my old LLC, Atlas King, left over from my failed record label days when I thought I'd change the world through songs no one would ever hear. So I dusted it off, got a DBA, and gave it a new name, New Havens, named after my hometown. But more than that, named after my grandmother, Julia Grace Mora. She came from Naples with a rolling pin in one hand and a rosary in the other. A woman who couldn't speak fluent English but spoke fluent comfort. Her sauce was Sunday church, therapy, and a warm blanket of love wrapped in basil and oil. She never measured anything, she just knew. And for the first time in my life, I wanted to build something that felt like that. I made the first prototypes in my kitchen. 12 jars, ball mason, handwritten labels scotch taped on like bandages. No branding, no backers, no marketing scheme. Just truth in a jar. Then came Billy M. He'd just started showing up at Goose Creek, a grizzled New Yorker with a voice like crushed gravel and 17 years sober. He had the kind of walk that let you know he'd closed deals and survived betrayal, and could still look you dead in the eye and tell the truth. Rumor had it he'd been a national sales manager for Milwaukee Tools, built entire empires off of handshakes and grit. One night after a meeting, he caught me outside by the ashtray. You got sauce in jars? He asked, eyebrows raised. Yeah, I said, like it was no big deal. He nodded once. You need to start knocking on doors. You got a story, you got a product, and you got me, if you want help. I blinked. Billy M. wasn't the kind of guy who handed out compliments, let alone his time. But there he was, offering it like it was the most natural thing in the world. That wasn't luck. That was grace. That was the miracle of recovery. When broken men help each other build something out of ashes, we hit the road. Billy drove with me in the passenger seat with a jar in each hand like holy relics. We started with the local farmers markets, then corner stores, then mom and pop groceries that still carried paper receipts and had bulletin boards full of missing cats and church revivals. Billy would walk in like he owned the place. This is Joe. This is his sauce. You're going to want in before he's too big to call you back. And they listened. Because Billy believed it, and because for the first time, so did I, he didn't want anything from me, didn't ask for a cut, didn't need his name on the jar. He just believed in the product, believed in the mission, believed in me. That's what recovery does. It gives broken men back their purpose, and sometimes that purpose comes dressed in crushed tomatoes, fresh basil, and a label that says New Havens, homemade, all natural, gluten-free, authentic Italian. Chapter 41, The Piggly Wiggly Prayer. The sauce was ready, at least as ready as it could be from my little galley kitchen, where the countertops were always a little too crowded and the air always smelled faintly of garlic and second chances. Labels printed, jars sealed, name registered, liability insurance secured, business license approved. New Havens was legal, legit, and still, I had no idea what the hell I was doing. I tried starting small. I met with the director of a local farmer's market, sat across from him in a dusty folding chair, holding one of my jars like it was a newborn. I told him the story, the sauce, the mission. He was kind, but direct. Can't let you in without general liability coverage. You'll also need a city business license. It felt like a wall, another hoop, another set of rules built to keep guys like me out, but every door that closed just made me hungrier to find the one that would open. A few days later, I was sitting in my car outside the Piggly Wiggly on Otranto Road, just down the street from our place. I'd been there 100 times. Late night frozen pizzas, midday coffee, Sunday eggs and paper towels. But this time, I wasn't going in for groceries. I was going in for a dream. The store had that red cartoon pig in the window, smiling like it knew something I didn't. And then I saw the sign taped crookedly to the glass, "We support local vendors." It felt like a message, like a flare shot into the sky from God himself. I closed my eyes, took a breath, said a prayer. God, if this is real, if this is what I'm meant to do, if this is how I make things right, then walk in with me. Give me the words. My palms were sweating. My heart was sprinting. But something in my chest felt steady. So I got out of the car, held one jar in my hand, just one. That's all it would take. I walked through those sliding doors like I belonged there, even though everything in me said I didn't. I approached a cashier and asked if I could speak to the manager. She paged someone over the loudspeaker. A few minutes later, a man in his mid-50s walked out from the back. Calm, skeptical, but curious. The kind of guy who'd seen everything twice and still believed in a good handshake. "What can I do for you?" he asked. I swallowed my fear. "My name's Joe," I said. "I'm local. I'm in recovery. This is my grandmother's sauce. I've got jars labeled, licensed, insured. I'm trying to turn my life around by sharing something real, something that brings people together." He looked at me for a beat, then took the jar, turned it over in his hands like it might talk to him. "You made this yourself?" "Yes, sir." "How many cases you got?" I hesitated for a second. "Enough." He gave the smallest smile, but it felt like fireworks. "All right then. Bring me 6 cases this week. Let's see how they do." I held my breath, nodded, thanked him, and walked out into the parking lot. And I cried. Not the kind of crying that comes from sadness. Not the kind that wrecks you. The kind that frees you. The kind that cleanses the last bit of rust off your soul. I stood by my car in the golden light of a Charleston afternoon, holding that now empty jar and realizing, for the first time in a long time, God wasn't just hearing my prayers, he was answering them. Not with lightning, not with fame, but with one simple word: yes. The sun was still hovering over the oaks when I got back home from Piggly Wiggly, still buzzing from the yes I'd just received. I sat in the driveway for a long time, engine off, hands gripping the steering wheel like it was the only thing keeping me grounded. And then I pulled out my phone, scrolled to a name I hadn't tapped in years. Dad. It had been almost 7 years since we'd seen each other in person. Not since the divorce. Not since the crash and burn of Chucktown paint. Not since the last hollow promise I made about paying him back for the supplies he fronted me when I thought I was going to be Charleston's next big thing. He had every reason not to answer, but he did. Joe? His voice still had that gruff Connecticut bite, like every word had to earn its way out of his mouth. Hey, Pop, I said. My voice cracked around the edges. I just wanted you to know we're back in business. Silence, a long beat, and then, what kind of business? Sauce, I said. New Haven's. It's named after Grandma. It's homemade, labeled, licensed. I just got my first order. 6 cases. Piggly Wiggly. Another pause. But this one was different. He let out a breath that almost sounded like disbelief or awe. I'll be damned, he said, and then, for the first time and maybe forever, I heard it. Not just approval, not politeness, pride. You really did it, he said. You actually did it. Trying to, I said. No, he cut in. Don't downplay it. You got your foot in the door. That's how it starts. That's how every real business starts. With a jar, with a yes. You know what this could be, Joe? Bigger than Paint World ever was. I swallowed hard. That name, Paint World, his life's work, the company he just sold for $17 million, the legacy I never lived up to. You mean that? I wouldn't say it if I didn't. He paused again. Then, I'm going to book a flight. Come down to Charleston. It's time. My throat went tight. It had been years, so many years, missed birthdays, missed chances, missed time. Yeah, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I'd like that. And for the first time in our story, father and son, separated by miles and mistakes, we weren't talking about the past. We were talking about what's next. Chapter 42. She smiled like it was the first time. I pulled into the driveway and just sat there for a second. Engine off. Window cracked, hand still gripping the wheel. I didn't want to rush this. Didn't want to barge into the house like a whirlwind with some new big idea or half-finished apology. For once, I had something real in my hands, and no storm in my wake. Just a jar of sauce and a new beginning. When I finally stepped inside, the house smelled like soil and lavender. Ryan had just watered her plants, the little green world she'd cultivated by hand, one pot at a time, even when she didn't know if we'd survive. She looked up from the kitchen sink, her sleeves rolled to the elbows, her face tired but gentle. Hey, babe, where have you been? I reached into the paper bag and placed the empty sample jar on the counter with slow, deliberate hands, like I was setting down Excalibur. I got into Piggly Wiggly. She blinked, then walked over and stared at the jar like it was glowing. Wait, what? I couldn't hold it back. The smile, the awe, the disbelief that still clung to me like morning fog. I told the store manager about the sauce. I told him about recovery, about Grandma. I handed him the jar and he said, "Bring me 6 cases this week." She stood still, eyes full, mouth open but silent. Then she reached out, both hands around the jar, and then around me. "Are you serious?" she whispered into my shoulder. Dead serious. "Oh my God, Joe," her voice cracked. "You did it." She stepped back, eyes glistening, and then came a smile, the kind I hadn't seen in years. The real kind. Not relief, not politeness, but pride. The kind that said, "I remember everything you've been through, and I still believe in the man you're becoming." "This isn't like anything before," she said, holding the jar up to the light. "This is yours. This is real." We sat at the kitchen table that night. No TV, no distractions. Just 2 bowls of pasta with the sauce that started it all. And it wasn't just tomatoes and basil. It was grace. It was healing. It was the taste of something earned. I told her about my dad. "How'd he sound?" she asked. "Proud," I said. The word felt strange, heavy, like he actually meant it. He said this could be bigger than Paint World ever was. Her eyebrows lifted. "That's huge." "He's booking a flight. He wants to come down. Help me get set up right. Accountant, lawyer, the works. We're going to have to rent a kitchen soon. I think he wants to help me build it right this time." She exhaled slowly, nodding, still looking at the jar. "Joe, this is happening." I nodded back, and for the first time in our house, in our long, tangled, painful love story, we didn't talk about fixing anything. We talked about building something new. And her smile, in that moment, lit up everything in me that I thought was too far gone to resurrect. It didn't say, I forgive you. It said, welcome home. She ran her fingers along the side of the jar and leaned forward again, her voice soft but full of quiet urgency. So, how does it work? She asked. Like, how many stores? Do we just bring jars to all the Piggly Wigglies, or what happens next? I let out a breath and laughed a little. I don't know all the details yet, but that one store is a start. My dad said if we can show numbers, if we can move product, he'll help me scale. Help me get with a good accountant, a lawyer to make sure the contracts are airtight. We'll need a commercial kitchen to make bigger batches. Her eyes widened. Like a real production space? Yeah, something we can rent by the day at first. Maybe even find a co-packer if it grows fast enough. We'd have to nail down shelf life. Start thinking about barcodes, nutritional panels, case counts, all the boring stuff that makes the dream real. She smiled again, slower this time, like the pieces were clicking into place in her head. Do you think it could grow past one store? I nodded. I think it already is. That manager? He said, let's see how it does. Which means if it sells, it stays. And if it moves fast, it spreads. And if it spreads, maybe it's not just a sauce anymore. Maybe it's a second chance with a label on it. She reached across the table and grabbed my hand. I believe in it, and I believe in you. I squeezed her hand gently. For the first time in a long time, I believe in me too. That belief started to take root fast, faster than either of us expected. 3 more stores followed within the next 10 days. 1 in Ladson, 1 in Monk's Corner, and 1 in Somerville. Each one ordered between 6 and 10 cases. I didn't have time to second guess anything. I had to move, fast. To stay compliant, I sent samples up to the food science lab at Clemson University. The fee was $400, and it hurt, but it was necessary. They were going to test for water activity, pH, gluten content, and eventually provide a certified nutrition panel. In the meantime, I used Recipe.com to create a temporary one, formatted it in Photoshop, mocked it up like the real thing, and embedded it onto the label design myself. I read every word of the FDA guidelines like it was scripture, font sizes, ingredient order, allergen disclosures. Then I sent the design to Ross Printing. They ran off 500 labels. It felt like holding my dream in adhesive form. We started cooking the very next morning. Our tiny galley kitchen became a war zone of crushed tomatoes, herbs, glass jars, steam, and music blasting low from my phone. Ryan helped where she could, prepping jars, watching timers, keeping me from over-salting when I got too distracted. We stacked boxes in the living room, then in the hallway, then in the garage. We bought a hand truck off Facebook Marketplace for $30 and loaded the Honda Accord until its suspension begged for mercy. Every delivery felt like a pilgrimage, every case a prayer, every jar a piece of me, and somehow it was working. A few days later, my father and I began searching for a commissary kitchen. We needed something affordable, flexible, real. The first 3 places we visited were polished and professional, but pricey. Each demanded a minimum of 20 hours a month at $50 per hour. I'm not paying $1,000 a month just to stir tomatoes, my father grumbled as we left the 3rd kitchen. This isn't just about tomatoes, I said, barely hiding my frustration. It's about laying a foundation. He didn't respond, just stared out the window, lost in the kind of silence that only fathers and sons can understand. On our way to deliver a case of sauce to the Monk's Corner Piggly Wiggly, something caught my eye. A plain, nondescript building off the road. No sign, no Google listing, no branding. Just a weather-worn structure half hidden behind a row of trees. As we passed, I noticed someone unloading food trays from a van. I pulled over. "What are you doing?" my father asked. "I don't know," I said, already flipping a U-turn. "But I've got a feeling." We pulled into the gravel lot. The smell of real food drifted from inside. Not fried grease or sanitizer, but honest cooking. The kind that's done with care. A woman stepped out, wiping her hands on a flour-dusted apron. Her eyes were sharp but kind, like someone who'd seen enough to know what mattered and what didn't. "Y'all looking for a kitchen?" she asked, before we could say a word. "Yes, ma'am," I said. Sandy ready, she said, offering her hand. My father did a double take. Wait, Carolina Harvest? You're that Sandy ready? She nodded like it was nothing. I used to own it, cake mixes. We were in over 300 Walmarts before I shut it down. What happened? I asked. Family got involved, owned 40%, made every decision a tug of war. I walked away, but I kept the kitchen. She led us inside. It wasn't fancy, but it was perfect. Prep tables, commercial stoves, reliable equipment, clean, simple, honest. And then came the number. 500 a month, she said. Unlimited hours, no games. I could have cried. She believed in local products, believed in resilience, believed in doing things the right way. By the time we walked out, she was talking about potential partnerships, licensing, and letting us bring in our own staff if it scaled. My dad looked over and said, "This woman just saved your business." He was right. Sandy's Kitchen became our second home, our factory, our testing ground. And now, it was time to get to work. We hit Restaurant Depot like soldiers preparing for war. I didn't know what size stockpot would work best, so we bought 3. One massive, one medium, one we could lift without pulling a back muscle. We filled carts with rubber gloves, utensils, strainers, baker's racks, collapsible boxes, packing tape, bubble wrap, and cases of jars. Then came the ingredients. We went to Limehouse Produce, the best supplier in town, and hand-selected crates of tomatoes, basil, onions, garlic, and parsley. The smell in that warehouse reminded me of the markets back home, the kind of fresh, fragrant air that reminded you food could be sacred. Back in the kitchen, we organized everything like it was a military operation. "This is what makes it real," my dad said, checking the burners. "Not the pitch, not the logo. This, the work period." I nodded, slicing onions. "You know what blows my mind?" I said. "There's no one down here doing sauce like this. Real sauce. Not sugar bombs in a jar, not some chain restaurant knockoff, just real New Haven and Naples-style Italian red." He smirked. "They wouldn't know what hit 'em." "I think that's our niche," I said. "Up north, it's tradition. Down here, it's novelty. The South's never tasted real Italian. Not like this." "And on a national level," he added, "every jarred sauce out there tastes like paste or sugar. They're all garbage." "Exactly. If we do this right, we won't just be another sauce. We'll be the first honest one in the aisle." He leaned on the prep table and looked around the kitchen, at the jars, the pots, the racks, the ingredients. "This could be the one, Joe," he said. "This could be the legacy." And that night, as the first big batch simmered and the kitchen filled with steam and the rich smell of garlic and crushed plum tomatoes, I felt it, not just hope, but direction. We were finally building something that could outlive our mistakes, and it smelled like home. This could be the legacy. But as quickly as we found our rhythm, the argument started up again. My father and I were cut from different cloth, and it showed most when we started talking scale. "We go all in on one product," he said, leaning over a spreadsheet like it was scripture. "The classic red. That's your anchor. That's the brand. Get it into as many stores as you can and keep it there for as long as possible. Don't complicate it." "I get that," I said, trying to stay calm. "But think about it. If a store only carries one SKU, the reorder cycle is slow. They might buy 6 cases and sit on it. But if we have multiple products, red, basil, roasted garlic, maybe even a pizza sauce, they'll have to reorder more often. More shelf space, more impressions." He shook his head. "That's too much too fast. You'll confuse the buyer. You'll overwhelm production. Keep it simple." We went back and forth, over dinner, over coffee, over jars. To him, simplicity was strategy. To me, it was stagnation. "I don't want to be a one-hit wonder, Dad," I finally said. "This isn't a paint can. This is my life's work. Every flavor has a story. Every jar builds the brand." He exhaled through his nose, tired of fighting. "You asked for help. I'm giving it." "I know, and I appreciate it." But in my gut, I knew we'd never agree, so I nodded. Let it go. Let him win. For now, because I didn't have the bandwidth for another battle, because we were getting product out the door and the accounts were growing. But the moment he left Charleston, I got to work. I started developing new recipes. Tomato basil, the roasted garlic batch I used to make for my sober house dinners, a bold pizza sauce that tasted like Worcester Street. I sent test samples to Clemson, started designing new labels, building out flavor stories. I let him think I was sticking to the plan, but I wasn't here just to sell sauce. I was here to build a brand that told a story, one flavor at a time. When my father left Charleston, I felt a strange mix of grief and relief. I was sad, truly, to see him go. He had shown up when I needed him most. He believed in the sauce. He helped us get off the ground. He offered structure, connections, and some much needed financial lifelines. But his presence had come at a cost. Every decision I tried to make felt like it needed his approval. Every idea had to survive his scrutiny first. It brought me back to those days of parenting my own children around him, when I couldn't make a move without bracing for correction. I admired him deeply. He was a smart man, sharp in business, and had his own redemption story that deserved a book of its own. But he didn't have a spiritual program like I did. He didn't pray before acting. He didn't sit still and wait for God to guide him. He didn't know how to surrender. He wasn't in the food industry. He wasn't doing the late night research, the phone calls with food scientists, the hours on compliance sites and co-packer forums. I was. And I wasn't explaining myself well, not because I didn't believe in what I was doing, but because I was a nervous wreck just trying to win his approval. Like I was still a little boy, standing in the shadow of his voice, hoping I'd finally hear the words, "You did good." We had our final blowout over something as seemingly small as marketing. Posters, window clings, branded menus for the deli. "I'm not spending a dime on that crap," he said, arms crossed. "But these stores love us," I said. "They're asking for it. People want to know what to buy. That signage makes the product real." He sighed with utter disappointment. "We can't afford it." I couldn't hold back the anger and said, "We can't afford not to." And that was it, the last real conversation. After I smashed end call and slumped into the couch, lighting a cigarette, something inside me shifted. I was still scared. Bills were drowning us, and his financial help had covered our personal expenses more than the business itself. But the fear came with freedom. By the second month, we were already in 7 stores. I stopped waiting for approval. I started approaching deli managers personally, offering them free jars to use in their spaghetti dishes. They started calling me back. "We sold out today." We had customers asking what sauce we used. "Sales went up every time we used yours." It wasn't just the taste, it was the story. It was the local support. It was something they could feel, something human and handmade. In-store tastings confirmed it. Almost everyone who tried our sauce bought it. Price was never a deterrent. There was a hunger, a literal and spiritual one, for something honest, something natural. Gluten-free, no cholesterol, low sodium, real, homemade, authentic. And then the approvals for the new products came in. C&S Wholesale congratulated us, said it was the right move, said the new products were excellent. "This gives your brand more depth," one of their reps told me. And I knew they were right. It wasn't just about one jar anymore. It was about a movement, a family of flavors, a shelf that stood for something. My father couldn't be happy for these achievements. His pride wouldn't let him, because it wasn't done his way. And when he couldn't control the direction, he cut the lifeline. He shut off the money. Just as we were becoming profitable, just as we were rising out of the gutter with momentum at our backs, we had been leaning on his support, mostly to cover personal bills that were still burying us. More than me, it hurt Ryan. She had carried this home through every storm. She had held it together when I fell apart. And now, just when we had something beautiful, something real to build on, he pulled the rug out. Of all times to walk away, of all moments to let go. We didn't need his money, we needed his belief. And when that disappeared, we had no choice but to keep building without it. Because now, there was no going back. Not to fear, not to doubt, not to small thinking. This sauce was more than a recipe. It was a new life. And no one was going to stop us now. Chapter 43, Heartbreak and Hustle. By November, something had shifted, not just in the business, but in me. After my father left and the money dried up, we were forced to rely on something deeper than cash flow. We had to lean into faith, grit, and each other. And out of that pressure came something precious. Ryan and I were growing closer in ways that surprised us both. There were fewer late-night arguments, fewer nights of silent exhaustion. Instead, we found ourselves talking again, really talking. She'd come home from cleaning by Helen with stories about spoiled dogs and perfectionist housewives in Mount Pleasant, and I'd show her the newest label draft or tell her which stores we'd gained. She started believing, not just in the brand, in me. "Joe," she said one night while trimming the basil in the window, "you're changing. Not just chasing something, you're becoming something." And I knew exactly what she meant. I had finished all 12 steps with Roy. Everyone. We went through page by page, prayer by prayer, truth by truth. I cried more than I thought I would, confessed things I swore I'd bury. And when we reached step 12, Roy looked at me with that weathered, steady fire in his eyes and said, "Now go give it away." So I did. I started sponsoring guys, some new, some shaky, some just like I was, crawling out of wreckage and wondering if they'd ever see sunlight again. Some disappeared, some relapsed, but some stayed. And when they got their 30-day chips, their 90-day, their first sober Thanksgiving, it felt like watching my own story, rewritten in real time. And while that healing was happening quietly behind the scenes, something big was building out in the open. In the kitchen, we suddenly had a crew. Billy and Rafi came through, dependable in their own chaotic ways. And for the first time, we had women in the space. Kim and Teresa from the Sober House showed up like angels in hairnets. They helped label, sanitize, pack boxes, and danced in the kitchen to old-school reggaeton and Whitney Houston. That place that used to feel like a holding tank suddenly buzzed like a real company. We were laughing. We were working. We were dreaming out loud. And Rafi, he'd become Chef Raphael. We printed his face on 2 new jars, Puerto Rican Hippie Dip and Puerto Rican Trippy Dip. He wore that chef coat like it had been custom made in the clouds. In stores, he'd light up the aisles, speaking Spanish, offering samples, hugging grandmas, taking selfies with managers like a salsa-fueled Ricky Martin. He had presence, not just charisma, but a spiritual charge. He made people feel like they mattered. And every time someone dipped a chip and said, "Wait, this is actually amazing," we knew we had something real, lightning in a jar. Then came the first Wednesday of November, Awendaw Green. I didn't perform that night. Instead, I slung pizzas barefoot under the trees like some bootleg Marco Polo. Robert came, my old sponsor. So did his wife, Colleen. Their kids, Houston and Brennan, and little Skyla, their 2-year-old granddaughter, with her curls bouncing and eyes wide open like she was seeing heaven on earth. That night felt like something holy. We didn't play chords. We built connection. Robert kept smiling, proud, peaceful. He'd watched me crash and claw my way back up. And now here he was, eating pizza I made with my own 2 hands, surrounded by his family and mine. He didn't say much that night, but he didn't have to. The look in his eyes said it all. He saw the change. He saw the real recovery this time. And he was proud. That Saturday, November 9th, Rafi and I did a tasting at the Ladson Piggly Wiggly. We set up the table like always. Little jars, sample cups, chips fanned out like poker cards. That's where I met Pastor Leonard. Tall, stern, eyes like searchlights. He owned King's Seafood and the King's Sauce, bold flavors and even bolder faith. Every bottle had Acts 2:38 printed on it. He pointed to my banner. "I've seen your posters all over the Low Country," he said. "What's your walk like?" "My walk? Your walk with God." I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. He kept going. "You need to write a thank you letter," he said. "Not for what you've got, but for what you're praying for. Write it as if it's already yours, before Monday." "Why Monday?" He grinned. "Because on November 11th, at 11:11 a.m., I'm going to baptize you." And I said yes. That night, I went home and wrote the letter. "Dear God, thank you for the land. Thank you for the house. Thank you for a clear mind, a sober life, a future I'm not afraid of. Thank you for making me a better man than I ever thought I could be." I folded it, sealed it, tucked it into my Bible, and on Monday, November 11th, at exactly 11:11 a.m., I stepped into the cold baptismal tank with Pastor Leonard standing beside me. No crowds, No live stream. Just me, Leonard, and the Holy Spirit. When I came up from that water, everything felt different. Not perfect, but real, rooted. And then, just days later, Robert died. It crushed me. That calm voice that used to pull me back from the edge, gone. That quiet, gentle way he'd say, "You're not your past," or "Let's pray first." Now he was on the other side. I didn't cry at first, just went still. Like grief had pressed pause on everything inside me, but I knew what he'd say if he was still around. Don't let your grief become an excuse. Let it become fuel. So I did. We dedicated the next tasting to him, wore black armbands, lit a candle next to the register. Chef Raphael said a prayer in Spanish. I whispered one in silence. Then we served sauce. And in that next season, we didn't just grow. We bloomed. Every store was a stage. Every sample was a sermon. Every new customer, a new congregation. By the time Thanksgiving rolled around, Piggly Wiggly stores were calling ahead to prep extra staff. Shoppers were bringing their families just to meet the sauce guy. We brought a Bluetooth speaker, played doo-wop and gospel. Chef Raphael danced. I told stories. Kim and Teresa handed out samples like they were handing out hope. Ryan and I, we were locked in. Not surviving, thriving. We'd sit on the porch at night with tea and candlelight, the dog snoring at our feet. "What if we did a spicy red?" she asked one night. "Something that hits late." I grinned. "We'll call it Sunday Heat." We laughed and wrote it down. We weren't chasing success anymore. We were answering a calling. Every jar we sealed was a prayer. Every delivery was an amends. Every tasting was a sermon in disguise. We didn't have it all figured out, but we had each other. We had God. We had purpose. And finally, we had peace. But even as the business grew and the laughter came back to the kitchen, I wasn't okay. Because Robert was gone, and I wasn't ready. His passing tore me up. Not just because he was my first sponsor, but because he still felt like one. Even with Roy guiding me now, I still leaned on Robert's voice, his guidance, his brutal honesty, his dry one-liners that somehow cut through my nonsense better than any therapist ever could. He didn't coddle, he clarified. He didn't pat you on the back, he pointed at your blind spot and made you look at it. I cried in meetings for the next week straight. Every time I looked at that empty chair where he used to sit. Every time I glanced up at the wall in the meeting room. The one with all those wood-burned plaques and sayings he made by hand. Recovery slogans, serenity quotes, scripture verses. All of it etched in grain and soul like he was leaving us breadcrumbs back to center. And I kept hearing his voice. One time, he asked me something. Probably why I did what I did. And I shrugged and said, "I don't know." He didn't miss a beat. "Joe, you could fill up Yankee Stadium with all the shit you don't know." I laughed at the time. But now, I'd give anything to hear him say it again. His funeral was held at Calvary Church on Red Bank Road in Goose Creek, same church where he and I had worked the food pantry a few times together. We'd pass out cans and frozen turkeys to people who reminded me a little too much of myself. Desperate, proud, hungry in more ways than one. The day of the service, I was in charge of the lights and sound. It felt surreal, like I was working backstage at someone else's goodbye, but it gave me purpose that morning. A role, something to focus on other than the lump in my throat. I made a 3-minute memorial video, pictures of Robert, some I'd taken over the years, others that his family had sent me, snapshots of him laughing, holding Skyla, wearing his old ironworker gear, him praying at the circle, him carving wood by the fire pit, him standing beside me when I got my 1-year chip. The song I chose for the background was Into the Mystic by Van Morrison. It was the only choice that made sense. It was sacred, familiar, something that lived in my bones. My mother's father, Pinky, used to sit in his Toyota Corolla in the driveway after hours at the bar, 82 years old, chain-smoking and listening to that song on repeat. Even when his liver was gone and his hands shook, he still played it like a hymn. I remembered watching him around 5 o'clock every afternoon. Didn't understand it then, the ache behind that melody. But now I did. There's a line in that song that goes, "When that foghorn blows, I will be coming home." And that's what I felt that morning at Calvary. Robert wasn't just gone, he'd gone home. But for the rest of us, still out here in the fog, trying to live right, the work wasn't over. When the lights dimmed and the video ended, there was silence. The kind of silence that doesn't ask for applause. The kind that holds reverence. I stepped back from the board, let the tears come, didn't try to stop them. I missed him, I still do, but the only way I knew how to honor him was to keep going, to keep showing up, to keep handing out samples with heart, to keep praying before the meetings, to keep sponsoring the new guy who reminds me of the old me, because Robert wouldn't want a statue or a scholarship fund. He'd want motion, he'd want service, he'd want purpose, and that's exactly what I gave him. Every time I walk into a store with jars in my arms and hope in my chest, he's with me. Every time I pause before I speak, he's in that pause. Every time I catch myself wanting to say, I don't know, I hear his voice again. Joe, you can fill up Yankee Stadium with all the shit you don't know. And somehow, even now, that still makes me smile. The lights stayed low after the video ended. People hugged, some cried, a few just stayed seated, holding space, holding memories. I didn't go to the gravesite, I stayed behind. There was something about the quiet afterward that felt like an extension of the service, like grief didn't want to be rushed out the door. So I stayed, rolled up cables, carried down mic stands, helped fold up the memory table, wiped down the fingerprints on the glass doors. Cleaning felt like a form of prayer that day. I was stacking chairs near the soundboard when a voice called out behind me. Hey, Joe, right? I turned to see a tall man in a fitted blazer and calm presence walking toward me with a soft smile. Yeah, I said, cautious but open. He extended his hand. Pastor Rodney, I just wanted to thank you for everything you did today. The lights, the sound, that video. It was beautiful. Thank you, I said quietly. He meant a lot to me. I could tell, he said. There was a pause, a shift in the air, something gentle but weighty. Someone mentioned you used to be in music, that you were a singer? I gave a half nod, unsure how much to say. I was, a long time ago. He tilted his head, studying me in that pastoral way, not prying, just seeing. Well, he said slowly, we're looking to grow our praise team here, and I don't usually do this so quick, but something's telling me to ask. Then he said it. You ever think about singing again? For worship? I froze. I hadn't belonged to a church since I was a kid, back before I had language for trauma, back when I still sat in wooden pews at a Catholic church, the same place I got molested, back when I thought God was the silence that followed me out of that sanctuary. I didn't know how to respond. The invitation felt heavy and holy all at once. This wasn't about performance. This wasn't about stage lights or claps. This was about something else, about maybe finally singing in a place where the music could be medicine, not a mask. My throat tightened, but somehow I managed to say, yeah, I'd be honored. Pastor Rodney's face lit up, not surprised, just affirmed, like he knew something had shifted, and he wasn't there to control it, just witness it. We rehearse Wednesday nights. Come by any time, no pressure. He placed a hand on my shoulder and nodded once, then walked off. And I stood there, hands still dusty from stacking chairs, eyes glassy, wondering what God was doing, and knowing, for the first time in a long time, I wanted to find out. That Wednesday, I showed up, didn't hesitate, didn't delay. I brought my guitar, tuned up quietly in the corner, and stayed open. The team welcomed me like I'd always been there. A few handshakes, a warm nod from the worship leader. No expectations, no performance pressure, just harmony, heart, and room to breathe. I didn't take a mic that night, didn't want the spotlight. But I did sing, softly at first, following the melodies, easing into the rhythm, letting my voice ride just beneath the surface. It wasn't about being heard, it was about feeling it. That Sunday morning, I joined them on stage. No mic in front of me, just me, my voice, and my guitar. The lights weren't stage lights, they were soft, steady, warm, the kind that illuminate without blinding. I sang without fear, without expectation. I sang like I was finally letting God hear me again. And the church? They noticed. Out of 100 people, I still looked like I didn't belong. Hat on, tattoos out, nicotine still faint in my clothes, but nobody cared. Instead, I heard things like, Mike, hey, you brought something new this morning. You've got a spirit in you. Felt more alive up there today. I brought fresh energy, not in volume, but in presence. Not hype, but heart. They'd grown used to stillness, to quiet choruses and safe chords. But that morning, there was movement. Something stirred, and I got to be part of that. It felt good, not ego good, soul good. The kind of good that doesn't need applause, just confirmation. That following Tuesday, after my recovery meeting, I logged into the church's Zoom Bible study, still writing the piece from Sunday, still curious about whatever this new road was. The screen filled with boxes, a patchwork of older men and women, faces kind, familiar, worn in all the best ways. Flannel shirts, glasses, steaming mugs, Bibles marked up with years of life. At the center of it all was a woman named Mary Lou, 90 years old, hair pulled back, eyes sharp, voice steady as scripture itself. She led the group with grace and a little grit, the kind of elder who could preach, pray, and call your bluff all in the same breath. When it was my turn to speak, I kept it simple. I'm new here, I said. But Sunday, being on that stage, I haven't felt something like that in a long time. I didn't think church could feel like that. I just want to say thank you. Mary Lou looked straight into the camera, smiled like she'd seen this kind of moment before, and said, "Well, honey, that's the Holy Spirit. You let him in, he'll do the rest." One of the older men chimed in, "We're glad you're here, Joe. Don't know what God's doing through you yet, but I can already tell it's something." Another added, "Stick around. You've got a testimony worth sharing." We closed with prayer, and when I shut my laptop that night, I sat there in the stillness, tears welling behind my eyes, not from sorrow this time, but from belonging. It was still November, the month Robert passed, the month I was baptized, the month I joined a church for the first time since childhood, and wasn't afraid. And somewhere in that sacred stretch of days, I stopped performing and started healing. We were moving with grace, with grit, with God. But just as the Spirit was catching fire, the business side was about to test everything. Chapter 44. Running on empty. By the end of November, we were finally, barely profitable. A couple $100 ahead. It felt like a miracle and a warning all at once. I submitted our products to Food Lion around that time, a long shot. But they said yes. Approved for 59 stores in South Carolina. The kind of opportunity you pray for, and the kind you better be ready for. We weren't. The orders started to stack up, and the shelves we were already on needed restocking faster than we could keep up. We had product in 15 Piggly Wiggly stores. By the start of January, that was our maximum. Not because of demand, but because of supply. The commissary kitchen, the same space that once felt like a golden ticket, was now choking us. Too small, too limited. We had outgrown it in just 9 months. That's when Billy really stepped up. Between November and February, he loaned me $8,000. No contracts, no pressure, just belief, and I wanted to pay him back so badly, but I could only send $100 here and there, scraps. Whatever I could squeeze out between invoices and gas money, and whatever was left in the account after chasing down deliveries. By February, I had paid him back $1,800, and he never once made me feel small about the rest, never guilted me, just said, "Get it back when you can, brother." I don't know what I would have done without him. I was too embarrassed to tell Ryan how deep in it we were, too scared to tell the stores we were running low, too proud to tell the banks anything at all. So I started looking into co-packers. That opened up a whole new world of headaches. Most of them wanted big minimum orders, $10,000, $15,000 up front. I didn't have it, and no bank was going to hand it over to a guy with my record, no matter how good the sauce tasted. Even if I could have come up with the cash, something about it didn't sit right. Sending over my recipes, letting strangers bottle my story, trusting someone else's supply chain. It didn't feel like Apastioli. It felt like handing off a child to a stranger and hoping they'd raise it right. And the worst part? Even if I had wanted to compromise, I couldn't afford to. We were stuck in that no man's land between hustle and scale, where demand is there but the infrastructure isn't. I'd wake up in cold sweats, worried about inventory, worried about shipping, worried about letting down stores, letting down Ryan, letting down God. We had lightning in a jar, but no thunder behind it. Not yet. We were stuck in that no man's land between hustle and scale, where demand is there but the infrastructure isn't. And that's when the panic attack started. Middle of the night, middle of a delivery, middle of a sentence. Suddenly, I couldn't breathe, couldn't think straight. My chest would tighten like someone was sitting on me, and all I could hear was the sound of my own pulse. Loud, fast, wrong. I started venting to everyone I could trust. Ryan would find me on the porch, pacing. I'd try to hide it, but she knew. I can't keep doing this like this, I finally said one night, hands trembling. I feel like I'm building a skyscraper on toothpicks. She didn't fix it. She didn't quote scripture. She just came outside barefoot, sat beside me on the step, and held my hand until the storm passed. Billy got it, too. I'm tapped, I told him one night. I can't keep asking you. He looked me dead in the eye and said, then don't. Just keep going. I didn't loan you money. I invested in you. And Roy? He pulled me aside after a meeting one night. I must have looked like a man unraveling at the seams. I don't know how to scale, I confessed. I don't know how to do this without blowing it all up. Roy just nodded, calm as ever. You didn't get this far to figure it all out alone. Pray harder. Listen deeper. Even Pastor Rodney checked on me after service one Sunday. You look heavy, brother, he said, clasping my shoulder. I nodded. Couldn't even pretend I was okay. I started racking my brain, all the options, all the angles. My father was off the table. I couldn't go back to him for money, not after the way things ended. That door might still be cracked, but I wasn't ready to knock on it again. So I turned to the one person who might understand the crossroads I was standing at, Sandy. She ran the commissary kitchen. She'd seen it all, the long nights, the sauce-stained aprons, the rise from farmers' markets to store shelves. I trusted her, I respected her, and part of me wondered if maybe, just maybe, we could build something bigger together. I sat down with her and floated the idea. What if I bought the kitchen from you? Or we partnered up? Scaled it? Built out the next phase? She hesitated, eyes kind but guarded. I'd love to, she said, but I can't. I don't own 100%. I already knew what that meant. Her father still owned 40%, and she wasn't free to move without his blessing. That hit a nerve. I knew all too well what it was like to be held back by someone who didn't understand the vision, to feel the weight of potential dragging behind you like a ball and chain. I left that conversation gutted. Not angry at her, just heartbroken that one more door had stayed shut. I didn't know where the next dollar would come from. Didn't know how we were supposed to fulfill 59 Food Line stores with a stove the size of a doghouse and 2 pairs of hands. Didn't know how to keep everyone believing when I was barely holding on myself. All I knew was this. I couldn't quit. Not now. Not after everything. I started driving around town looking at empty buildings. Old diners, abandoned warehouses, old mechanic shops with broken signage and boarded up windows. I didn't have the money, didn't even have a loan officer willing to return my calls, but I looked anyway, because something in me believed that if I could just find the right place, the right shell, we could fill it with life again. I'd take pictures, make notes, picture the jar line here, the walk-in cooler there, and then I'd sit in my car staring out the windshield, wondering if it was all slipping away. One night, I opened up to Raffi. We were sitting outside after a tasting, loading up the trunk. I looked at him, my brother in the trenches, and said, I'm scared, man. Like, I'm really scared I'm about to lose everything. He didn't flinch, didn't give me some surface-level pep talk. He just said, let's pray. Right there in the parking lot of a Piggly Wiggly, with sauce samples still in the cooler and chip crumbs on the dashboard, he prayed over me, out loud, with conviction. Then he told his church, and they prayed too. People were rooting for us, cheering for us, believing in what we were building, because we'd done something nobody else had. We made a splash across South Carolina, not with $1 million campaign, but with jars and stories and tables in grocery store aisles. We were the only local Italian food brand doing what we were doing. No frozen microwavables, no generic jar with a fake name. We were real, from scratch, family, flavor, faith, and people knew it. But I couldn't get the media to see it. I reached out, emailed, called, DM'd reporters who'd featured every new barbecue sauce and bakery on the block. Nothing. Because of my past, I was still blacklisted. Didn't matter that I'd finished my PTI classes. Didn't matter that I completed my community service. Didn't matter that all charges were dropped. They saw the record, not the redemption. So I made peace with the silence. At least I tried to, because even without the press, we had people, we had customers, we had momentum. But I knew, in my gut, that if we didn't scale soon, we'd hit a wall we couldn't climb. And the vision was growing louder than the kitchen could hold. I didn't just want to survive anymore. I wanted to build something permanent, something that couldn't be taken from us, something that would outlive the setbacks and the second chances. In the middle of all the chaos, the money, the panic attacks, the product shortages, I still wanted to give back. The church had become more than a sanctuary, it was a home, and I wanted to offer something in return. Calvary Church was in the middle of rebranding, becoming Nexus Point. New name, new vision, same spiritual heartbeat. So I came up with an idea, a balsamic dressing, simple, bold, honest, just like the place that gave me the freedom to come worship without pretending to be someone I wasn't. I called it Nexus Point Balsamic Dressing, a co-branded product we'd donate 100% of sales from, straight back to the church. No margins, no ego, just gratitude in a bottle. I wrote the label copy like a love letter to redemption. From a man who was lost to the church that helped him find his way home. I believed, deep down, it could be a headline. Not for me, for us, for the church, for every person who walked through those doors unsure if they'd be accepted, for anyone who thought their past disqualified them from doing something beautiful. So I took it back to my media contacts, wrote a fresh pitch, attached mock-ups, gave them the heart behind it all, and then crickets. No reply, no callback, no story. They still wouldn't let my light shine because of the darkness I had lived in for so long. It didn't matter that I had changed. It didn't matter that I was giving everything I had to honor the place that gave me sanctuary. They couldn't see the resurrection. All they could see was the record. But that didn't stop me. Didn't stop the dressing. Didn't stop the mission. Because Nexus Point had become more than a church to me. It was family. And even if the world didn't want to celebrate that, God still would. The dressing was made. The media ignored it. But I wasn't discouraged. Not entirely. Because something bigger was starting to form. A whisper at first. A wild, impossible idea. A farm. Not just for tomatoes. Not just for logistics. But for healing. For home. I don't know exactly when the seed was planted. Maybe during one of those porch talks with Ryan after a long day. We'd sit outside with the dogs, candles flickering, sipping tea like two old souls hiding from the storm. One night, I said, I feel like we're outgrowing everything. The kitchen, the city, the story. And she looked at me, eyes soft but steady, and said, You know, I grew up on a farm. I blinked. She smiled. Horses, chickens, tomatoes, corn. I used to help my mom rotate the garden beds. My dad taught me how to break a horse by the time I was 9. I've always loved dirt under my nails. And just like that, the idea had roots, a real farm, where we could grow our own tomatoes, make our own sauces, build our own kitchen, host our own tastings, live under one sky, not under someone else's ceiling. A place where Ryan could reconnect with who she used to be, where I could build something that no one could take away, where the brand could become something bigger than jars. Apastioli Farms. I said the name out loud that night. It felt right, like it already existed somewhere, like it was waiting for us to find it. I didn't know how we'd get there. We didn't have money, didn't have land, didn't even know where to start looking. But we had vision, and that's how it always starts. The next morning, I started contacting realtors. I didn't wait, didn't overthink, just opened my laptop and started searching like a man who knew the land was out there. Somewhere. Originally, I was thinking 80 acres. Didn't know why that number felt right. It just did. Big enough to grow, small enough to start. Still had no idea how we'd pay for it. We couldn't even afford a second stove. But that didn't stop me. I was obsessed. I scoured every corner of the internet for agricultural listings in the Carolinas. Started building a spreadsheet, making calls, leaving voicemails that probably sounded more like prayers than pitches. I also started looking for investors, real ones, venture capitalists, angel funds, private equity, anyone who might be crazy enough to see what I saw. But almost every site I visited wanted a payment. Buy this list. Subscribe to get access to 500 investor contacts. $299 for an intro call. I didn't even have $29 to spare. Still, I kept digging. At night, when my mind was too loud to sleep, I started listening to Neville Goddard, these old recordings from the 50s about faith, imagination, and speaking things into existence. You must assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, he said in that soft, hypnotic tone. And I did. I'd lie in bed and picture the land. Picture a long dirt driveway. Picture Ryan walking barefoot through a greenhouse with a basket of fresh basil. Picture a 10,000 square foot kitchen filled with people who believed in what we were building. I needed more than strategy. I needed belief. So I also went back to my roots, pulled out my old copy of How to Win Friends and Influence People, reread the underlines, rewrote the affirmations. I wasn't just building a business anymore. I was building a life, a legacy, and I was going to manifest every acre of it. A few days into the search, I found a listing, 196 acres, McClellanville, South Carolina, raw land, no buildings, no utilities, just trees, dirt, and possibility. I clicked on the link a dozen times. There was something about it, something I couldn't shake. It looked wild, unfinished, exactly like me. I called the realtor right away. "Hey," I said, voice trembling. "I'm not sure I can even afford to look at this, but I need to see it." He introduced himself. "Name's Chris Baxter." I froze. Baxter? Same last name as Robert. I didn't believe in coincidences anymore, just breadcrumbs. Chris turned out to be kind, patient, didn't rush me off the phone or treat me like a window shopper. He asked questions, listened, and for the first time I said it out loud to someone outside my circle. I want to build a farm, a kitchen, a facility. I want to grow the food and make it all right there. I want to feed people, heal people, bring something back to life, not just in jars, but in the land itself. Chris didn't laugh. He said, "I've got a key. Let's go walk it." That night, I told Ryan. She was washing dishes when I brought it up. Her hands paused in the water. "McClellanville?" she said, eyes widening. "That's real country." I nodded. "I know, but it feels right. I talked to the realtor. His name's Baxter." Her eyes softened. We both felt it. That quiet nudge. That breath of Robert. That whisper from something greater than us. She didn't question it. She just smiled and said, "I can see it. The land, the kitchen, the animals." She could see the picture I was trying to paint, because she'd been carrying part of it for years. For her birthday, long before all this, I had bought her this massive painting, 8 feet wide, of a brown horse fence with rolling green pasture behind it. It's been hanging on our dining room wall ever since. Takes up the whole space, commands attention. We never really talked about it. But now, it felt like a prophecy. All those years, we'd been staring at the dream. We just hadn't realized we were meant to live in it. A few days later, I met Chris out at the land. McClellanville. Quiet, wide, untamed. The kind of place that forces you to slow down, to listen. Chris pulled up in a truck with the window down, ball cap low, clipboard on the dash. He shook my hand and said, "Let's walk it." We started down a narrow trail, no pavement, just packed sand and pine needles. Trees framed the sky like stained glass. It was beautiful and intimidating. There were no buildings, no fencing, just 196 acres of potential. I could feel it, not in my head, in my gut. This was the place. I started talking, not trying to sell him, just sharing the vision. "I want to build a full processing kitchen right here," I said, pointing at a clearing. "Tomatoes, eggplants, peppers, all grown on site. The products, the packing, the storage, all under one roof." He nodded, arms crossed. I kept going. "Over there, greenhouses, and maybe some tiny homes for weekend rentals or farm hands. A place to stay and get your hands in the dirt. Eat real food. Feel human again." Chris was quiet, thoughtful. I reached into the back seat of my car and grabbed a jar, Bangin' Bella's. I handed it to him. "Try this," I said. "We make it ourselves, from scratch, no shortcuts." He turned the jar in his hands, read the label, popped the lid. I didn't even have a spoon. He dipped a finger, tasted. and something shifted. He looked at me, not like a buyer, like a believer. "This is good," he said, "like really good." I shrugged. "We're in 15 Piggly Wiggly stores right now. Just got approved for 59 Food Lions. We've outgrown everything. I don't have the cash to scale yet, but I've got the product and the will." He nodded, slowly. The kind of nod that says, "Okay, I see it now." "You're not just blowing smoke," he said. "No, sir." He tucked the jar under his arm like it was a contract, and from that moment on, I knew, even if I didn't have the money yet, I had something even stronger. Belief. Chris left that day with a jar of Bangin' Bellas under his arm and a different look in his eye. He didn't need a spreadsheet to see it anymore. He'd tasted the vision, and now he believed. So I went home and did what I could with what I had. I pulled out my phone and filmed the land. Just quiet shots of trees and sky, dirt paths and pine shadows. Overlaid it with my voice, sharing the dream raw and real. "This is where it starts," I said. "Apastioli Farms. Grown from the ground up." Then I posted it, and something strange happened. People started responding. I began messaging people on LinkedIn, not to sell, but to connect. Professionals from all corners: finance, food manufacturing, agriculture, tech. I didn't care if they had money, I just wanted them to see. Every day I added more connections. Every night I answered DMS. My inbox went from crickets to curiosity. Then one day a message came through that stopped me cold. It was from a Filipino investor named Rollo. "Hey Joe," he wrote, "I saw your video. Something about it really got to me. Would love to learn more." No fluff, no pitch, just curiosity, and maybe possibility. I stared at the message, took a breath, and typed back, "Let's talk." Chapter 45, The First Yes. We met at a pool hall, not a boardroom, not a fancy lunch spot with linen napkins. Just two men in hoodies and jeans, leaning on cue sticks between dreams and 8 balls. Rollo walked in like someone who didn't need to announce himself, soft-spoken, present, eyes that had seen things but still carried light. He shook my hand and smiled. "Let's talk," he said. Not pitch, just purpose. He ordered a soda. I got water. No rush, no pressure. Just a conversation under the low buzz of billiards and overhead lights. He was Filipino, a man of God. Said he'd seen my video, read through my posts, and felt something stir. "Takes courage to put it all out there," he said. "But that kind of transparency? That's the language of visionaries." I didn't know what to say. Nobody had called me that before. Not without a hint of suspicion. He talked about legacy, talked about ownership, talked about systems that free people, not trap them. And then he mentioned something I'd never heard of. The Bank of Humanity. Not a traditional lender, not a profit-first institution. It was more like a network, a mission, funding rooted in values, in impact. "I don't know if I can get you money tomorrow," he said, "but I know you're not thinking big enough yet." That line stuck with me, not thinking big enough. I'd been so focused on not drowning, I hadn't considered what it meant to actually build the ark. For the first time in months, the weight in my chest lifted, not because we had funding, but because someone, a complete stranger, believed in what I was building. Not just the product, not just the farm, but me. He saw the redemption story, and he didn't flinch. I drove home that night feeling different. Not solved, but sure. Sure that this wasn't just a business. It was a mission, a ministry, and it was starting to attract the people who were meant to be part of it. After that meeting with Rollo, something cracked open in me. Not just possibility, not just momentum, but faith. I started showing up to Bible study differently. My prayers weren't desperate cries anymore, they became declarations. Thank you notes to heaven. "Thank you, God, for the farm," I'd say out loud, even though I didn't own an inch of dirt. "Thank you for the team, the kitchen, the distribution center, the harvest." It wasn't delusion, it was belief in motion. I started writing things down like they were already real. Putting them on paper gave them structure. Saying them out loud gave them breath. My meditations went deeper. Neville Goddard became part of my rhythm. Late at night, headphones in, I'd listen. Assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. So I did. I imagined the sound of glass jars clinking in crates, the hum of a walk-in cooler, the crunch of gravel under tires at the farm entrance. I even imagined giving a tour to someone like Rollo, showing them what they helped build. Word started spreading, not through press, not through press releases, just people. Facebook posts, little videos, a handful of shared prayers. Folks from Nexus Point started asking questions. Joe, is this real? Are you really doing this? And I'd answer with confidence I hadn't felt in years. Yes, God's doing something. I'm just trying to keep up. That's when I started looking at bigger properties, not just clearings and farmland, but estates, retreat centers, something that could serve many purposes. Chris called me one morning. There's a place I think you need to see. It's called Bluefield Plantation. We met that week. He drove us through the iron gate and up a winding path lined with moss-draped oaks. The air felt different out there, heavier, older, sacred. We walked the land slow. Fences, fields, silence. I didn't talk much, just listened, trying to hear what the place might be trying to say. Before we parted ways, I handed Chris another jar, tomato fresh basil marinara. The basil's from the garden Ryan planted last spring, I told him. We jarred it ourselves, even printed the labels one at a time. He took it and smiled. You're not letting go of this, are you? Nope, I said. Not this time. Because by then, I had already made the call. I had terminated the lease on the commissary kitchen, cleaned out the fridge, boxed up the ingredients, pulled every last item of inventory we had left, laid it all out in the dining room like artifacts of a war I wasn't done fighting. It was terrifying and holy all at once. No plan B, no net, just vision, faith, and whatever came next. Chris called me again a few days later. Joe, he said, I've got something bigger. I didn't think bigger was possible after 196 acres, but this was Bluefield Plantation. 900 acres. Old-growth forest. Fields wide enough to land a plane. Hunting lodge bones still standing. Trails that seemed to go on forever. It sounded like a storybook, but the night before the walk, I started feeling sick. My body ached, chills, sweat, head pounding like a drum in a locked room. By morning, I had a 102-degree fever. I should have stayed in bed, but something told me I had to see it. So I walked that land, sick, sweating, lightheaded, like I was in a fever dream. And maybe I was, because it all felt so real, as if I already owned it. I walked the tree lines and imagined the sauce kitchen, saw Ryan riding horseback across a pasture, heard the laughter of retreat guests under string lights, jars of olives on the table, music floating through the trees. But then came the catch. Chris turned to me as we stood on a ridge, looking over the land. The owners want to keep a 100-acre section, he said, right in the middle of the property. My heart sank. Dead center? It was like buying a house and someone else keeping the kitchen. I knew right away, Ryan's not going to like this. And the more I thought about it, the more it started twisting in my gut too. Something about it felt off, fragmented, like the vision was being clipped before it could bloom. Still, I tried to focus on the beauty, the potential, the what if. But the deeper we walked, the sicker I felt, not just physically, but spiritually. Because back home, everything was falling apart. We'd pulled all the product out of the kitchen, we weren't producing. No new income was coming in. And the bills were stacking like bricks on my chest. Bill collectors started calling, first a few times a day, then nonstop. TD Bank rang my phone so much it became background noise, every hour, on the hour. I started keeping it on silent just to breathe. After I paid Ross Printing with the last of what I had, my account dipped into the negative. No cushion, no backup, just red numbers and rising pressure. I was watching the dream come alive in front of me and feeling the life I'd built fall apart behind me. And somewhere in between those two realities, I was trying to hold the line with nothing but faith, and a thermometer reading 102. Rollo reached back out around that time. We met again. Second meeting, he asked if I had experience with cryptocurrency. I told him I did. Told him about Joseph, my friend from Africa who'd helped me build every site I'd ever run. SEO, programming, even launched an NFT together once. Rollo just nodded. Interesting, he said. Then came our third meeting, a steakhouse. He slid into the booth. We talked casually at first, I thought it was finally time to talk numbers. Then suddenly, in the middle of a sentence, Rollo collapsed, head down, eyes closed, limbs limp. I panicked. Rollo? Nothing. I shook him. Once. Twice. Harder. People started staring. My hands trembled. I thought he was having a stroke. I was seconds away from calling 911. Then he shot back up. I'm fine, he said. I bit my tongue. Just like that. He opened his laptop and said, "Okay, log in." Log in to what? The Bank of Humanity Metaverse. There's an ATM. I want you to try to withdraw the investment. My stomach turned. I thought we were talking tomatoes. He was talking tokens. He wasn't interested in a farm. He wanted a gateway to crypto. I closed the laptop. This isn't what I'm building, I said. He smiled, like I didn't get it, but I did. I thanked him and walked away. Because this dream, it didn't live in a screen. It lived in the soil, in the jars, in the hands of the people who had lifted me out of the fire. This wasn't a digital vision, it was a divine one, and I wasn't going to sell it for access to an illusion. What I had was real, and I was ready to fight for it. The search was still on for the promised land, and I wasn't letting one shady character cloaked in false prophecy stain the faith that flourished in my soul. Chapter 46. Land of the Living. Even after walking away from Rollo, even after the metaverse mess, even with my bank account bleeding out and my nerves fraying thin, I kept going because there was still something out there calling me. I pulled up my laptop and started a new search, not for just any property, for the right one. I sent Chris 3 listings, all of them over 1,000 acres. I didn't have the money, but I had the vision. That had to count for something. One of them was a place called Long Wing Plantation. When Ryan and I watched the video walkthrough, we both sat in silence, moss hanging off ancient trees, open fields behind wooden fences, sunlight cutting through the canopy like a sign. She looked at me. I think that's it. It looked just like the painting that's hung in our dining room for years, the one I gave her for her birthday, 8 feet wide, a horse fence under a Carolina sky. We thought it was just art. Now it felt like prophecy. I told Pastor Rodney about it all, including walking away from Rollo. I couldn't do it, I said. I felt disgusted. It was counterfeit. God wasn't in it. He nodded. Then you made the right call. I smiled, but truth was, the storm hadn't passed, not even close. The calls kept coming. Bill collectors, TD Bank, loan sharks with smiles. My cell phone was about to be shut off. My car was one missed payment away from repossession. And every day I woke up to no investors on the hook. 0. I was financially crumbling, and yet, somehow, still holding on. Because when God gives you a vision, He doesn't always give you the funding first. Sometimes He gives you just enough light for the next step. The morning I scheduled the walk at Long Wing, something in my spirit settled. I didn't know how, didn't know why, but I knew I had to see it in person. Chris set it up. We met out there with Alex DeSeta, one of the brothers who had been stewarding the land for the past 5 years. The moment we pulled past the gate, I felt it. Not just awe, but alignment. We were there for 3 hours. Every detail Alex and his brother EJ had invested into that property felt like it was already prepared for Apastioli farms, like it was waiting for us. 1,032 acres, $10.6 million, a loose conservation easement that still allowed for our vision, roads already carved out, 15 fields already cultivated, 2 massive generators, self-sufficient water systems in the fields, no irrigation needed. A 5,000 square foot tractor shed with tall ceilings, plumbing, and electric, practically screaming to become our processing facility. Even the farming equipment came with the land. Alex and Chris were tossing around terms I didn't fully understand, but somehow, in my bones, I did. It felt like they were speaking a language I was only just learning, and yet I could follow every word. Then I saw it. That brown post-horse fence, same one from our painting. Same green field stretching behind it. Same angle of light, almost down to the shadows. It was there, the fence, like it had stepped out of our dining room wall and into reality. That's where the barn would go, Alex said. I didn't speak. I couldn't. because I already saw it. Tractor trailers could come in and out easy. No bottlenecks, no compromises. Everything we needed was there. And then Alex dropped the bomb. I've got another 700 acres adjacent, he said. No easement. Would prefer to sell it together. Total 1,732 acres. Price $14.6 million. I didn't flinch. Yes, I said. This is it. I didn't need to ask Ryan. I couldn't wait to bring her. I knew she'd feel it too. The dream was alive. But so were the vultures. While I was walking through Destiny, the real world was chewing at my ankles. Creditors were swarming. TD Bank still calling. My phone service hanging by a thread. My car days away from being towed. And still no investors. I left that land and got in my car shaking. Not from fear, from urgency. I started dialing every buyer, broker, and distributor who had ever said, "We love it, but you need a bigger kitchen." Walmart was one of them, so I called. Because I had seen the farm, I had walked the fields. And now, it was time to find the faith and the funding to bring it all to life. That night, after walking Long Wing, I didn't sleep. I tried. I laid down. I closed my eyes. But my mind was still out there, somewhere between those 15 open fields and the post and rail fence that looked like it had been pulled straight out of our dining room painting. Every time I blinked, I saw the barn, heard the hum of a jar line, smelled the soil. My body was exhausted, but my soul was lit up like a revival tent. I kept pacing the house, whispering prayers, thinking out loud, running numbers I didn't have. Ryan had fallen asleep on the couch, one dog curled by her feet and the other snoring softly under the table. Then, just past 1 a.m., my phone buzzed. Wendy Martin, UNFI. I blinked at the screen like it was a hallucination. Weeks ago, I'd sent her a message, told her about our products, about the vision, never got a response. Until now. Her message was short but solid. "Hey Joe, I'd like to try the Apastioli sauces. Are you able to come to Charlotte Monday? Bring samples." I nearly dropped the phone. Monday. Charlotte, Harris Teeter headquarters. Just like that, the window cracked open. I typed out a thank you message, paused, erased it, and retyped it twice, trying to sound confident without sounding desperate. Then I started dialing. Next up, Limehouse Produce. We'd been loosely in touch before, but now I had fire behind the conversation. They were scaling up. Big time. 500 new trucks being added to their fleet. Virginia to Florida. Fresh local products in demand. I told them we were scaling, that we had a vision beyond farmers markets and Piggly Wiggly shelves, that we were in the process of buying land, a real farm, one with power, water, processing space. "You got the production?" they asked. "Not yet," I said, "but I've got the dirt and I've got the drive." There was a pause, then came the words I needed. "Let's keep talking." Then, as if the universe was syncing up in real time, I got an email from Rick at C&S. He'd seen my update, said the North Carolina warehouse they were building would be ready by August. Apastioli could get slotted once it opened, but even better, they could slot us immediately into their Suffield, Connecticut warehouse to start servicing their Northeast accounts. Everything was shifting. Fast. The land, the meetings, the routes, the trucks. It was like watching puzzle pieces pull themselves together in real time. But then came the comments, the questions, the worries. Piggly Wiggly shelves were running low. People started messaging me through Instagram, through Facebook. "Are you guys closing? Why can't I find the Bellas anymore? Is Apastioli still in business?" I didn't panic. I picked up my phone and hit record. Standing in front of my empty jar rack in the living room, I spoke into the lens like I was talking to family. "Hey y'all, don't worry, we're not going anywhere. We're not closing, we're growing. The shelves are low because we're scaling. We're buying a farm. We're building a kitchen. We're getting ready to serve South Carolina and beyond. Thank you for riding with us." I posted it across every platform, and the comments came flooding in. Hearts, prayers. "We believe in you." People tagging their friends. People offering to help. Then, a message slid in from Ben Bounds. He was a voice from a past life, radio station guy, music world. One of those people who always remembered the real ones. He'd seen the LinkedIn post. "Joe, Got an event next week at New Realm Brewery. Lieutenant Governor Pamela Yvette is the keynote. Want to be the only food vendor? I sat with that message for a second, just stared at it. I didn't have product, didn't have staff, didn't have a budget, but I did have fire, and I did have a purpose. Yes, I replied, because when you've walked land like that, when you felt God tug your heart toward a dream so bold it scares you, you say yes, even when the phone bill is overdue, even when your car might not survive the week, even when the shelves are bare and the inbox is full of final notice warnings. You show up, because purpose doesn't wait for perfect conditions. And I knew, deep in my chest, deeper than the fear, this wasn't just business anymore. This was the breakthrough before the blessing, and I wasn't about to miss it. When I got off the phone with Ben, I felt something shift in the room. This wasn't just another tasting, it was an invitation to stand in front of politicians, business leaders, and the public, and tell the story of how far we'd come. The event was set for New Realm Brewery. Lieutenant Governor Pamela Yvette would be speaking, and Apastioli was named the only food vendor. But what made it even more powerful? Ryan was going to do it with me. This would be her first time standing beside me in public as the face of Apastioli. No more just hearing my stories when I got home late. No more being the quiet support system behind closed doors. This time, she was going to be part of the light. When I asked if she wanted to do it, she didn't blink. I'll leave work early, she said. Helen will understand. And she did. Helen, her boss at Cleaning by Helen, was nothing but supportive. She believed in Ryan, knew how hard she worked, knew this moment mattered. She said to go for it, Ryan told me, smiling. She said to represent us well. That meant everything. Ryan started asking what she should wear, how to stand behind the table, what kind of samples we should hand out. I could see she was nervous, but there was a fire behind her eyes I hadn't seen since the day I walked into that kitchen and started this whole thing. This wasn't just a side project anymore, it was hers too. She packed the jars with care, wiped the lids down like they were crystal. We went over the story again, what to say, how to say it. She even picked out the playlist we'd play from a little Bluetooth speaker we borrowed. There was no staff, no banners, no budget, just a cooler full of jars, a reprinted flyer, and a husband and wife who refused to let go of the dream. I watched her light a candle on the windowsill as we packed up. The dogs curled up by the door, and for a moment we stood there, in the soft glow, surrounded by the remnants of a kitchen and a calling. This was it, not the end, not the peak, but the moment where the weight became shared. I didn't need a spotlight. She didn't need a title. We had purpose, and we were showing up together. The momentum was building, fast. We were packing jars for Charlotte, lining up a tablecloth for New Realm, planning how to plate the olives and spoon out the salsa samples just right. But in the middle of all that movement, something hit the brakes. Pablo got sick. At first it was subtle. He wasn't eating as much, drinking less, sleeping more. Then came the diarrhea, the loss of appetite, the look in his eyes, confused, tired, off. Ryan noticed it before I did. Something's wrong, she said. This isn't normal. We thought maybe it was the new food, something we'd picked up trying to stretch a few extra dollars, thinking it would be a safe swap. But Pablo's body wasn't bouncing back. Ryan tried everything. Rice, boiled chicken, sitting beside him for hours, coaxing him to sip water. She stayed up late, researching, reaching out to friends, watching his every move. We knew his kidneys weren't great. He'd had trouble before, but this felt different. And when Donna, who was supposed to be helping us keep him on a schedule, started brushing it off, giving vague answers and rolling her eyes at Ryan's concern, that lit a fuse. She's not helping, Ryan said one night, wiping tears from her eyes as Pablo laid curled at her feet. She's acting like I'm being dramatic. You're not, I said. This is your baby. Because Pablo wasn't just a dog. He was family. He was comfort. He was a soft, warm presence in a house filled with noise, tension, and hustle. And now, while the world was watching us rise online, while we were being invited to shake hands with government officials and grocery execs, we were also terrified we were going to lose him. Ryan would check his breath while he slept, would sit on the floor beside him whispering, "Come on, buddy. Just eat a little, just drink." And I saw it, the way it was pulling her apart. She wanted to be present with me for Apastioli. She was excited, proud, even energized, but a piece of her heart was on the tile floor next to a trembling, silent dog. It was a cruel contrast. Hope in one hand, heartbreak in the other. So we carried both, packed samples with one eye on the cooler and the other on the water bowl, prayed bold prayers for business in the morning, and whispered desperate ones for Pablo at night. And when we didn't know what else to do, we did what we'd always done. We kept going, because sometimes faith means believing in the good, even while bracing for the loss. Thursday afternoon came fast. Ryan left cleaning by Helen early, as planned. Helen had hugged her on the way out and said, "Go show them who you are." And that's exactly what she did. We took separate cars. Ryan had her gear, her samples, and the kind of grace that didn't need permission to shine. Me? I showed up in my beat-up Honda, the one that had seen more miles of prayer than oil changes, and because the battery cable was loose, I had to leave it running in the parking lot. Not ideal for an event like this, but I wasn't about to take the risk of it not starting when it was over. No banners, no branded tent, just our little table, tucked between expensive patio furniture, with string lights overhead and the buzz of Charleston's elite swirling around us. They came in crisp button-downs, polished shoes, and pressed blouses. It looked like the entire guest list had just stepped off a yacht. And me? I had on my Apastioli shirt, a button-down flannel, and an Atlanta Braves hat, which was funny, considering I'm a Yankees fan, but it's what I had, and it was clean. We set up fast. Ryan wiped down the jars and opened the trays with a calm focus, like she'd done this her whole life. It was her first public event. But you'd never know it. Then the crowd started to shift. First, a few curious guests wandered over. Then came a small group from the Charleston Metro Chamber of Commerce. Then more from Charleston Economic Development, investors, local real estate folks, farm program leads. It was like our table became a magnet, and soon we were swarmed. Ryan stood steady, offering samples with a smile and a story. I shook hands, told our journey in under 90 seconds, then started again with the next wave. And then, Lieutenant Governor Pamela Yvette walked over with her team. She greeted Ryan first, took a sample, asked questions, listened. Then she looked at me and said, "I've been hearing about you all afternoon." I smiled, stuck out my hand. "Joe Gallagher, Jr., Apastioli." She shook it warmly and said, "This is what South Carolina needs more of." That hit me harder than she probably realized. Ben took photos. So did her staff. They started uploading them to social media before we even packed up. And just like that, we were on the radar. Piggly Wiggly stores shared the event. Buyers reposted. Comments flooded in. It was surreal. Standing in that parking lot near furniture I couldn't afford, handing out product I barely had the means to make, and watching it all catch fire. We left with a stack of business cards thicker than a deck of cards. Investors, city leaders, developers, buyers. It was more than we knew what to do with. Ryan climbed into her car, her face glowing with quiet pride. I walked back to the Honda, still idling in the lot, engine purring like it knew we'd just cleared another mountain. And as we drove off separately, windows down, sauce-stained fingers on the steering wheel, I knew something had changed. Not just for Apastioli. For us, when we got home that night, the house felt different. The air inside was still. The dogs didn't rush to the door like they usually did. Just a single thump of a tail from Pablo. And even that took effort. He hadn't eaten since morning, had barely touched water. His body looked smaller somehow, like it had given up trying to hold on to strength. Ryan knelt down next to him, rubbing behind his ears. He barely lifted his head. His breathing was shallow, eyes half closed. There was something in his face, a kind of peace that looked too close to goodbye. Ryan didn't say anything right away. She just sat on the floor with him, her hand resting gently on his side. I unpacked the cooler in silence. The contrast was brutal. A few hours earlier, we were shaking hands with people in suits, standing shoulder to shoulder with government officials, gaining momentum like never before. And now we were here, back in the kitchen, with one of our dogs fading away right in front of us. "He took a turn," Ryan said softly. I think we need to call the vet on Monday." I didn't say anything. We both knew what that meant. We just didn't want to say it out loud. She kept petting him, fighting back tears. Then, in a cracked whisper, she said, "Since moving to South Carolina, This'll be the fourth dog we've had to put down. And she didn't just mean it as a statistic, she meant it like a wound, like a string of heartbreaks buried under years of trying to build a life together. I'm trying to be happy, she said. I really am. I'm proud of what we did today. But this, it just hurts. I sat beside her, pulled her close. I know, I said. I know, baby. We didn't talk much after that because what was there to say? We couldn't afford the vet, couldn't afford another loss, couldn't even afford to fall apart over it, not with so much still on the line. So we sat there on the floor, holding each other, holding the moment. The samples were gone, the photos were online, the inbox was filling up. But right then, all that mattered was Pablo and Ryan, and the silence that held space for both joy and grief at once. And when I finally laid down that night, I prayed the same way I had been for weeks, but this time with fewer words and more surrender. Chapter 47. The Cost of Belief. Before I left, Ryan made sure I was ready, not just emotionally, but physically. She washed everything, pressed my shirt, matched my socks, even double-checked my collar. You only get one shot to look the part, she said. I had one good outfit for the meeting: slacks, a button-down, clean shoes, and a pair of comfortable travel clothes for the drive. It wasn't much, but it was enough to walk in that room like I belonged there. She laid it all out on the bed the night before, like we were getting ready for church, and in some ways we were, because this wasn't just a pitch. It was a prayer. The Honda creaked as I packed the cooler and samples in the back seat. I threw the hangers with my outfit over the passenger seat and took one last look at the house. Ryan stood in the doorway, her eyes puffy but strong. She was holding it together. For me, for Pablo, for everything we were still trying to keep upright. I waved. She smiled. And I drove off, toward a city that didn't know me yet, hoping they'd recognize the vision I was carrying like a fire in my chest. The drive to Charlotte was mostly quiet, just the hum of the road and the steady rhythm of Neville Goddard and Dale Carnegie flowing through the speakers. No music, no news, just voices that had become part of my daily rhythm. Assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Act as if you were already the person you want to become. Those words weren't just background noise. They were training, armor, a steady reminder that I wasn't just running on fumes, I was walking by faith. I pulled into the Courtyard Marriott around sunset, the sky casting soft gold over the parking lot. It wasn't fancy, but it felt like a fresh and clean launch pad. Ryan had paid for it with borrowed tip money. $150 for the room, $50 for gas, all we had to our name. I left the car idling for a moment, engine ticking, cooler humming in the back, and just sat there, took a breath, whispered a prayer. Not God, make it happen, but a thank you God that it already has. Inside the room, I didn't touch the TV. I laid out my outfit for the next morning like it was a battle uniform. Pressed slacks, the one clean button down. Fresh socks Ryan had folded and packed for me like a mom sending her son off to his first job interview. She'd made sure I looked the part, because she believed I was stepping into something bigger than survival. I unpacked the cooler, checked the jars, seals tight, labels clean, tomato basil, classic red, hippie dip, trippy dip. My little army of redemption lined up like proof that the vision wasn't just real, it was ready. I paced the room, reciting lines I already knew, not rehearsing, affirming. We started from nothing. 15 stores in 9 months. Built on word of mouth, not a marketing budget. Family recipes, clean labels, real story. And underneath all that, this brand didn't save my life, but it gave me something to live for. I stood at the window, looking out at the city lights. I imagined the walk into the Harris Teeter building. I imagined Wendy smiling. I imagined her shaking my hand and saying, "We'd love to bring you on board." Then I whispered one more Neville line to myself like a final prayer. What you desire already exists. Live as if it were true. My phone buzzed. A message from Ryan. Pablo hadn't eaten. Still no change. The vet wouldn't be able to take him until Wednesday. I could feel the weight in her words. She was being strong for me, but I knew this was breaking her in slow motion. I typed out, "Wish I was there," but erased it. Typed, "I love you," and hit send. Then I sat on the edge of the bed, cooler in the corner, outfit laid out like armor, and let the weight of it all press down just enough to make room for something bigger to rise up. Tomorrow was 9 a.m., but I was already there in spirit, already walking in the wish fulfilled, already acting like a man who belonged in the room, because I did, even if my hands were still shaking. Sleep didn't come easy. I laid in bed, the hum of the AC competing with the hum inside my head. Everything from the event at New Realm still buzzed through me: faces, names, handshakes, the stack of business cards now bundled together with a hotel room key and rubber band. So I did what I always did when my mind wouldn't shut off. I opened LinkedIn, scrolled through profiles, started sending connection requests to investors, developers, city officials, real people who'd shaken my hand hours ago and said things like, "We need to talk." And that's when I saw it, a message: Brianna, PR agent from a firm based out of Dubai. "Hi, Joe. I came across your profile after seeing the post with the lieutenant governor. Your story caught our attention. I'd love to hear more about what you're building and how we might help amplify it. When's a good time to talk?" I blinked at the screen, reread it twice. Dubai? I'd never even been out of the country, never even thought of a PR campaign. My first thought was, what would something like that even cost? My second, what if this changes everything? I responded, "I'm free at 7 a.m. Eastern if that works." She replied within minutes, "Perfect, I'll call then." I set my phone down, heart racing, because I didn't know what she was going to say. I didn't know what a campaign like that could mean, or cost. But I did know this: buyers were watching, LinkedIn was moving, and a global PR firm wanted to talk before I ever even walked into Harris Teeter. I turned the phone face down, tried to close my eyes. Tomorrow wasn't just a pitch anymore. It was possibility, pressing in from all sides, and I just had to stay awake long enough to walk into it. Before I shut my eyes, I made one more call. Roy. He answered like he always does, not with urgency, but like he'd been expecting it. "Hey, Charleston," he said, voice full of that dry, grounding warmth. "I was just sitting down with some bangin' bellas and sharp cheddar. You ever try that combo?" I smiled, exhaled through my nose. "Number. But that sounds like you." He chuckled. "Had a long day. Figured I'd end it right." "I needed to hear your voice," I admitted. "I'm in Charlotte. The meeting's tomorrow morning." He didn't say "you've got this" or "don't worry." That wasn't his style. Roy didn't hype me up. He held me still. "Tell me something," he said. "Are you walking in there tomorrow as the man who started this thing, or the one who survived everything it took to become him?" I didn't answer right away, because I knew what he meant. It wasn't about pitch decks or jar counts. It was about presence. "I'm both," I said finally. "Good," Roy replied, "because the man who started it still needs to remember how hungry he was, and the man who survived it all, he knows what it cost. They need each other." There was a long pause on the line, the kind I'd grown to love, where nothing was said but everything was understood. Then he asked gently, "You prayed yet?" "Not yet," I said. "Just been rehearsing." "Well, you ain't done preparing then. Prayer don't just come before the work, Joe. Prayer is the work." He took another bite. I could hear the crunch of pepper, the rap of cheese. "I gotta go," he said. "Bellas are spicy tonight. But listen, tomorrow's not about if they say yes. It's about if you stay true when they look you in the eyes. That's your win, son." My eyes welled. I didn't mean for them to, but they did. "I hear you. You're already doing it," he said. "Now go rest in it." We hung up. The silence afterward felt sacred, like the end of a ceremony. I reached over to the desk and ran my hand along the top of the box, the one that held the jars. No cooler, no fancy case, just a humble brown box. 12 jars, each one filled with more than sauce. Each one held a story. Each one held a promise. I laid back on the bed, turned out the lamp, and then I prayed. Not with desperate hands, not with trembling, but with gratitude. Thank you for the jars. Thank you for Ryan. Thank you for the 59 stores I haven't stepped foot in yet. Thank you for the farm I haven't bought. Thank you for the workers I haven't met and the blessings I haven't seen. Thank you for letting me carry this fire one more day. And for Pablo If this is our last stretch with him, let it be peaceful. Let Ryan feel held. I closed my eyes, and I didn't dream of fear or failure. I dreamed of gravel roads, of fields, of laughter from a house we hadn't built yet. 5 a.m. came soft and sudden. I woke before the alarm, eyes opening into a dim hotel room full of purpose. The box of jars was still by the door. My outfit hung like armor, silent and ready. I washed my face, tucked in my shirt, pressed my palms together for one last prayer, and whispered, "Let me show up like I already belong." Because I did. Even if no one else believed it yet, I did. 6:59 a.m. I was standing by the window in a tucked shirt and clean socks, watching a sliver of morning light spill over the rooftops of Charlotte. The city was still quiet. No horns, no rush, just stillness before the stage lights come on. My phone lit up. Brianna. Right on time. I answered with a swipe and a breath. "Joe Gallagher?" she said. Clear voice, a hint of an accent, confident and polished. The kind of tone that's used to walking into rooms with billion-dollar conversations already in progress. "That's me," I said. "I've been following your journey. I came across your profile after seeing the post with the lieutenant governor. Congratulations on that, by the way. It's rare to see that level of grassroots authenticity paired with a brand that actually looks shelf-ready." I wasn't sure whether to thank her or downplay it, so I said, "Thank you. We've come a long way in a short time." She got right to the point. "We work with purpose-driven founders and legacy-minded companies, not just startups trying to land a feature. Your story has soul, and frankly, soul sells. We'd love to explore working with you to craft a campaign around Apastioli. The redemption arc, the southern roots, the local traction, it's compelling. It makes people lean in." I was quiet, not because I didn't have anything to say, but because I didn't want to speak from ego, only from clarity. "What would something like that cost?" I finally asked. There was a pause. Then she said, "It depends on scale, of course. If we're talking local press and digital features, that's one level. If we're talking national placements, legacy food publications, mainstream retail visibility, that's another. But I'm not here to hard sell you. I'm here to listen first." And she did. For the next 10 minutes, I told her everything. The farm vision, the jars in the box by the door, Ryan, Roy, the dogs, the investors circling but never landing, the borrowed money, the borrowed time. She listened without interruption, and when I finally paused, she said, "Joe, I'll be honest, most people try to polish everything up before they call us. They come in with fake confidence and debt they pretend isn't real. But you're in the fire, and you're not afraid to say it. That's powerful." I nodded even though she couldn't see me. "I'll talk to my team today," she said. "Let's revisit after your meeting. We can send a proposal next week." "Thank you," I said. "I really mean that." "No, thank you," she replied. "I've worked in this industry a long time, and stories like yours, they're why I still love what I do." We hung up. I stood there for a moment, letting her words settle. Stories like yours. I looked down at the box by the door. 12 jars. The weight of a lifetime inside them. And then I picked up the box and walked out the door because it was time to meet the future. After I hung up with Brianna, I sat still for a long time. The city was coming to life outside the window. Buses hissing down the street, early risers and joggers and earbuds, the sky warming shade by shade. I stood, stretched, glanced over at the box of jars still waiting patiently by the door. And that's when the idea hit me. Not softly, it landed hard, like a door unlocking inside my chest. What if this story funded the farm? What if instead of begging for investors or waiting for one more Hail Mary email, I started writing? What if this book, the struggle, the sauce, the sweat, the surrender, was the very thing that made the dream real? I imagined it. 1 million copies. 1 million hearts stirred by redemption, resilience, and raw truth. Enough to fund production, build the farm, hire the team, buy the land, without selling my soul. And if Brianna's firm ran the campaign right, if this thing got legs, maybe, just maybe, God wouldn't need to bring me money. He'd just need to bring me readers. With that fire burning in my chest, I went down to the hotel lobby, filled a paper plate with scrambled eggs, half toasted bread, and questionable sausage. A little girl at the waffle station smiled at me and said, "That smells good." I smiled back, nodded at her paper crown from a birthday party the night before. I wasn't wearing a crown, but I was walking in purpose. I sat, ate, said my prayers quietly into my coffee, then tossed the plate and headed back up. Grabbed a box of jars, straightened my shirt, looked in the mirror. This wasn't fake it till you make it. This was faith it while you walk it. And I was walking it straight to the front desk of Harris Teeter headquarters, ready to meet Wendy Martin face to face, ready to introduce her to the flavors, the mission, and the man behind it all. This was the day I stopped waiting and started betting everything on the truth. Chapter 48. Pitch and Presence. The Harris Teeter headquarters didn't look like a gatekeeper. It looked like a clean, modern office park with potted plants, polished glass, and friendly name tags. But I knew the truth. This building held the keys to a distribution channel that could change everything. I walked in with the box of jars cradled in my arms, wearing the only decent outfit I owned, the one Ryan had washed, folded, and laid out like sacred armor. I had my pitch memorized, but I wasn't there to perform. I was there to connect. Wendy Martin greeted me in the lobby with a smile, sharp, kind, no fluff. The kind of person who's seen 1,000 product pitches and still gives each one its shot. She led me to a small conference room with 2 chairs, a glass table, and just enough quiet to feel like the air was listening too. "Thanks for coming," she said, settling in. "I've been looking forward to this." So had I. We dove right in. I unpacked the jars and lined them up on the table. Classic red, tomato basil, hippie dip, trippy dip, letting the colors do part of the talking. Then I did the rest. I told her what made Apastioli different, not just in flavor, but in spirit. I talked about the 15 Piggly Wiggly stores we were in after just 9 months of business. I told her how we'd done it without a dollar in advertising, how we were selling sauce in working class communities with tight grocery budgets and still moving product off shelves. And I said, "Now imagine what we could do in a store like Harris Teeter, with your customers, your layout, your audience. We're not just a novelty, we're a movement." Wendy leaned in, asked questions, took notes, then she told me something that stopped me for a second. "You know Unfi has over 30,000 retailers in its national network, right?" I blinked. I didn't. And in that moment, the weight of the opportunity we were chasing became real, not just locally, but nationally. She shared a bit about Harris Teeter's history, their customer values, how their shelves were changing to reflect newer, cleaner, more purposeful brands. "You're in the right lane," she said, "but like everyone else has probably told you." I nodded before she could finish. "Ramp up production." She smiled. "Exactly. Do that, and we'll start you in 31 stores across South Carolina." 31. That might sound small to some people, but to me, it was a yes, a gateway, a green light, a moment of oxygen when we needed it most. Sure, I wanted her to hand me every door in the UNFI universe, but this was the beginning. After the meeting, I didn't linger in the parking lot. I just stood there for a moment in the crisp Charlotte morning, watching people walk in with lattes and company badges like it was any other Monday. But for me, it was a victory. I didn't celebrate it with champagne or a phone call. I celebrated it with momentum. As soon as I got back to the hotel, I opened my laptop and started looking for what was next. I wasn't waiting for another door to open. I was going to start knocking on all of them. First up, Charleston. I looked into business networking events happening that week, and 2 caught my eye immediately. Wednesday at 9 a.m., 1 million cups at Frothy Beard Brewery. Thursday night, a private event at the Harbor Club full of execs, entrepreneurs, and local leaders. Both sounded like exactly where I needed to be, even if I had nothing to wear and barely enough gas to make it across town. I also scheduled a meeting with Melissa Fiore, someone I'd met briefly at New Realm. She worked with the Charleston Metro Chamber of Commerce and had invited me to stop by. I didn't have a membership yet, didn't have a sponsor or a pitch deck, but I had a story, and I was betting that was worth something. I also started sending messages to the South Carolina Department of Agriculture and the Department of Commerce. Not just generic inquiries. I told them who we were, what we were doing, what we'd built from nothing. I asked if there were grants or programs for farm development, food manufacturing, or small business scale-up. I didn't expect much, but I knew this. If I didn't ask, the answer was already no. I was still broke, still holding my breath every time the bank number lit up my screen, still watching Pablo grow weaker each day. But something had shifted. Wendy said yes. That meant more than just shelf space, it meant validation. And now, I was done waiting for permission. It was time to walk like the farm was already mine. I pulled back into the driveway around 6 p.m. Monday night, the sun just starting to lower behind the trees. The house looked the same as when I left it, but the weight inside was different. I stepped in quietly, like I didn't want to disturb the air. Ryan was sitting on the floor by Pablo, her back against the wall, eyes red and rimmed with quiet resolve. I set the box down gently. She didn't look up at first, just kept stroking his fur, slow, rhythmic, like a mother trying to ease a child's pain in a way words couldn't. I knelt down beside her, placed a hand on her back. "He's worse," I whispered. She nodded. "Way worse." I looked at him, his ribs showing more than they did 3 days ago, his breath shallow, his body barely responding when Ryan spoke his name. "He still hasn't eaten?" I asked. "Not a thing," she said. "Not even water now." I told her about the meeting, about Wendy, about the 31 stores. Her face tried to smile, tried to celebrate, but the truth sat heavier. "I'm proud of you," she said. "I really am. But we're not waiting until Wednesday." I blinked. "What?" She looked at me, full on now, voice unwavering. "He's suffering. I can't let this go on another night. We'll find a way to pay for it, but we're doing it tomorrow. First thing." I didn't argue. I couldn't, because she was right. Sometimes being strong isn't about holding on, it's about knowing when to let go. We sat there in silence, watching our boy try to breathe. All the winds in the world couldn't fix this. So we didn't talk about business. We didn't talk about the farm. We just laid with him and waited for morning. Tuesday morning came with dread in its bones, the kind of day where the sun rises slow, like it doesn't want to show up either. Ryan called the vet the moment their office opened. They gave us a noon appointment. We didn't speak much. We didn't need to. Pablo laid in his blanket, barely breathing, his body folding inward like a flower at the end of its bloom. We held him all morning, whispered thank yous, let our tears fall into his fur. When it was time, we wrapped him gently, carried him to the car like he was made of glass, drove through silence. I didn't cry until it was done, until we walked out of that room with empty arms and a receipt that felt more like a wound. Watching Pablo cross the Rainbow Bridge was devastating. He'd been there through it all. Those first sleepless nights, the late kitchen shifts, the breakdowns, the breakthroughs. He was more than a dog. He was a piece of our soul that didn't make it to the next chapter. The next morning, still hollow from the loss, I got in the car and drove to Frothy Beard Brewery for a business event called 1 Million Cups. I didn't bring business cards. I didn't bring a pitch deck. I brought one jar of classic red. They gave me 15 seconds to introduce myself. I stood up, held the jar like it meant something, because it did, and said, "I'm Joe Gallagher, founder of Apastioli. We make clean label Italian specialty foods right here in South Carolina. I started with nothing, not even a kitchen, and this jar changed my life." That was it. I sat down. Afterward, a man approached me, friendly, tall, present. Nick Strela. He told me he was a growth coach, that he worked with purpose-driven founders, but he didn't pitch himself. He asked about the story, listened to what I was building, nodded when I told him I wasn't chasing fast money, I was chasing something I could pass on. And for the first time in a long time, I felt like I was talking to someone who got it. Not just the hustle, but the heartbeat underneath it. Thursday afternoon, the grief still riding shotgun, I met up with Neil Stevenson and Chris Baxter to walk Longwing Plantation again. This time was different. Neil wasn't just there to observe. He came with tools and intention. We examined the tractor shed, the layout, the infrastructure, talked about adding a processing wing, solar integration, distribution logistics, and the flow of production from field to jar. Neil was impressed. But what sealed it was what came next. That's when we met EJ, Alex's brother, co-owner of DeSeta Group, the commercial real estate firm that developed and was now selling Longwing. Together, Alex and EJ had spent the last 5 years preparing this land, cultivating the fields, building the systems, protecting the space. As they spoke, I realized something. They weren't just selling land. They were passing the baton to someone who would carry it with purpose. Neil turned to me mid-walk and said, "You're not buying dirt, you're building destiny." And I believed him. As we walked back toward the cars, I looked around at the fencing, the wild edges of green, the open air. The wind moved through the pines like breath through a lung, and I whispered under it all, "We're almost home." Chapter 49. The Land Remembers Us. We left just after sunrise, the sky still painted in sleepy hues of lavender and faded coral. Ryan wore her hair tied back, soft curls catching the wind through the cracked window. Neither of us spoke much on the drive. Words would have just cluttered what was sacred. The further we drove, the lighter the air seemed to get, as if the weight of the last few months couldn't survive the salt and pine of that road to Longwing. We weren't heading toward a showing, we were answering a summons. The car crested the final bend, the wrought iron gates of the plantation coming into view like the opening lines of a poem that had waited years to be read aloud. And that's when the radio shifted. No button was pushed, no station was changed, just a gentle transition, like fate clearing its throat. Wide open spaces by the Dixie Chicks. Ryan froze, mid-sip of her coffee, her hand lowering to her lap like a curtain being drawn. Her face tilted toward the dashboard, eyes blinking fast, then glassing over. "I haven't heard this song since Connecticut," she whispered, her voice barely above the hum of the tires. "Back at the barn, when I used to ride in the mornings." I didn't need to ask which barn. I knew the one where her hands first learned reins, where horses taught her trust, where dreams galloped long before they were broken. That song, it wasn't just music, it was memory, etched into the smell of hay, leather, and sunrise in the stalls. It was the girl she used to be whispering to the woman she had become. She turned up the volume just enough to feel it in her ribs. She needs wide open spaces, room to make her big mistakes. And just like that, the tears came, quiet and holy. Not sorrow, not joy. Something older than both. Something like release. The car slowed as we reached the gate, and in that moment I realized this wasn't a land tour. This was a homecoming. We didn't rush. We walked the property slow, letting it reveal itself like a story written in soil. The wind threaded through the fields, stirring tall grass into waves. Crows cried in the distance. The fence lines stretched like open arms. 20 minutes in, Ryan stopped suddenly. She crouched down, brushing the earth with her fingers, then looked up, astonished. A shark tooth, small, jagged, fossil black. All these years, beaches, marshes, shell piles, and nothing. But now, here, buried just beneath the surface, it had found her. Before I could process the moment, I glanced at my own boots. There, half pressed into the dirt, another one. I picked it up, held it next to hers, like twin relics pulled from the deep, handed to us by the land itself. Then came the final sign. We approached the wooden horse fence, the one weathered by time but still strong, wrapping around the heart of the land like a blessing. Ryan knelt to greet a few goats nibbling grass nearby, laughter soft and low from her belly, and then two glimmers of impossible color flickered into view. Painted buntings, not one, but two. Brilliant reds, electric blues, emerald and gold like brushstrokes from a divine hand. They landed, side by side, right on the fence, still, watching, present. Ryan froze. Her fingers gripped the slats. Her knees sank into the grass. Every time one of our dogs had passed, a bird came, always unexpected, always certain. When Carlos, Pablo's twin, died 3 years earlier, a single painted bunting showed up outside our kitchen window. It sat there for hours, just being, just watching. She said it was him. I believed her. And now here they were again, two of them. She didn't say anything, didn't have to. Tears fell from her chin to the grass below, and the goats nudged closer, almost reverent. I walked up slowly and laid a hand on her shoulder. She turned her head just enough for me to see the truth written across her face. "They're here," she whispered. "Carlos and Pablo, together again." We stood there for what felt like a lifetime, and in that stillness, every piece fit. The fence and the painting from years ago, the the song from her barn days, the shark teeth, the buntings, not signs, scripture, etched in wind and feather and fossil, proof that the land remembered her, that somehow this place, with its wild edges and worn gates, had been waiting for her all along. The end.